meter wavelength radar that British forces had employed for 2 years. Engineers concluded either the destroyer hadn't utilized radar during the encounter, or Hankey's operator missed the warning signal amid combat confusion. The official determination: operator error under high-stress conditions. Similar reports emerged from other commanders. Corvettenkapitän Eric Top, credited with 35 vessels sunk, had transitioned from active patrols to training command in September 1942, yet maintained contact with operational commanders and heard their accounts. Aircraft were locating surface submarines at night with inexplicable precision. Escorts appeared without radar warnings. Depth charge attacks achieved increasing accuracy despite evasive maneuvers. Debriefing officers at submarine headquarters compiled these accounts. By early May 1943, documentation existed for 17 separate incidents where commanders reported Allied detection without METOX warnings. The pattern seemed unmistakable. Something had changed. Yet German intelligence possessed no information regarding new British radar capabilities. Radio intercepts revealed nothing. Equipment recovered from downed aircraft showed only familiar 1.5-meter systems. British agents reported no unusual developments. German naval staff confronted an unsolvable puzzle with available information. Either METOX receivers were failing in ways laboratory testing couldn't detect, or the British had developed radar technology that German engineers insisted was technically impossible. The staff chose to believe in receiver failure. The alternative was too disturbing to accept. It would mean German radar research lagged years behind Allied capabilities, requiring fundamental reconsideration of every tactical assumption. What German intelligence didn't know. On March 17, 1943, British Coastal Command had deployed the first operational ASV Mark III radar aboard a Wellington bomber. This system operated on 10-centimeter wavelength, generated by a cavity magnetron. It detected surface submarines at 16 kilometers and periscopes at 8 kilometers. The METOX receiver every U-boat carried was completely blind to it. The cavity magnetron's invention in February 1940 by John Randall and Harry Boot at Birmingham University solved problems that had frustrated engineers for years. Previous vacuum tubes couldn't generate sufficient power at wavelengths below 50 centimeters. The magnetron employed resonant cavities machined into solid copper blocks, creating powerful microwave oscillations. The initial prototype produced 400 watts at 10-centimeter wavelength, 50 times more powerful than any previous microwave source. By June 1940, General Electric Company manufactured sealed cavity magnetrons suitable for aircraft installation. These production units generated 10 kilowatt peak power in short pulses, sufficient for radar systems with detection ranges measured in tens of kilometers. The technology represented a quantum leap in radar capability. The magnetron itself weighed just 400 grams. A copper cylinder 8 centimeters in diameter and 6 centimeters tall. Inside, 8 resonant cavities surrounded a central cathode. When energized, electrons spiraled around the cathode within a magnetic field. Passing each cavity opening, electrons stimulated microwave oscillations that synchronized to produce coherent 3000 MHz output. The complete ASV Mark III system included the magnetron transmitter, rotating antenna, receiver unit, 2 cathode ray tube displays, and power supplies. Total weight 90 kilograms. It required a dedicated operator monitoring displays and announcing target contacts. The system was mechanically complex and demanded constant maintenance. Magnetrons typically lasted 40 to 60 hours before replacement. Rotating antenna mechanisms jammed in humid conditions. Cathode ray tubes failed from vibration. Coastal Command ground crews spent more time repairing ASV Mark III than any other equipment. When operational, however, it transformed anti-submarine warfare completely. Aircraft equipped with ASV Mark III could patrol during darkness or severe weather, detecting surface submarines at ranges where visual identification was impossible. Submarines received no warning until aircraft approached within 1 kilometer. By then, escape was impossible. A surfaced submarine required 30 seconds to crash dive to safe depth. Aircraft closed 1 kilometer in 15 seconds. The magnetron was originally developed for H-2S ground mapping radar used by Bomber Command. In early 1943, Winston Churchill personally ordered expedited maritime version development. Churchill had reviewed March loss figures. 82 merchant ships destroyed in 1 month, over 470,000 tons lost. If March loss rates continued, Britain would face surrender negotiations by autumn. Churchill summoned Air Chief Marshal Philip Joubert on March 25. Joubert explained that Coastal Command had requested H-2S radar for over a year, but Bomber Command held priority. Churchill overruled Bomber Command, directly ordering that 20% of H-2S production be immediately diverted to Coastal Command. Arthur Harris protested. Churchill informed him the Battle of the Atlantic took absolute priority. Without Atlantic supply lines, Britain would lose before bombers could destroy Germany's industrial capacity. ASV Mark III entered service in March 1943. The first successful attack occurred March 22 when a 172 Squadron Wellington detected U-665 in the Bay of Biscay. The submarine's METOX gave no warning. The aircraft appeared at 300 meters and dropped 6 depth charges before the crew could react. U-665 survived but sustained such severe damage it had to abort and return to base. Over the following 6 weeks, ASV Mark III-equipped aircraft sank 11 U-boats and damaged 23 others. Almost none detected the radar before attack. METOX receivers remained silent. U-boat commanders reported that aircraft seemed to employ visual detection. There was no other explanation for finding surface boats at night. German intelligence investigated every attack methodically. They analyzed reports, questioned survivors, examined recovered equipment. They found nothing unusual. METOX receivers functioned normally. British radar should be operating on frequencies used for 2 years. No indication of technological change appeared. Then, in early May, a rumor began circulating among returning commanders. Several reported that captured British aircrew had told interrogators that Coastal Command was homing in on radiation emitted by METOX, receivers themselves. Superheterodyne receivers emit weak signals on their intermediate frequency. British aircraft had supposedly developed direction-finding equipment sensitive enough to detect those emissions at 90 kilometers. The story sounded plausible. German engineers confirmed that METOX receivers did emit detectable signals on their 455 kHz intermediate frequency. These emissions could be detected at 2 kilometers with specialized equipment. Could the British have developed airborne direction finders sensitive enough to detect them from 90 kilometers? Engineers ran calculations. It would require receiver sensitivity 50 decibels, better than anything currently available. It would require large directional antennas several meters in size. Such equipment would be too heavy and bulky for patrol aircraft. The physics didn't support the claim. But the alternative was even less believable. If the British weren't detecting METOX emissions, they must have developed completely new radar on frequencies METOX couldn't receive. That would mean wavelengths shorter than 60 centimeters. German research had concluded years ago that centimetric wavelengths were impractical. Power output too low, range too short, components too unreliable. British engineers must have reached identical conclusions. The intelligence staff faced an impossible choice: accept that the British had achieved a breakthrough German science deemed impossible, or accept that British aircraft were detecting METOX through methods German engineers considered impractical. Both seemed equally unlikely. But U-boats were dying, and headquarters needed to provide commanders with survival guidance. The decision was made to assume the METOX emission story was true. It fit known physics. It could be tested. It could be countered by shutting off receivers. The alternative, centimetric radar, was too disturbing. If the British really had operational centimetric radar, it meant German radar research was years behind, meaning technology assessments guiding military planning were fundamentally wrong. That was too large a shift to make based on speculation. On August 13, 1943, Admiral Dönitz issued an emergency order. All U-boats at sea were to shut off METOX receivers immediately. Better to operate without radar warning than to broadcast position to every British plane within 100 kilometers. What Donuts didn't know: the METOX emission story was deliberate disinformation. A captured British pilot had been briefed before every patrol on what to say if captured. British intelligence knew aircrew would be interrogated about radar systems. They prepared a cover story specifically designed to protect the ASV Mark III secret. The deception worked perfectly. German intelligence verified that METOX emissions were technically detectable. They never suspected the real answer was radar operating on frequencies their receivers couldn't detect. The cruel irony: shutting off METOX made submarines more vulnerable. The old 1.5-meter ASV Mark I was still used on many British aircraft. METOX could detect that system. With receivers shut off, U-boats were blind to both old and new radar. The August order to disable METOX increased losses instead of reducing them. By late May 1943, the pattern was unmistakable. Convoy ONS-5 had been attacked by over 40 U-boats. 13 merchant ships were sunk, but 6 submarines were destroyed and 7 more damaged so badly they had to abort. That was 15% of the attacking force. In previous battles, Germans typically lost 1 or 2 boats while sinking 15 to 20 merchants. The ratio had reversed. Convoy SC-128 in mid-May was worse. 17 U-boats attacked. They sank no merchant ships. 5 submarines were destroyed. 4 more were damaged. The escorts achieved perfect defense while inflicting devastating losses. It had never happened before in the entire Battle of the Atlantic. Convoy SC-130 at the end of May was the breaking point. Admiral Donit's son Peter was serving as watch officer on U-954, part of the Wolfpack assigned to attack the convoy. On May 19th, U-954 was detected by a British escort frigate and sunk with depth charges. There were no survivors. Peter Donitz was 21 years old. When news reached Donitz, he ordered immediate review of all operations. The staff presented statistics. In May alone, 41 U-boats had been lost, 25% of the operational submarine force. Another 37 boats were damaged, some out of service for months. In exchange for those staggering losses, submarines had sunk only 58 Allied merchant ships, just 34 in the Atlantic. The mathematics were devastating. German shipyards could eventually replace lost submarines, but they couldn't replace experienced crews. Most commanders killed in May were combat veterans with multiple successful patrols. Their knowledge, instincts, ability to read situations, and make split-second decisions couldn't be replaced by fresh academy graduates. The U-boat force was losing its institutional memory, its tactical expertise, its ability to fight effectively. On May 24, 1943, Donitz made the hardest decision of his career. He sent a signal to all U-boats in the Atlantic: withdraw from convoy routes immediately, return to base, suspend all offensive operations until further notice. The Battle of the Atlantic was over. Germany had lost. In his war diary, Donitz wrote, "We are at present facing the greatest crisis in submarine warfare. The enemy has rendered fighting impossible through use of location devices and is causing us heavy losses." He didn't know what those devices were. He didn't know how they worked. He didn't know how to counter them. All he knew was that submarines couldn't operate effectively anymore. Continuing to send them into the Atlantic was throwing away crews and boats for no gain. The withdrawal order marked the end of a U-boat offensive that had nearly starved Britain into submission. For 3.5 years, German submarines had terrorized Atlantic convoy routes. They'd sunk 2,300 Allied merchant ships, totaling over 11 million tons. They'd killed 30,000 merchant seamen. They'd come within weeks of cutting Britain's supply lines completely. Churchill himself admitted the U-boat was the only thing that truly frightened him during the entire war. And it had been stopped by a 10-centimeter radar system the Germans didn't know existed. The truth began emerging slowly. On September 4, 1943, 4 months after the May withdrawal, Telefunken delivered the first Naxos radar warning receivers to U-boat bases. Naxos could detect centimetric radar. It operated between 2,500 and 3,750 MHz, covering the 10-centimeter band the British were using. Finally, German submarines had a way to detect ASV Mark III before it could guide aircraft to their position. But it was too late. By September, Allied anti-submarine forces had grown so powerful that even with radar warning, U-boats couldn't operate safely. Very long-range B-24 Liberator bombers had closed the mid-Atlantic air gap. Escort carriers provided continuous air cover over convoys. Hunter-killer groups with the latest sonar and radar actively sought submarines instead of just defending merchants. Allied shipyards were launching new vessels faster than U-boats could sink them. Naxos revealed what had been killing U-boats for 5 months. Operators reported detecting 10-centimeter radar at ranges up to 8 kilometers, enough warning to dive before aircraft could close to attack range. But Naxos was temperamental. It suffered from false alarms. Its sensitivity made it pick up signals from ships and aircraft too far away to be threats, causing unnecessary dives that wasted battery power. Many commanders found it almost as frustrating as having no warning system. Germans tried to adapt. They developed new tactics for operating under constant surveillance. They equipped submarines with more anti-aircraft guns and ordered them to fight on the surface instead of diving when attacked. That led to disasters. British aircraft were heavily armed and could destroy submarine guns from outside their effective range. They tried moving operations to different areas. Submarines were sent to the Indian Ocean, South Atlantic, Caribbean, anywhere convoys might be less protected. But Allies had centimetric radar everywhere. ASV Mark III and American equivalents were standard equipment on maritime patrol aircraft worldwide. By late 1943, there was nowhere to hide. American aircraft operating from Brazil and the Caribbean used /APS-2 radar, functionally identical to ASV Mark III. It operated on the same 10-centimeter wavelength with similar detection ranges. The technological advantage was global. The fundamental problem was that submarines had lost their primary advantage. For 3 years, U-boats had operated on the surface at night, invisible to Allied radar, faster than escort ships, able to position for attacks. That advantage was gone. Centimetric radar could detect surface submarines at night as easily as in daylight. U-boats were forced to operate submerged for most of their patrol, which cut speed from 17 knots to 7, reduced operational range by half, and made it nearly impossible to intercept fast convoys. Battery endurance became a critical limitation. Type 7C submarines carried 2 banks of 62-cell batteries. At maximum submerged speed of 7.6 knots, batteries exhausted in 90 minutes. At economical speed of 4 knots, endurance extended to 80 hours. But 80 hours submerged meant 80 hours of limited mobility, no ventilation, no battery charging, no opportunity to attack. When batteries exhausted, submarines had to surface and run diesel engines to recharge, taking 4 to 6 hours. During that time, they were vulnerable to radar detection. The cycle became self-reinforcing. Submarines stayed submerged to avoid radar. Staying submerged exhausted batteries. Surfacing to recharge exposed them to radar. Diving to evade aircraft used more battery power. Running submerged to operational areas used battery power that could have been saved for return. Boats were spending more time hiding and less time hunting. Patrol effectiveness dropped by more than half. By end of 1943, U-boat operations had become suicide missions. New submarines were sent into the Atlantic with inexperienced crews who had no idea how to fight Allied technological superiority. Loss rates climbed above 50%. Some boats were sunk on first patrol before reaching operational areas. Average lifespan of a U-boat in the Atlantic had dropped to less than 3 months. For comparison, average lifespan in 1942 had been over a year. Training couldn't compensate. U-boat school at Gotenhafen turned out new crews every month, but they received only 12 weeks of training before assignment. 12 weeks to learn navigation, torpedo tactics, damage control, diesel maintenance, radio procedure, and 100 other skills experienced crews had refined over years. New crews were technically proficient but had no combat instincts. They didn't know how to read tactical situations. They didn't know when to attack and when to evade. They didn't know how to survive. Experienced commanders who survived tried to warn new crews, but there was no way to train for what they would face. Old tactics didn't work anymore. Doctrine developed through years of successful operations was obsolete. Headquarters couldn't provide better guidance because they still didn't fully understand what had changed or how to counter it. Werner Henke survived until April 9, 1944, when U-515 was sunk by American destroyers and aircraft from USS Guadalcanal. 16 crew members were killed. 44 survived, including Henke. He was taken prisoner and later killed on June 15th while attempting to escape from an interrogation center at Fort Hunt, Virginia. The ASV Mark III remained classified until after the war. German intelligence never fully understood what happened during Black May. They knew the British had developed some form of new radar. They knew it operated on centimetric wavelengths. But they never realized how early it had been deployed or how completely it changed the tactical situation. German records from May 1943 are filled with references to unknown Allied detection methods and mysterious location equipment. British Coastal Command eventually published statistics on ASV Mark III effectiveness. From March through July 1943, aircraft with a new radar sank 37 U-boats and seriously damaged 49 others. That represented over half of all U-boat losses during that period. Most attacks came without warning. Crews who survived reported that radar detectors gave no indication of approaching aircraft until too late to dive. Germans eventually developed their own centimetric radar. The Berlin series, based on a captured British magnetron recovered from a downed bomber in February 1943, entered service on U-boats in late 1944. But by then, the Battle of the Atlantic was long over. Submarines it was installed on were mostly used for weather reporting and transportation missions, not convoy attacks. The technology came too late to change anything. Admiral Donitz remained convinced throughout the war that a combination of factors defeated his U-boats in May 1943. Better Allied training, improved tactics, more escort ships and aircraft, closing of the mid-Atlantic air gap, better sonar and depth charges. He knew centimetric radar was part of the answer, but never fully grasped how decisive it had been. He thought it was one element among many. He didn't realize it was the primary factor that rendered his entire tactical doctrine obsolete overnight. The final statistics tell the story. In March 1943, U-boats sank 82 Allied merchant ships in the Atlantic and lost 12 submarines, a ratio of almost 7 to 1 in Germany's favor. In April, they sank 39 ships and lost 15 boats. Ratio dropped to about 2.5 to 1. In May, they sank 34 ships and lost 41 submarines. The ratio had reversed. For every merchant sunk, Germans lost more than one submarine. After May, the ratio never again favored U-boats. That's how wars are won, not through massive battles or brilliant strategies, but through small technological advantages that one side doesn't know the other possesses. December 17, 1944. Belgium's Ardennes Forest. Oberstfreiter Hans Muller huddled in his frozen foxhole, scribbling words into his diary that would torment him for decades to come. The Americans aren't like the Russians. Their artillery is something entirely different. It's not about volume of fire, though that's terrible enough. It's the speed, the precision, the certainty that you have zero time to react. 1 second there's silence. The next, the world explodes. Through that morning's thick fog, Muller had witnessed something that demolished every belief German soldiers held about American military prowess. His battalion, part of the 6th SS Panzer Army, had just initiated Hitler's final Western gamble. They'd achieved total surprise against weakly defended American positions. Victory appeared inevitable. Then American artillery located them. What Muller couldn't know What no German soldier pushing through those snow-blanketed forests could comprehend was that they were colliding with the most lethal artillery system ever fielded in combat. A system so sophisticated, so devastating, and so perfectly coordinated that it would shatter Germany's last offensive and expose the true extent of American military dominance. The breakdown had started long before the Battle of the Bulge. Throughout 1943 and 1944, German veterans rotating from the Eastern Front to engage American forces in Italy, France, and the Low Countries brought assumptions forged in brutal combat against Soviet artillery. They'd mastered survival against Russian bombardments through bitter experience. The Soviets would fire ranging rounds, providing German troops valuable seconds to find shelter. Shells arrived in predictable sequences, permitting movement between salvos. Fire direction was typically sluggish, consuming 10 to 15 minutes from observation to shell impact. The Americans were different, horrifyingly different. Gefreiter Otto Schmidt, a 2-year Eastern Front veteran captured with the Afrika Korps in Tunisia during May 1943, would later recount his first American artillery encounter in a post-war interview. We'd positioned ourselves in a wadi north of Tunis. Excellent concealment, we thought. The Russians would have needed an hour to locate us and another to range their guns. We felt secure enough to brew morning coffee. Then we spotted it, a small aircraft, no larger than a reconnaissance plane, puttering overhead at maybe 500 meters altitude. We barely noticed. Such planes carried no armament. We figured it was conducting photography. 3 minutes later, without warning, without ranging rounds, without any indication whatsoever, the entire wadi erupted. Shells landing simultaneously, not sequentially. Air bursts above us, ground bursts among us. In 30 seconds, my company ceased existing as a fighting unit. I was among 11 survivors from 123 men. The aircraft Schmidt observed was an L-4 Grasshopper, the American forward observer's flying platform. These modest Piper Cubs would become the Wehrmacht's most dreaded aircraft. Not for weapons they carried, but for what followed their appearance. German soldiers learned a harsh lesson. When you saw a Grasshopper overhead, you had minutes, perhaps only seconds, before American artillery transformed your position into a slaughter zone. Lieutenant Friedrich Bauer, an artillery officer who directed counter-battery fire on the Eastern Front, documented his amazement in letters discovered decades later in German military archives. I studied American artillery procedures from captured documents. Initially, I assumed these documents were deception, propaganda meant to intimidate. No artillery system could perform as described. The coordination required would be impossible. Then I witnessed it personally. Near Cannes, an American Grasshopper appeared. We tracked it, preparing to displace our guns per standard procedure. Before we could relocate, before we'd even calculated firing data for counter-battery fire, American shells were landing on our position. Not random fire, not area saturation, precise fire on each gun. They'd calculated firing solutions, coordinated multiple batteries at different ranges, and delivered simultaneous fire in less time than it took our own forward observers to radio map coordinates to our fire direction center. The secret to American artillery supremacy wasn't a single innovation. It was a comprehensive system integrating technology, training, and industrial capacity at levels Germany could never replicate. The foundation was the Fire Direction Center, a concept that revolutionized artillery employment. Where German artillery batteries calculated firing solutions individually, American batteries fed all data to a centralized FDC that could coordinate fire from dozens of batteries simultaneously. The FDC system relied on pre-computed firing tables. In offices throughout the United States, rooms filled with women-operated mechanical calculators, slide rules, and logarithm tables, computing firing solutions for every conceivable variable combination: wind speed and direction, temperature, humidity, barrel wear, propellant temperature, altitude differences between gun and target. These tables, printed in books compact enough to fit in a map case, enabled American fire direction officers to calculate precise firing solutions in minutes rather than hours. Hauptmann Werner Hoffmann, a mathematics professor conscripted into Wehrmacht artillery, examined captured American firing tables after the war. His analysis, preserved in German military records, revealed his shocked admiration. These tables represent years of computational labor, thousands of hours on mechanical calculators. They'd computed solutions for every variable we might encounter in the field. Our own firing tables were primitive by comparison, requiring extensive field calculations for each mission. The Americans had completed the mathematics in advance. In the field, they simply consulted the answer. But tables alone couldn't explain American artillery's devastating effectiveness. The true revolution was time on target, a firing technique so advanced that few nations possessed the capability to execute it. Time on target, universally known as TOT, coordinated artillery fire so that shells from multiple batteries, fired at different times based on their distance from the target, arrived simultaneously within a 3-second window. The effect was catastrophic. German soldiers experienced no warning, no ranging shots, no gradual fire buildup. One instant, silence. The next instant, dozens of shells detonating simultaneously. Troops in the open, whose survival against conventional artillery depended on dropping prone at the first explosion, had no time to react. Studies conducted post-war revealed that 66% of artillery casualties occurred in the first few seconds of a barrage. Time on target maximized casualties by eliminating warning. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, who survived TOT strikes during the Battle of the Bulge, wrote in his diary, discovered by American forces in a captured command post. It's not artillery as we understand it. It's something new. You hear nothing. Then the world ends. Every shell arrives in the same second. The air bursts kill men who'd survive ground bursts. The ground bursts kill men who'd survive air bursts. There's no time to dive for cover, no time to reach a hole, no time even to drop flat. You're simply alive one moment and wounded or dead the next. The speed of American artillery response stunned German commanders. German artillery, considered among the world's finest, could deliver fire in 8 to 10 minutes under ideal conditions. American artillery routinely delivered accurate fire in 3 minutes. This speed derived from multiple factors. American forward observers used new FM radios providing clear, static-free communication. German forces still relied primarily on AM radios plagued by interference. American radios were also far more numerous. Every infantry battalion had multiple radio-equipped forward observers. German battalions typically had 1 or 2 radios, often shared between units. The forward observers themselves represented another American advantage. German forward observers were artillery officers, often lacking infantry training or experience. American forward observers were specially trained personnel who understood both artillery and infantry tactics. They moved with infantry units, lived with infantry soldiers, and coordinated fire as an integrated part of combined arms operations. Moreover, American artillery observers could call upon an entire corps artillery, not just their own battalion. The system allowed a single forward observer to coordinate fire from dozens of batteries within minutes. A lieutenant calling for fire support could bring down the weight of metal equivalent to a small air strike, delivered more accurately and more rapidly than any air support could provide. Oberstleutnant Heinrich Müller, commander of an infantry regiment destroyed near St. Lo in July 1944, documented this capability in his final report. A single American infantry company, surrounded in a village, held my entire regiment for 6 hours. Every time we attempted to assault, artillery fire drove us back. Not from one battery, but from what seemed like dozens of batteries. The forward observer with that company, probably a lieutenant or captain, commanded more firepower than I could bring to bear with my entire regimental artillery. We lost 400 men attempting to overrun 120 Americans. We failed. The artillery pieces themselves demonstrated American industrial superiority. The M2A1 105mm howitzer, the standard American light artillery piece, was a marvel of engineering and manufacturing. Rock Island Arsenal had perfected production techniques, allowing rapid manufacturing to precise tolerances. By World War II's end, 8,536 M2A1 howitzers had been produced. Each American infantry division had 36 of these howitzers organized into 3 battalions of 12 guns each. These battalions were fully motorized, towed by trucks or half-tracks that could move at highway speeds. Displacement from one firing position to another, an evolution that took German horse-drawn artillery 2 to 3 hours, took American motorized batteries 20 to 30 minutes. The mobility contrast was stark. German artillery remained predominantly horse-drawn throughout the war. Despite Nazi propaganda showcasing mechanized panzer divisions, approximately 80% of German motive power relied on horses for transport. Germany started World War II with 514,000 horses and ended with 1,198,000 by February 1945. Each German artillery piece required 6 to 8 horses and took hours to limber, move, and unlimber. In winter conditions, movement became nearly impossible. Gefreiter Paul Richter, assigned to a German artillery battery in Normandy, kept a detailed diary that survived the war. We watched American artillery displace during a battle. They fired their mission. Then trucks appeared. Within 20 minutes, the entire battery had limbered their guns and departed. We required 2 hours minimum to perform the same evolution, and that assumed good weather and roads. In mud or under fire, we might need 4 hours. The Americans would set up at a new position and be ready to fire again before we'd finished moving. We were fighting a 19th century war with horses against an enemy fighting a 20th century war with trucks. The outcome was inevitable. American 155mm howitzers provided even more devastating fire support. Each division had 12 155mm howitzers in a separate battalion. These guns, firing 43 kilogram shells to ranges exceeding 14,000 meters, provided the division commander with a heavy punch capable of destroying fortifications that would survive smaller caliber fire. The 155mm was itself a triumph of engineering. Designed in the late 1930s and standardized in May 1941, it combined range, accuracy, and reliability. 10,300 were produced during the war. The gun could be towed at highway speeds by a truck or half-track, allowing rapid displacement. Rate of fire was 4 rounds per minute, though well-trained crews could briefly achieve 6 rounds per minute. But even these divisional assets paled beside the artillery available at Corps and Army level. American Corps artillery typically included battalions of 155mm guns, 8-inch howitzers, and even massive 240mm howitzers. These weapons, capable of destroying any fortification, could be called upon by forward observers at battalion level. The pyramiding of firepower meant a single rifle company could, within minutes, bring down fire from divisional, corps, and even Army artillery. German artillery, by contrast, was rigidly organized. Corps and Army artillery were separate commands, not available to support divisional operations without extensive coordination and approval through multiple headquarters. German infantry divisions had their own artillery, but calling fire from Corps artillery required routing requests through division to Corps, often taking hours for approval. By the time fire arrived, if it arrived at all, American mobile warfare had moved the front line. Lieutenant Joachim Weber, a forward observer who had requested Corps artillery support during the Normandy campaign, documented his frustration. I called for Corps artillery at 0915 hours. The enemy was massing tanks for an assault on our position. I provided exact coordinates, described the target, explained the tactical situation. At 1,330 hours, 4 hours later, I finally received fire. 3 salvos. By that time, the American tanks had completed their attack and withdrawn. Our position was overrun. I survived only by luck. The Corps artillery, which might have saved us, arrived too late to matter. The technical sophistication of American artillery extended to the ammunition itself. While Germany struggled with propellant shortages and inconsistent shell production, American industry delivered ammunition in seemingly unlimited quantities, manufactured to precise specifications, ensuring consistent performance. More significantly, the Americans deployed the variable time fuse, the VT fuse, a technological marvel that would prove decisive. The VT fuse, also called the proximity fuse, contained a miniature radar transmitter and receiver in the artillery shell's nose. The transmitter broadcast a radio signal. When the shell approached the ground or any object, the reflected signal triggered detonation. The result was a shell that exploded at optimal height for maximum lethality, typically 10 to 20 meters above the ground. The VT fuse transformed artillery effectiveness. Conventional time fuses required calculating the precise time to target, then setting the fuse accordingly. Wind, temperature, barrel wear all affected shell flight time. Even small errors meant shells exploding too high or burying themselves in the ground before detonation. The VT fuse eliminated these variables, guaranteeing optimal air burst regardless of conditions. The VT fuse had first been used in combat by the USS Helena on January 5, 1943, shooting down a Japanese dive bomber off Guadalcanal with only 2 to 3 salvos. Throughout 1943 and 1944, VT fuses proved devastatingly effective in naval anti-aircraft operations and against V-1 flying bombs over England. However, concerns about the technology falling into German hands prevented its use in ground artillery over Europe. General Dwight Eisenhower personally requested permission to employ VT fuses during the Battle of the Bulge, arguing that their effectiveness justified the security risk. The Pentagon initially refused, but Eisenhower protested vehemently. Formal authorization came on December 19 to 21, 1944, shortly after the German offensive began. This marked the first use of VT fuses against ground troops in the European theater. The decision proved correct. VT fuse shells devastated German formations caught in the open during the Ardennes offensive. Naval anti-aircraft tests had shown VT fuses were 3 to 4 times more effective than conventional fuses against V-1 flying bombs. VT fuses destroyed 79% of all incoming targets. The lethal fragment area was 3,000 square feet versus 60 square feet for conventional fuses. Some estimates suggested VT fuses increased artillery effectiveness by 200 to 700%. Troops who had learned to survive conventional artillery by seeking any depression in the ground discovered that VT fuses negated such cover. The shells exploded above them, showering downward with deadly fragments that struck men prone in shallow holes. Oberstfreiter Hans Muller, whose diary opened this account, survived a VT fuse barrage and recorded his experience. We had learned on the Eastern Front to go flat at the first explosion. Even shallow depressions offered protection from fragments traveling horizontally. But these shells, these demon shells, as we call them, exploded above us. The fragments came down like rain. Men in foxholes, men who should have been protected, were killed by fragments that fell vertically. There was no defense except deep bunkers, and we had no time to dig deep bunkers. We simply died. The psychological impact of VT fuses compounded their physical effects. German soldiers trained to respond to artillery by seeking cover found their training irrelevant. The knowledge that no cover short of overhead protection would save them induced paralysis. Some units refused to leave defensive positions, even under direct orders, because movement in the open meant certain death if American artillery engaged them. Hauptmann Friedrich Bauer documented a near mutiny in his unit during the final weeks of the Ardennes offensive. My company was ordered to attack an American position 300 meters distant. The men refused. They had seen what American artillery did to troops in the open, especially with these new fuses that burst in air. I tried to explain that we would die anyway if we didn't attack, that the Americans would eventually overrun our position. The men wouldn't move. They preferred the possibility of capture to the certainty of death under American artillery fire. The industrial capacity that produced American artillery and ammunition in such quantities represented another dimension of superiority that German soldiers couldn't comprehend. Rock Island Arsenal alone produced over 10,105 mm howitzers. Multiple factories produced 155 mm howitzers and heavier weapons. Shell production reached staggering levels throughout the war. German production, hampered by Allied bombing, resource shortages, and inefficient allocation of industrial capacity, never approached American levels. German artillery pieces were often superior in design to their American counterparts, but Germany produced them in insufficient numbers and lacked the industrial capacity to maintain production as the war continued. By 1944, German artillery batteries often operated at half strength, with guns destroyed or worn out and no replacements available. More critically, German ammunition production couldn't sustain intensive operations. German artillery batteries were often limited to minimal daily allowances, sometimes as few as 2 to 3 shells per gun per day. American batteries faced no such restrictions. Forward observers could call for fire freely, knowing that ammunition supply was effectively unlimited. Lieutenant Werner Vogel, a German artillery officer, documented the ammunition crisis in his war diary. "We received 50 shells per gun for the entire week. 50 shells to support an infantry regiment facing continuous American attacks. I was required to justify each fire mission to battalion, explaining why this particular target merited expenditure of irreplaceable ammunition. Meanwhile, American artillery fired thousands of shells daily with no apparent concern for conservation. We fought a poor man's war against a rich man's enemy." The disparity in ammunition supply manifested in tactical doctrine. German artillery doctrine emphasized mass fire on high-value targets, delivered only after careful planning and approval. American doctrine emphasized responsive fire, immediately available to support infantry operations. An American infantry platoon leader could request and receive artillery support within minutes. A German platoon leader might wait hours for fire, if he received any at all. The logistics of ammunition supply further highlighted American advantages. American artillery was fully motorized, supplied by truck convoys that could deliver thousands of shells to forward positions within hours. German artillery, horse-drawn and often dependent on rail transport for long-distance movement, struggled to maintain adequate forward stocks. As Allied air power interdicted German rail networks, ammunition supply became increasingly difficult. American logistics also benefited from standardization. The M1 shell fired by 105 mm howitzers used the same fuse as shells fired by 155 mm howitzers and larger calibers. This standardization simplified supply, reduced inventory requirements, and ensured that fuses were always available. German ammunition production, plagued by multiple fuse designs and caliber variants, suffered chronic shortages of specific components, even when overall production remained adequate. The superiority of American artillery created a cascading effect on German tactical options. German commanders, knowing that massing forces would draw devastating artillery fire, dispersed their units. But dispersed units lacked combat power and could be defeated piecemeal. Concentrated forces could generate combat power, but became targets for American artillery. Either choice led to defeat. The Ardennes offensive, Germany's final major attack in the West, demonstrated these dynamics with brutal clarity. German planning depended on fog and overcast, weather to neutralize American air power. The planners correctly assessed that American aircraft couldn't operate in bad weather. They failed to understand that American artillery didn't require good weather. During the opening days of the offensive, German armored and infantry divisions achieved significant penetrations against surprised American forces. Over 200,000 German troops and approximately 1,000 tanks launched the initial assault on December 16, 1944. Then American artillery found them, lacking the mobility to rapidly displace when taken under fire. German horse-drawn artillery batteries were destroyed in place. Lacking the ammunition reserves to engage in sustained counter-battery fire, German guns fell silent while American guns continued to fire. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, whose diary provides extensive detail on German artillery operations during the Bulge, recorded the disparity. Our battery was located in woods south of St. Vith. We had 50 shells per gun, our entire allocation for the operation. We fired a mission in support of our infantry. Within 10 minutes, American counter-battery fire destroyed 3 of our 6 guns and killed most of the horses. We attempted to displace the remaining guns, but lacked horses to move them. We abandoned the guns and withdrew on foot. This was the pattern across the entire front. Our artillery was silenced, while American artillery continued to fire without pause. At Bastogne, American artillery ammunition was actually restricted to only 10 rounds per gun per day on December 22nd due to shortages. Despite this constraint, American artillery proved decisive in breaking German attacks around the surrounded town. When the weather cleared after Christmas, supply resumed and American artillery fire intensified dramatically. During the entire Bulge campaign, 4,155 American guns fired 1,255,000 artillery rounds. German units that had penetrated 50 kilometers into American lines found themselves trapped, surrounded by American forces that could call upon unlimited artillery support once resupply resumed. Oberstleutnant Heinrich Müller, whose regiment had been destroyed at St. Lo 6 months earlier, commanded a replacement regiment during the Bulge. His final report, written in a prisoner-of-war camp after his capture in January 1945, provides a stark assessment. We were defeated by American artillery before we were defeated by American infantry or armor. Every movement we made was observed by their aircraft and engaged by their artillery. Every concentration of forces was broken up by artillery fire before we could attack. Every defensive position was smashed by artillery before their infantry assaulted. We couldn't move, couldn't mass, couldn't defend. We simply absorbed artillery fire until we ceased to exist as an effective force. The offensive, planned to drive through to Antwerp and split Allied armies, stalled after less than a week, broken primarily by American artillery. Units that began the offensive at full strength ended it with 30 to 40% casualties, with artillery fire accounting for the majority of losses. The lessons learned by German soldiers who survived American artillery came too late to change the war's outcome. Those captured and sent to prisoner-of-war camps in the United States discovered that the artillery system that had destroyed their units represented just one aspect of American military capability. The industrial capacity that produced tens of thousands of artillery pieces and millions of shells was the same capacity producing tanks, aircraft, trucks, and every other implement of war in quantities that dwarfed German production. Gefreiter Otto Schmidt, captured in Tunisia and held at a camp in Texas, wrote in a letter that passed American censors, "I have seen American industry. I have watched trains carrying artillery pieces, hundreds of them, moving toward ports for shipment overseas. I have seen factories producing shells by the thousands. The Americans defeated us not through superior tactics or superior soldiers, though their tactics were good and their soldiers brave. They defeated us through sheer industrial might. They could afford to fire 100 shells where we fired 1. They could afford to lose equipment and replace it within days. We couldn't match this, could never match this, no matter how long we fought." The German prisoners of war who witnessed American artillery training exercises in the United States saw firsthand the professionalism and preparation that made the system so effective. American artillery crews trained constantly, practicing the coordination and communication that allowed time on target missions. Forward observers worked closely with infantry units, practicing the integration that made American combined arms operations so effective. Lieutenant Friedrich Bauer, the artillery officer captured in Italy, attended lectures at a prisoner-of-war camp where American artillery officers explained their methods. His notes, preserved in German archives, reveal his professional admiration. They have systematized everything we did by individual skill and initiative. Where we depended on talented artillery officers computing firing solutions through experience and calculation, they created tables that allow average officers to achieve the same results. where we depended on good radio operators maintaining communication under difficult conditions. They produced radios so reliable that even minimally trained operators could maintain contact. They have taken the art of artillery and transformed it into an industrial process, repeatable and scalable. This is the secret of their success. The transformation of German prisoners extended beyond technical appreciation. Many realized that German propaganda about American military weakness had been completely false. The Americans they encountered, both as enemies on the battlefield and as captors in prison camps, demonstrated professional competence, industrial capability, and organizational skill that exceeded German capabilities in nearly every dimension. Oberstleutnant Hans Müller, whose diary chronicled his experiences in the Ardennes, was captured during the collapse of the German offensive. His later diary entries, written in a prisoner of war camp, reflect a complete reversal of his earlier beliefs. We were told the Americans were inferior soldiers, that they lacked fighting spirit, that they depended on material superiority because they lacked the skill and courage of German soldiers. These were lies. American soldiers fought with courage and skill, but they also fought with overwhelming material advantages that German courage and skill couldn't overcome. Most significantly, they fought with an artillery system so advanced that we had no effective counter. This, more than any other factor, defeated us. By early 1945, as Germany's situation became hopeless, American artillery superiority only increased. German ammunition production collapsed under Allied bombing. German artillery units lost experienced crews to casualties and received inadequate replacements. German horses, essential for moving artillery, died by thousands from overwork, lack of fodder, and American fire. German batteries that had operated with 6 guns at the war's beginning now operated with 2 or 3. Some divisions had no functional artillery at all. American artillery, by contrast, grew stronger. Production continued to accelerate even as the war in Europe approached its end. American factories produced more artillery pieces in 1944 than in any previous year. Ammunition production reached levels that allowed American forces to fire without restriction. New technologies, including improved fire direction computers and better radios, enhanced effectiveness further. The end came in May 1945 with Germany's unconditional surrender. In the final battles, American artillery demonstrated capabilities that seemed impossible just years earlier. Single battalions could deliver overwhelming firepower on demand. Multiple corps artillery could coordinate fire on area targets, saturating entire map grid squares with shells. Forward observers could call down destruction on any target within minutes, confident that accurate fire would arrive quickly. German survivors of these final battles carried with them profound respect for American artillery. Hauptmann Werner Hoffmann, the mathematics professor who had analyzed American firing tables, was captured in the Ruhr Pocket in April 1945. His final military report, written for American intelligence officers, provided professional analysis of American artillery effectiveness. The American artillery system represents the culmination of industrial-age warfare. They have applied industrial methods, mass production, standardization, and systematic training to create a weapon system of unprecedented effectiveness. Individual German artillery pieces may be superior in design. Individual German artillery officers may match American skill. But the Americans have created a system that doesn't depend on individual superiority. Their system produces consistent, overwhelming, rapidly delivered firepower regardless of individual skill levels. This systematization represents a revolution in warfare that Germany never matched and couldn't match given our industrial limitations. In the decades after the war, historians analyzing American military effectiveness in World War II identified artillery as perhaps the single most important advantage American forces possessed. While tanks and aircraft received public attention, it was artillery that broke German attacks, supported American advances, and inflicted substantial casualties in the Western theater. German military professionals studying their defeat after the war consistently identified American artillery superiority as a decisive factor. General Franz Halder, former chief of the German General Staff, wrote in his post-war analysis, "American artillery achieved what we believed impossible. They transformed artillery from a supporting arm into a dominant weapon system. Their coordination, their fire control, their logistics, and their industrial production created an artillery force that couldn't be matched or countered. German forces in the West operated under constant artillery threat, unable to mass without drawing devastating fire, unable to move without observation, unable to fight effectively under the weight of American shells." The tactical innovations developed by American artillery during World War II became the foundation for modern artillery doctrine. Time on target remains the standard method for coordinating artillery fires. Fire direction centers remain the hub of artillery operations. Forward observers, closely integrated with maneuver forces, remain essential for delivering responsive fire support. The basic structure established by the United States in World War II persists to this day. The proximity fuse represented such a significant advance that its full impact remained classified for years after the war. The psychological impact, combined with the physical casualties, often broke unit cohesion entirely. German soldiers caught in the open by VT fuse shells had no effective defense. For the German soldiers who faced American artillery, the experience left permanent impressions. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, who survived multiple TOT barrages during the Bulge, immigrated to the United States in the 1950s. In a 1960 interview, he reflected on his wartime experiences. "I've been asked what weapon I feared most during the war. Not tanks, though German tanks were inferior to late-war American tanks. Not aircraft, though American air power was overwhelming. Not even American infantry, though they fought well. The weapon I feared most, the weapon that gave me nightmares then, and sometimes still does today, was American artillery. The sudden, devastating fire that arrived without warning. The knowledge that you might die without ever seeing your enemy, killed by shells fired from guns kilometers away. This was true terror." The story of German soldiers and American artillery is ultimately a story about the transformation of warfare in the industrial age. Individual courage and tactical skill remained important, but they were overshadowed by industrial production, systematic training, and organizational efficiency. The Americans had created a system that amplified the capabilities of average soldiers, making them more effective than exceptional German soldiers, fighting with inferior systems and inadequate support. The artillery that broke German forces in World War II wasn't the product of a single innovation or a brilliant individual. It was the product of systematic analysis, industrial application, comprehensive training, and abundant resources. It represented American military power at its most effective, using industrial capacity and organizational skill to create overwhelming combat power. For the German soldiers who faced this system, the experience was transformative. They entered the war believing in German superiority. They ended the war understanding that American industrial might and organizational capability had surpassed German capabilities. They had learned to fear American artillery above all other weapons, for it represented the unbridgeable gap between German methods and American industrial warfare. The American artillery system that devastated German forces in World War II didn't emerge overnight. It was the result of decades of doctrinal development, technological innovation, and, most importantly, the willingness to apply industrial age thinking to military problems. Where European armies, including Germany, viewed artillery as a craft requiring individual skill and experience, Americans approached it as an engineering challenge that could be systematized, standardized, and scaled. This fundamental difference in philosophy explains why American artillery proved so superior despite German artillery pieces often being technically excellent designs. The Germans had better individual components, but an inferior system. The Americans had an integrated system that functioned flawlessly under the pressures of combat. The lessons learned extended far beyond artillery. American success in World War II demonstrated that modern warfare favored nations that could integrate technology, industrial production, and systematic training into cohesive combat systems. Individual heroism and tactical brilliance still mattered, but they mattered less than they had in previous wars. The German prisoners who witnessed American artillery in action, both on the battlefield and in training exercises in the United States, understood this transformation. They recognized that warfare had fundamentally changed, and that Germany's emphasis on individual excellence and tactical virtuosity couldn't overcome American systematic superiority. This realization extended to other aspects of American military power. German soldiers noted that American infantry squads had more automatic weapons than German squads. American tank battalions had dedicated recovery vehicles that could retrieve damaged tanks under fire. American supply systems delivered spare parts and replacement equipment with remarkable speed. Every aspect of American military organization reflected the same philosophy that governed their artillery: systematize, standardize, and scale. The psychological impact on German soldiers was profound. Veterans who had fought against Soviet forces on the Eastern Front consistently reported that American artillery was more feared than Russian artillery, despite the Soviets having more guns and firing more shells. The difference wasn't quantity, it was precision, speed, and the certainty that American artillery could find you anywhere, anytime, and destroy you before you could react. This psychological dominance had strategic implications. German units facing American forces often showed less fighting spirit than those facing Soviet forces. The knowledge that any concentration of troops would draw instant, devastating artillery fire discouraged aggressive action and encouraged surrender. Post-war interviews with German prisoners revealed that many considered capture by Americans preferable to continued combat under American artillery fire. The certainty of death under American shells outweighed the uncertainty of captivity. The industrial capacity that produced American artillery superiority continued to shape post-war military development. The United States maintained its emphasis on firepower, precision, and systematic integration of technology. Modern American artillery, while far more advanced technologically, still operates on the same fundamental principles established in World War II. Fire direction centers coordinate fires from multiple units. Forward observers, now with digital communications and GPS-guided munitions, still provide the eyes that direct artillery fire. Time on target remains a standard firing technique, now executed with computer precision rather than mechanical firing tables. The proximity fuse evolved into modern proximity sensors used in everything from anti-aircraft missiles to smart cluster munitions. The principle of using technology to guarantee optimal detonation regardless of conditions remains fundamental to modern munitions design. For Germany, the lessons of artillery defeat were absorbed into post-war Bundeswehr doctrine. Modern German artillery emphasizes mobility, rapid fire direction, and integration with other combat arms, all lessons learned from facing American artillery in World War II. The veterans who survived American artillery never forgot the experience. Their memoirs, diaries, and interviews consistently emphasize the helplessness they felt under American bombardment. The inability to fight back, the lack of warning, the certainty of death. These themes appear repeatedly in German accounts. Some German veterans expressed respect bordering on admiration for American artillery. They recognized the skill and sophistication required to create such an effective system. Others expressed bitterness at facing an enemy whose material superiority made German courage and skill irrelevant. All expressed relief that they survived. The story of American artillery in World War II stands as testament to what systematic thinking, industrial capacity, and comprehensive training can achieve. It demonstrates that victory in modern warfare depends less on individual heroism than on effective systems that allow average soldiers to achieve extraordinary results. The German soldiers who faced American artillery learned this lesson at terrible cost. Their experiences, preserved in diaries, letters, and post-war interviews, provide invaluable insight into the transformation of warfare in the industrial age. They faced not just an army, but an industrial system optimized for destruction. They fought not just soldiers, but a comprehensive military organization that had systematized every aspect of combat. They confronted not just weapons, but a philosophy of warfare that emphasized overwhelming firepower delivered with precision and speed. They lost. The American artillery system that defeated them represented the future of warfare, a future where technology, organization, and industrial might would matter more than traditional military virtues. The Germans had entered World War II as the world's most feared military power. They had revolutionized warfare with blitzkrieg tactics, combined armor and air power in unprecedented ways, and conquered most of Europe within 2 years. But they had failed to understand that warfare was evolving beyond tactics and operational art. The Americans understood that modern war was fundamentally an industrial and organizational challenge. Victory would belong to nations that could produce more, coordinate better, and sustain longer. American artillery embodied this understanding perfectly. It was the ultimate expression of industrial-age warfare, systematic, scalable, and utterly devastating. For the German soldiers who faced it and survived, the experience was humbling. They had believed in German superiority. They had trusted in German weapons, German training, German tactical skill. They had assumed that courage and professionalism would overcome material disadvantages. American artillery taught them otherwise. The shells that fell without warning, the impossibility of effective defense, the constant fear of instant death from an enemy you couldn't see or fight. These experiences broke something fundamental in the German military psyche. They realized they weren't fighting fellow soldiers in a contest of skill and will. They were fighting an industrial process optimized for their destruction. And against such a process, there was no answer except surrender or death. This realization, that modern warfare had become industrialized slaughter rather than military contest, marked the end of traditional warfare and the beginning of something new. Something that German military tradition, with its emphasis on individual excellence and tactical virtuosity, was unprepared to face. The American artillery system proved that the future belonged not to the most skilled warriors, but to the most efficient organizations, not to the bravest soldiers, but to the most systematic militaries, not to superior tactics, but to superior logistics and industrial production. This was the lesson written in the craters that pockmarked Europe from Normandy to the Elbe. This was the truth that German soldiers learned too late to matter. American artillery didn't just defeat the Wehrmacht. It demonstrated that warfare itself had fundamentally changed, and that nations clinging to traditional military virtues would be crushed by nations that embraced industrial-age methods. The German soldiers who survived carried this knowledge for the rest of their lives. Some accepted it with professional admiration for what the Americans had achieved. Others rejected it with bitterness at losing to what they saw as mere material superiority rather than true military skill. But all understood, whether they admitted it or not, that they had witnessed the future of warfare. And in that future, there was no place for armies that couldn't match American levels of organization, production, and systematic excellence. The thunder of American artillery that echoed across Europe from 1944 to 1945 was the sound of military history turning a corner. It was the sound of traditional warfare dying and industrial warfare being born. And for the German soldiers who heard that thunder and survived, it was a sound they would never forget. Dawn broke over Cape Gloucester Airfield on December 26, 1943. Captain Shogo Takeuchi, just 25 years old, faced a problem that no amount of skill could solve. His Kawasaki Ki-61, construction number 263, simply wouldn't start. For 8 months, this aircraft had been his constant companion. White bands around the fuselage identified him as Second Chutai Commander. An eagle painted near the cockpit served as his personal emblem. Red stars on the wing gun ports marked successful kills. Together, they had survived countless missions over New Guinea's hostile skies. Now at 0615 hours, the Kawasaki Ha-40 engine refused to come to life. Takeuchi had accumulated 19 confirmed victories. He'd been flying Ki-61s since April, when his unit, the 68th Sentai, became the first Imperial Japanese Army Air Force squadron to operate this new fighter. They'd previously flown the nimble Nakajima Ki-27. The transition hadn't been easy. The Ki-61 was heavier, less agile, but it offered advantages in speed and firepower. The 68th Sentai deployed to Wewak, New Guinea, in June. Since then, they've been constantly on the move, operating from various forward bases as the campaign intensified. Cape Gloucester Airfield, situated on New Britain's northwestern tip, about 230 miles west of Rabaul, served as their current home. It was a forward position, exposed and vulnerable. By late December, that vulnerability had become critical. American forces were assembling for an amphibious assault. Intelligence reports spoke of Marine divisions preparing to invade Cape Gloucester. Japanese command issued urgent orders. Withdraw all operational aircraft to Rabaul immediately. Takeuchi's Ki-61 didn't qualify as operational. The Ha-40 engine had been deteriorating for weeks. Oil consumption had increased noticeably. Cylinder head temperatures ran dangerously high, even during idle. The previous day, during a routine patrol, the engine developed a rough running condition at altitude. Takeuchi landed safely and reported the malfunction. The ground crew worked through the night. They methodically checked spark plugs, adjusted valve clearances, tested the magnetos. Everything appeared normal on inspection. Yet when they attempted to start the engine at first light, nothing happened. The starter motor engaged. The propeller rotated. Compression seemed adequate, but combustion never initiated. Either the ignition system had completely failed, or fuel wasn't reaching the cylinders. Without proper diagnostic equipment and replacement parts, both in desperately short supply, the mechanics couldn't repair it under field conditions. At 0640 hours, Takeuchi made his decision. He would fly a different aircraft back to Rabaul. His personal Ki-61, manufacturer number 263, would have to be left behind. The ground crew would try to hide it near the runway, preserving the possibility of later recovery. Everyone understood the reality. When the Americans landed, they would almost certainly capture the aircraft. At 0700 hours, Takeuchi climbed into another Ki-61 and took off for Rabaul. Behind him, mechanics pushed manufacturer number 263 off the runway. They concealed it in a palm grove at the airfield's edge, covering it with cut vegetation. Then they evacuated with the remaining ground personnel. The aircraft remained hidden for 4 days. On December 30th, Marines from the 1st Marine Division stormed Cape Gloucester Airfield as part of Operation Backhander's opening phase. That afternoon, a patrol discovered the camouflaged Ki-61. The aircraft was intact. Beneath the vegetation, the fuselage bands were still visible. The eagle marking identified it as a commander's mount. Intelligence Section Marines examined it immediately. This Ki-61 was unlike any Japanese fighter previously captured by American forces. Most captured aircraft showed extensive combat damage. This one had none. The engine remained complete. Instruments were intact. The armament was still installed, two 12.7mm Ho. 103 machine guns in the forward fuselage, two 7.7mm Type 89 machine guns in the wings. The aircraft was a Type 61 to 1Co, the earliest production variant, built at Kawasaki's Kagamigahara factory in April 1943. Construction number 263. Unit serial number 163. Marines reported the discovery to the Technical Air Intelligence Unit. TAU officers arrived at Cape Gloucester on January 2, 1944. They documented every detail methodically. Measurements were recorded. Photographs captured every angle. The engine underwent examination. Flight controls were tested. The fuel system was traced. The electrical system was mapped. Everything was documented. This represented the first intact Ki-61 captured by Allied forces. For 18 months, American pilots had been encountering this aircraft in combat over New Guinea. Intelligence reports designated it the Tony. Early combat reports suggested it might be a German Messerschmitt Bf 109 or Italian Macchi C.202 operating in Japanese markings. The actual identity had remained uncertain until now. Technical examination revealed the truth. The Ki 61 was entirely Japanese in design. The engine was a license-built Kawasaki Ha-40, derived from the German Daimler-Benz DB601, but the airframe represented original Kawasaki engineering. The fuselage featured a semi-triangular cross-section, narrow and deep. The wings were relatively small for a fighter of this weight, resulting in high wing loading. The landing gear was conventional, with fixed slots in the wing leading edges. The cooling system employed wing-mounted radiators, unusual for Japanese fighters, which typically used radial engines. This discovery answered questions that had troubled American intelligence since the Ki 61 first appeared. Pilots reported that the Tony could dive faster than any other Japanese fighter. It maintained high speeds in level flight. It could absorb more battle damage than the lighter Zero. But it couldn't turn as tightly as other Japanese types. The airframe explained why. High wing loading meant higher stall speeds and larger turning radii. The liquid-cooled engine was heavier than comparable radial engines, shifting the center of gravity forward. These factors combined to produce an aircraft optimized for speed and firepower rather than maneuverability. The story of this aircraft and the men who flew it was just beginning. The captured Ki 61 arrived at Eagle Farm Airfield near Brisbane, Australia, in March 1944. TIU technicians immediately set to work making the engine operational. The original problem that had grounded the aircraft at Cape Gloucester turned out to be surprisingly simple: a failed magneto. Once replaced, the Ha-40 engine started normally. The aircraft underwent extensive flight testing. American test pilots evaluated its performance against captured examples of other Japanese fighters. The results confirmed what combat reports had suggested. The Ki 61 proved faster than the Zero in level flight and dives. It had better acceleration. The armament was heavier and more effective. But in sustained turning engagements, the Zero could outturn it easily. American pilots reported that the Ki 61 required careful energy management. It excelled in slashing attacks from altitude. It could extend away from pursuing fighters using its speed advantage. But once drawn into a low-speed turning fight, it became vulnerable. These characteristics precisely matched combat reports from New Guinea. The intelligence value of manufacturer number 263 exceeded the technical data it provided. The aircraft represented a snapshot of Japanese fighter capability in late 1943. The airframe's condition revealed maintenance practices and supply constraints. The engine showed signs of wear, suggesting quality control issues in production. The markings indicated unit organization and command structures. Every detail contributed to the larger intelligence picture. In May 1944, the Ki 61 was stripped of its Japanese markings and repainted in American insignia. It received test serial number XJ00003. Further flight testing was conducted to evaluate tactics for American fighters engaging Tonys in combat. The data collected influenced training programs and tactical doctrines across the Pacific Theater. In June 1944, TIU received orders to return to the United States. The captured Ki 61 was disassembled and shipped to Naval Air Station Anacostia near Washington, D.C. There it was reassembled and underwent additional testing. In December 1944, the aircraft was repainted in pseudo-Japanese markings and evaluated against American naval fighters. Test pilots flew it against the F-6F Hellcat, F-4U Corsair, and other types to establish comparative performance data. The tests revealed that American naval fighters held significant advantages in most combat scenarios. The F-6F could outturn the Ki 61 and had superior high-altitude performance. The F-4U was faster at all altitudes and could outclimb the Tony. Both American types had better acceleration and more effective armament. The testing program at Anacostia continued through early 1945. Then, on July 2, 1945, manufacturer number 263 crashed at Yadkinville, North Carolina, during a test flight. The cause was engine failure. Metal particles were found in the oil system, indicating bearing deterioration, the same problem that had plagued the Ha-40 engine throughout its service life. The aircraft that Captain Shogo Takeuchi had abandoned at Cape Gloucester 18 months earlier was destroyed. The wreckage was written off. But the intelligence gathered from that single aircraft had already served its purpose. The data collected from manufacturer number 263 contributed significantly to American understanding of Japanese fighter design and capability during a critical phase of the Pacific War. Captain Takeuchi never learned the fate of his personal aircraft. He flew back to Rabaul on December 26th and continued flying combat missions. But his time was running out. On December 21, 1943, 5 days before abandoning his Ki 61 at Cape Gloucester, Takeuchi took off from Borum Airfield near Wewak on an escort mission. His unit was assigned to protect Ki 48 light bombers attacking American positions at Araw. The mission encountered heavy fighter opposition. American P-38 Lightnings intercepted the formation. In the engagement that followed, Takeuchi's Ki 61 was hit multiple times. The aircraft caught fire. Takeuchi did not bail out. His aircraft crashed into the jungle near Hansa Bay. He was 25 years old. 19 confirmed victories. One of the top Ki 61 pilots in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. His body was never recovered. The 68th Sentai continued operations in New Guinea through early 1944. They fought a losing battle against overwhelming American air superiority. Engine failures, lack of spare parts, inadequate maintenance facilities, and constant combat attrition steadily reduced their strength. By March 1944, the unit had been effectively destroyed. Survivors were reassigned to other units or relegated to ground combat roles, as the Japanese position in New Guinea collapsed completely. Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui was the other pilot from the 68th Sentai who achieved significant success flying the Ki 61. He and Takeuchi were considered the top two Tony pilots in the unit. Both men began their combat careers flying the nimble Ki 27. Both struggled initially with the heavier, less maneuverable Ki 61. But both learned to exploit the Tony strengths in speed and firepower. Tarui survived longer than Takeuchi. He continued flying Ki 61s after the 68th Sentai was withdrawn from New Guinea. He later flew in the Philippines campaign. His final victory total was recorded as 23 confirmed kills, making him one of the most successful Ki 61 pilots of the war. The combat record of the 68th Sentai illustrated both the potential and the problems of the Ki 61 in operational service. When properly maintained and flown by experienced pilots who understood its characteristics, the Tony was a formidable opponent. It could engage American fighters on relatively equal terms. But the aircraft required constant maintenance. The Ha-40 engine was temperamental and prone to failure. Spare parts were scarce. Properly trained mechanics were in short supply. These logistical constraints limited the Ki 61's effectiveness more than any tactical deficiency. By late 1943, when manufacturer number 263 was abandoned at Cape Gloucester, the tide of the Pacific War had turned decisively against Japan. American industrial production was overwhelming Japanese capacity to replace losses. Better aircraft were entering service on the American side. Japanese pilots were being killed faster than new pilots could be trained. The Ki 61, once considered modern and capable, was already being overtaken by events. But the aircraft still had one more role to play. As American B-29 Super Fortress bombers began attacking the Japanese home islands in late 1944, the Ki 61 proved to be one of the few Japanese fighters capable of intercepting them at high altitude. The 244th Sentai was formed specifically for the defense of Tokyo. Established in April 1942 and stationed at Chofu Air Base just west of the capital, the unit's mission was to intercept enemy bombers threatening the city. Initially equipped with obsolescent Ki 27 fighters, the unit received Ki 61s in early 1944. By October, The 244th Sentai had approximately 40 Ki-61s and had spent months training specifically to counter B-29 raids. The B-29 was unlike anything Japanese fighters had encountered. It flew at altitudes above 30,000 feet. It was heavily armed with remote-controlled gun turrets. It could absorb tremendous battle damage and continue flying. Conventional fighter attacks often proved ineffective. The Ki-61 was one of the few Japanese fighters that could reach B-29 operating altitude with sufficient performance margin to conduct attacks. But even at extreme altitude, downing a B-29 required exceptional skill and often suicidal courage. On November 7, 1944, the commanding officer of the 10th Air Division issued a directive that changed the nature of air combat over Japan. He authorized the formation of specialized ramming attack units. Pilots would deliberately collide their fighters with B-29s to destroy both aircraft. The attacks were not strictly kamikaze missions. Pilots were expected to collide with the bomber's tail or wingtip, shearing off control surfaces, then bail out before their own aircraft disintegrated. Many pilots survived these attacks. Some conducted multiple ramming attacks during their combat careers. But the casualty rate was extremely high. The 244th Sentai formed a special ramming attack flight called the Hagakure-tai. The unit was composed of volunteers from the Sentai's 3 squadrons. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya was selected to lead the ramming flight. Shinomiya was 24 years old, an experienced pilot with multiple combat missions. He understood the mission would likely be fatal. He accepted the assignment without hesitation. On December 3, 1944, a formation of B-29s approached Tokyo. The 244th Sentai scrambled every available fighter. Shinomiya led the Hagakure-tai toward the bomber stream at maximum climb rate. The Ki-61s had been stripped of fuselage armament and armor plate to reduce weight and improve high-altitude performance. They carried minimal fuel and no ammunition beyond the wing guns. Everything was sacrificed for altitude capability. At 32,000 feet, Shinomiya positioned his Ki-61 above and behind a B-29 designated long distance from the 498th Bombardment Group. He dove toward the bomber, aiming for the vertical stabilizer. At the last moment, he rolled slightly to impact the tail with his left wing. The collision tore the vertical stabilizer completely off the B-29. The bomber immediately entered an uncontrollable spin. Shinomiya's Ki-61 lost most of its left outer wing panel. The aircraft rolled violently. Shinomiya fought to maintain control long enough to slow the aircraft and reduce altitude. At 12,000 feet, he managed to bring the crippled fighter to a near-level attitude. He jettisoned the canopy and bailed out. His parachute opened successfully. He landed in a rice paddy near Chofu Air Base. Rescue crews retrieved him within an hour. He suffered minor injuries from the bailout, but was otherwise unharmed. 2 other pilots from the Hagakure-tai also conducted ramming attacks that day. Sergeant Masao Itaki collided with a different B-29, but his aircraft was too badly damaged to control. He bailed out successfully. Sergeant Atsumi Nakano rammed a 3rd bomber and managed to crash-land his stripped Ki-61 in a field. All 3 pilots survived. The ramming attacks of December 3, 1944 were celebrated throughout Japan. The damaged Ki-61s were displayed publicly in Tokyo. Shinomiya's aircraft, missing most of its left wing, was exhibited inside the Matsuya department store. Nakano's crash fighter was displayed outside. A life-size cutaway drawing of a B-29 fuselage was placed beside them to illustrate the target the pilots had attacked. The 3 pilots became the first recipients of the Bikosho, an award established on December 7, 1944, by Emperor Hirohito to recognize exceptional valor in combat. The award was roughly equivalent to the American Medal of Honor or the British Victoria Cross. Of the 89 known recipients of the Bikosho during World War II, most were pilots who fought against B-29s. The success of the December 3rd ramming attacks encouraged the 244th Sentai to continue the tactic. Throughout December 1944 and into early 1945, the unit conducted dozens of ramming attacks against B-29 formations. The Sentai claimed 73 B-29s destroyed by all methods and 92 damaged. These claims were certainly inflated, as were most air combat claims by all sides during World War II, but even accounting for overclaiming, the 244th Sentai inflicted significant losses on American bomber formations. On August 10, 1943, Captain Gerald Johnson was promoted and given command of a flight in the 61st Fighter Squadron. Johnson was an experienced pilot with several kills to his credit already. He was exactly the kind of aggressive, thinking pilot that Zemke wanted leading formations. Over the next few weeks, Gerald Johnson and other flight leaders started demonstrating what the P-47 could do when flown aggressively. They stayed in fights longer. They used the Thunderbolt's power to reverse situations that should have been hopeless. They climbed when they should have dived. They turned when doctrine said to run. And they started getting kills at a higher rate. By September, the 56th Fighter Group's kill ratio was improving noticeably. The group was learning. Pilots were surviving longer. Experience was accumulating. New tactics were being developed through trial and error in actual combat. On October 4, 1943, the 56th flew its first mission to Frankfurt, Germany. The longest escort mission yet attempted by Thunderbolts. It required careful fuel management and pushed the P-47 to the edge of its combat radius. But the mission succeeded. The bombers hit their targets. The fighters engaged German interceptors. The group came home with multiple kills and acceptable losses. It was proof that the P-47 could do the job it was designed for. Then, on October 8, 1943, Robert Johnson scored his fifth confirmed kill. The victim was Major Hans Philipp, commander of Jägerschwader 1. Philipp had 206 aerial victories, most achieved on the Eastern Front against Soviet aircraft. He was one of Germany's top aces. Johnson's flight encountered Philipp's formation near Noordhoorn in the Netherlands. The Germans were attacking B-17 bombers near Bremen. Johnson dove on the German formation from altitude. He selected a Focke-Wulf and opened fire. The German fighter exploded. Philipp may have been in that explosion, or he may have been hit by defensive fire from the bombers or by other P-47s in the fight. The exact sequence isn't completely clear from records. What is clear is that Philipp bailed out at extremely low altitude, around 150 feet, and his parachute failed to fully deploy. He died on impact. Johnson didn't learn until 50 years later that the German pilot he'd killed that day was one of the Luftwaffe's top aces. At the time, it was just another combat mission, another target destroyed, another day of survival. But the symbolism was significant. An experienced German ace flying a supposedly superior turning fighter shot down by an American pilot in a heavy Thunderbolt. It demonstrated that pilot skill and tactics mattered more than raw aircraft performance. By late 1943, something fundamental had shifted in the air war over Europe. American pilots were learning faster than German pilots could adapt. The P-47's weaknesses were being minimized through better tactics. Its strengths were being exploited more effectively. The German perspective on this shift is revealing. Luftwaffe combat reports from October and November 1943 show increasing frustration. German pilots noted that American Thunderbolt pilots were fighting differently than they had in spring and summer. They were staying in engagements longer. They were using vertical maneuvers more effectively. They were harder to shake off once they committed to an attack. Part of the German problem was strategic. By late 1943, the Luftwaffe was being ground down through attrition. They were losing experienced pilots faster than training could replace them. The pilots being shot down were veterans with hundreds of hours of combat experience. The pilots replacing them were often fresh from training with minimal experience. That experience gap showed in combat effectiveness. The Americans had the opposite problem resolved. Their training pipeline in the United States was producing large numbers of adequately trained pilots. These pilots arrived in England were integrated into experienced squadrons and learned from veterans before being thrown into the hardest missions. The 56th and other successful groups had developed mentoring systems where new pilots flew as wingmen to experienced flight leaders until they learned the ropes. Additionally, American logistics were superior. When a P-47 was damaged, spare parts were available to repair it. When an engine needed replacement, new engines arrived from the United States within weeks. When a pilot was shot down over friendly territory, he could be returned to his unit within days. The Germans had none of these advantages. By late 1943, the Thunderbolt still couldn't turn with a Focke-Wulf 190 or Messerschmitt 109 in a level turning fight at low altitude. That hadn't changed. The physics of wing loading and power-to-weight ratio hadn't changed. What changed was that American pilots stopped fighting that fight. They refused to fight on German terms. They used altitude. They used dive speed. They used the Thunderbolt's incredible structural strength to pull high-G maneuvers that would tear a German fighter apart. They used the reliable Pratt and Whitney engine to climb back to altitude after every engagement. They used teamwork, wingmen covering each other, making it harder for German pilots to isolate and kill individual Americans. Most importantly, they learned that the P-47 could take damage and keep fighting. That created a psychological advantage. American pilots knew they could absorb hits and still make it home. Robert Johnson had proven that on June 26th. Other pilots had similar experiences, getting shot up but making it home because the Thunderbolt was tough enough to survive. That confidence translated into more aggressive tactics. Pilots were willing to press attacks, willing to stay in fights longer because they trusted their aircraft to survive. German pilots, conversely, were seeing their supposedly superior fighters being shot down by the brutish American Thunderbolts. The psychological impact was real. Confidence eroded. Caution increased. And caution in fighter combat often leads to defeat. The breakthrough wasn't a technological advance. The P-47 that dominated the skies in late 1943 was mechanically identical to the P-47 that struggled in April. Same engine, same guns, same airframe. What changed was understanding. American pilots figured out how to fight with the airplane they had. Rather than wishing for a different airplane, they accepted the Thunderbolt's limitations and exploited its strengths. They developed tactics that turned a questioned fighter into a legendary war machine. The 56th Fighter Group became the proof of concept. Flying only P-47s throughout the entire war, the group became the highest-scoring fighter group in the 8th Air Force. The official Air Force Historical Research Agency credits the 56th with 664.5 confirmed aerial victories. Some sources cite higher numbers when including aircraft destroyed on the ground, but the aerial victory total alone is remarkable. 17 pilots from the 56th became aces. 3 became double aces. Colonel Francis Gabreski scored 28 kills flying Thunderbolts. Robert Johnson scored 27. Major David Schilling scored 22.5. All achieved in the supposedly inferior P-47. The aircraft that pilots had initially called the Jug, sometimes as a derogatory nickname comparing it to a milk jug, became a source of pride. Thunderbolt pilots loved their aircraft. They trusted it. They knew it would bring them home even when shot full of holes. Johnson's survival on June 26th was proof of that. The numbers support the pilots' faith in their aircraft. Of the 15,683 P-47s built during the war, 5,222 were lost to all causes, including combat and accidents. That includes 1,723 losses to non-combat accidents, actually a lower accident rate than many other fighter types. The combat loss rate per mission was 0.7%, among the lowest of any American fighter in any theater. The P-47's aerial kill-to-loss ratio was 4.6 to 1, better than the more famous P-51 Mustang in many calculations, better than the P-38 Lightning. By the numbers, the Thunderbolt was arguably the most successful American fighter aircraft of World War II. But it never received the fame of the Mustang. The P-51 was sleek and beautiful. It looked fast standing still. It had elegant lines and a liquid-cooled engine that appealed to aesthetics. The P-47 looked like a flying milk jug. It was big and brutish and not particularly elegant. The massive radial engine gave it a blunt nose. The thick wings and heavy fuselage made it look slow even when it was fast. The public loved the Mustang. Historians wrote about the Mustang. After the war, when people thought about American fighters in Europe, they thought about P-51s escorting bombers to Berlin. The Thunderbolt pilots didn't care about fame. They knew what their aircraft had done. They knew it had kept them alive when nothing else could have. That mattered more than public perception or historical recognition. Robert Johnson survived the war. He flew 91 combat missions between April 1943 and May 1944. He scored 27 confirmed aerial victories. He returned to the United States in June 1944. He was promoted to major, then lieutenant colonel. He received the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second highest award for valor. He received the Silver Star, the Distinguished Flying Cross Air Medals, and a Purple Heart for his wounds on June 26th. He went back to Oklahoma, married his high school sweetheart, Barbara, had 4 children, worked as a flight instructor for 2 years after the war, then left aviation entirely, spent the rest of his career in the insurance business. He lived quietly. He didn't seek publicity. He didn't spend his life talking about the war. But he never forgot June 26, 1943, the day his P-47 Thunderbolt took 21 cannon hits and more than 200 machine gun strikes and kept flying. The day he should have died but didn't. For years, Johnson believed the German pilot who shot him was Lieutenant Colonel Egon Meyer, one of the Luftwaffe's top aces. The story became part of the legend. Some accounts even claimed Johnson contacted Meyer's family after the war to express respect for their father's skill and honor. But modern historical research suggests the Egon Meyer attribution is probably incorrect. German combat records show no victory claim filed by Meyer on June 26th. His unit was based in a different location. He was actually between commands that day, having just relinquished control of one group and not yet officially assuming command of another. The attack on Johnson was carried out by 2/JG-26, not Meyer's unit. The truth is that the identity of the German pilot who shot Johnson remains unknown. Aviation historians have searched German archives and found no definitive answer. The pilot who showed Johnson such professional respect, who rocked his wings in salute before departing, remains anonymous. What matters is not the German pilot's name, but what the incident demonstrated. The P-47 Thunderbolt could survive damage that would destroy any other fighter. That wasn't marketing. That wasn't propaganda. That was proven fact, documented in photographs of Johnson's battered aircraft and confirmed by Johnson's own survival. Egon Meyer did achieve remarkable success as a fighter pilot. He scored 102 aerial victories, the first Luftwaffe pilot to achieve 100 kills entirely on the Western Front fighting against American and British aircraft. He was killed in action on March 2, 1944, shot down near Montmedy, France, possibly by Lieutenant Walter Gresham of the 358th Fighter Squadron flying AP-47 Thunderbolt. Meyer was 26 years old. Lieutenant Colonel Hubert Zemke, who commanded the 56th Fighter Group and developed many of the tactics that made the Thunderbolt effective, survived the war. He flew 166 combat missions. He scored 17.75 confirmed aerial victories. He was shot down on October 30th, 1944, not by enemy fire, but by weather. Zemke flew into a severe thunderstorm and his aircraft broke apart. He bailed out and became a prisoner of war. He spent the final months of the war at Stalag Luftei. After the war, Zemke stayed in the Air Force. He flew jets in Korea. He commanded fighter wings. He retired as a colonel in 1966. He spent his retirement years speaking at military history events, writing articles, giving interviews. He always made sure people understood the truth about the P-47 Thunderbolt. Zemke emphasized the same point in every speech and interview. The P-47 wasn't underrated because people didn't know about it. It was underrated because people didn't understand what made it special. They looked at the Thunderbolt and saw a big, heavy, ungainly fighter that couldn't dogfight with German aircraft. What they missed was that the P-47 didn't need to dogfight. It was designed to dominate through power, not agility. It could climb higher than anything Germany produced. It could dive faster. It could hit harder with 8.50 caliber machine guns. It could absorb battle damage that would destroy any other fighter. And it could do all of that while carrying up to 2,500 pounds of bombs for ground attack missions. The P-47 Thunderbolt was the ultimate power fighter. It redefined what a fighter aircraft could be. It proved that raw power and structural strength could overcome limitations in maneuverability. It changed air combat doctrine for a generation. Jets would eventually make the debate moot. But in the propeller era, the Thunderbolt demonstrated that there was more than one way to dominate the sky. The Thunderbolt's success wasn't limited to air-to-air combat. By mid-1944, as P-51 Mustangs took over most long-range bomber escort duties due to their superior range, P-47s transitioned increasingly to ground attack missions. And in that role, the Thunderbolt was absolutely devastating. The same attributes that made the P-47 survivable in air combat made it ideal for ground attack. The air-cooled radial engine could take multiple hits and keep running. There was no vulnerable liquid cooling system to rupture. The rugged airframe could absorb ground fire that would destroy lighter aircraft. The 8.50 caliber machine guns were devastating against soft targets like trucks, trains, and troops. And the Thunderbolt could carry up to 2,500 pounds of bombs or 10 5-inch high-velocity aerial rockets under its wings. From D-Day on June 6, 1944 through the end of the war in Europe on May 8, 1945, P-47 Thunderbolts flew ground attack missions across France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany. They destroyed thousands of German vehicles, hundreds of locomotives, countless trucks and staff cars. They attacked German troops in the open, German fortifications, German supply dumps, German airfields. The statistics are staggering. In the 11 months from D-Day to VE Day, P-47s destroyed or damaged 9,000 German locomotives, 86,000 railroad cars, 68,000 trucks, over 6,000 armored vehicles, and thousands of other targets. These weren't just claims. These were confirmed destructions verified by gun camera footage and reconnaissance photographs. The impact on German logistics was crippling. The German army depended on rail transport to move supplies and reinforcements. P-47 attacks on the rail network made daytime rail transport suicidal. The Germans had to move trains at night, which drastically reduced their logistical capacity. Truck convoys couldn't move during the day without being attacked. German units at the front were often short of ammunition, fuel, and food because P-47s had destroyed the supply columns trying to reach them. German soldiers on the ground feared the Thunderbolt more than almost any other weapon. They called them JBOs, short for Jag bombers, fighter bombers. When JBOs appeared, German troops dove for cover. The 8.50 calibers could shred a truck or a column of infantry in seconds. The bombs and rockets could destroy bunkers and fortified positions. And there was no effective defense except hiding until the attack was over. The cost was high. Ground attack was the most dangerous mission in the air war. Flying low and slow to attack ground targets exposed aircraft to intense anti-aircraft fire. Many Thunderbolt pilots were shot down by German flak while strafing trains or truck convoys. But the Thunderbolt's ruggedness helped. Pilots brought home aircraft with dozens of flak holes, with cylinders shot off engines, with control surfaces partially destroyed. Other fighters wouldn't have made it. The Thunderbolt could. The ground attack mission became the Thunderbolt's defining role in the final year of the war. While Mustangs escorted bombers to Berlin, Thunderbolts ranged across occupied Europe, destroying everything German that moved. It wasn't as glamorous as air combat against enemy fighters. It didn't produce aces, but it won the war. Germany couldn't fight effectively when their logistics were being destroyed faster than they could rebuild. In 1998, Robert Johnson died at age 78. He was buried in River Hill Cemetery, now part of Lake Wylie in South Carolina. His obituary mentioned his service as a fighter pilot in World War II. It mentioned his 27 kills. It mentioned the Distinguished Service Cross. It did not mention June 26, 1943. It did not mention the 200 bullet holes. It did not mention that he'd proven the P-47 Thunderbolt could take punishment that would destroy any other aircraft and still fly home. At the National Museum of the United States Air Force in Dayton, Ohio, there's a P-47 Thunderbolt on display. It's a D model, serial number 45 to 49,167, nicknamed 5x5. It's painted to represent the aircraft flown by Colonel Joseph Laughlin, commander of the 362nd Fighter Group. The actual aircraft was built in 1945 at Republic's plant in Indiana and served primarily as a trainer. It was later transferred to the museum and restored by Republic Aviation for the 20th anniversary of the Thunderbolt's first flight. The placard next to the aircraft tells visitors it was one of the most produced American fighters of World War II. 15,683 were built. The aircraft had 8.50 caliber machine guns and could carry 2,500 pounds of bombs. P-47s destroyed more than 7,000 enemy aircraft during the war, more than half in air-to-air combat. What the placard doesn't fully convey is why the Thunderbolt succeeded. It wasn't because of superior design or advanced technology. German fighters were more advanced in many ways. The Focke-Wulf 190D and Messerschmitt 109G were arguably better aircraft on paper. The Thunderbolt succeeded because American pilots learned to fight with the airplane they had. They accepted its limitations. They exploited its strengths. They developed tactics that negated enemy advantages. They stayed aggressive. They stayed confident. They trusted their aircraft to bring them home. That's how innovation actually happens in war. Not through engineering breakthroughs or technological superiority, though those help, but through pilots and commanders who see what they have, understand its capabilities, and figure out how to use it better than the enemy expects. Through mechanics who kept the engines running and the guns firing. Through training that produced skilled pilots faster than the enemy could replace their losses. The P-47 Thunderbolt was never the most agile fighter. It was never the fastest fighter at low altitude. It was never the best-looking fighter. But it was one of the most effective American fighters of World War II. Not because it was perfect, but because the people who flew it and maintained it made it work. The men of the 56th Fighter Group proved that. Robert Johnson proved that on June 26, 1943, when he brought home an aircraft that had no business still flying. Hub Zemke proved that through 3 years of combat leadership that turned tactical theory into battlefield practice. Francis Gabreski proved that with 28 kills and the ability to push the Thunderbolt to its limits and survive. Hundreds of other pilots proved it every day by climbing into their Thunderbolts and flying into combat over hostile territory. They flew the Jug. They trusted the Jug. They came home in the Jug. And that's why the P-47 Thunderbolt, despite never achieving the fame of the Mustang, deserves to be remembered as one of the great fighter aircraft of World War II. Not the most famous, but perhaps the most faithful. It brought its pilots home. The P-47's legacy extended beyond World War II. After the war, many countries purchased surplus Thunderbolts. The aircraft served with air forces in Peru, Brazil, Chile, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, China, Iran, Turkey, Portugal, France, and Yugoslavia. Some remained in service into the 1950s and even early 1960s in South American air forces. The ruggedness and reliability that made it effective in World War II made it valuable for smaller nations that couldn't afford newer jet fighters. In the United States, the P-47's design influenced post-war aircraft development. Republic Aviation, the company that built the Thunderbolt, went on to design the F-84 Thunderjet, one of the first successful American jet fighters. The F-84 inherited the Thunderbolt's philosophy: big, rugged, heavily armed, emphasizing survivability and firepower over pure maneuverability. That design philosophy continued through the F-105 Thunderchief in the 1960s. The lesson of the Thunderbolt was that there's more than one way to design a successful fighter. You don't have to build the lightest, most maneuverable aircraft. You can build a big, powerful, tough aircraft and make it work through proper tactics and pilot training. That lesson has been relearned multiple times in aviation history. The F-4 Phantom in Vietnam, the F-15 Eagle, the A-10 Warthog, all followed the Thunderbolt's philosophy in different ways. The Thunderbolt also taught the importance of pilot training and tactical development. The aircraft that struggled in April 1943 was mechanically identical to the aircraft that dominated in December 1943. The difference was pilot skill and tactics. That lesson applies beyond aviation. The best equipment in the world is useless without people who know how to use it effectively. Training matters. Experience matters. Leadership matters. The 56 Fighter Group succeeded not just because they had good aircraft, but because they had leaders like Hub Zemke who fostered innovation and learning. The truth about Robert Johnson's encounter on June 26, 1943, is more complex than the legend suggests. For decades, aviation historians and enthusiasts believed that Egon Meyer was the German pilot who attacked Johnson. The story was romantic, two skilled pilots locked in mortal combat, mutual respect transcending the horrors of war. But the evidence doesn't support it. German records show Meyer was nowhere near the area where Johnson was attacked. No German pilot filed a victory claim matching Johnson's encounter. The identity of the pilot who rocked his wings in salute remains a mystery. What's not a mystery is what the encounter proved. The P-47 Thunderbolt could absorb punishment that would destroy any other aircraft. That fact changed how American pilots fought. It gave them confidence. It allowed them to press attacks longer. It saved lives. Johnson's survival wasn't just luck. It was engineering. The P-47 was designed from the beginning to be tough. Republic Aviation understood that fighters would get hit in combat. They built the Thunderbolt to survive. The engine was buried deep in the fuselage, surrounded by structure. The fuel tanks were self-sealing. The oil system had redundancy. The control cables were armored. The cockpit had heavy armor plate behind the pilot's seat. These features added weight. They made the P-47 heavier than German fighters. But they kept pilots alive. That was the trade-off. Maneuverability versus survivability. Republic chose survivability. American pilots benefited from that choice thousands of times during the war. The comparison between the P-47 and P-51 has fueled debates for 80 years. Which was better? The answer depends on the mission. For long-range escort, the P-51 Mustang was superior. Its laminar flow wing was more efficient. Its liquid-cooled engine was lighter. It could fly farther on less fuel. When the bomber offensive required escorts all the way to Berlin and back, the Mustang was the obvious choice. For everything else, the P-47 was arguably better. Air combat at medium altitude? The P-47's power advantage gave it vertical performance that the Mustang couldn't match. Ground attack? The P-47's ruggedness made it far more survivable against flak. Pilot confidence? The P-47's reputation for bringing pilots home was unmatched. The numbers support this. The 56th Fighter Group, flying only P-47s, achieved the highest score of any fighter group in the 8th Air Force. Groups that transitioned from P-47s to P-51s generally saw their kill ratios decline initially because pilots had to learn new tactics for a different aircraft. The P-51 was more efficient. The P-47 was more effective. There's a difference. But the P-51 looked better in photographs. It had sleek lines. It photographed like a sports car. The P-47 photographed like a truck. That aesthetic difference mattered after the war, when the public was forming opinions about which aircraft won the war. The elegant Mustang became the symbol of American air power. The brutish Thunderbolt was forgotten. Fighter pilots knew better. They knew which aircraft they trusted. They knew which aircraft brought them home when shot full of holes. But public perception isn't shaped by statistics or combat effectiveness. It's shaped by stories and images and aesthetic appeal. The P-51 won the popularity contest. The P-47 won the war. The last P-47 combat mission in American service was flown in 1955 during the Korean War. By then, the Thunderbolt was obsolete. Jets had taken over. But a handful of P-47s remained in service with Air National Guard units for several years after World War II ended. The last airworthy P-47s today are treasured warbuds, maintained by museums and private collectors. They appear at airshows across America and Europe. When a P-47 takes off, the sound is unmistakable, the deep, powerful roar of the R-2800 double Wasp engine. It sounds like power. It sounds like survival. It sounds like victory. For the men who flew them in combat, that sound meant coming home alive. Robert Johnson heard that sound 91 times. 91 missions. 27 kills. 1 Distinguished Service Cross. 1 aircraft that took more than 200 hits and kept flying. He never forgot. He wrote about it in his memoir, published decades after the war. He spoke about it in interviews. He made sure people understood what the P-47 Thunderbolt had done. Not for glory, not for recognition, but so the truth wouldn't be lost. The P-47 Thunderbolt kept him alive. It kept thousands of pilots alive. It destroyed thousands of enemy aircraft and vehicles. It helped win World War II. That's the truth. That's what matters. That's what deserves to be remembered. The story of the P-47 Thunderbolt teaches lessons that extend far beyond World War II aviation history. First, don't judge capability by appearance alone. The Thunderbolt looked ungainly. It looked slow. It looked like it couldn't possibly compete with sleek German fighters. Appearances were deceiving. The Thunderbolt was fast at altitude. It could dive faster than anything else in the sky. It could absorb damage that would destroy more elegant aircraft. Form doesn't always follow function. Sometimes function requires unusual form. The massive radial engine wasn't elegant, but it was reliable and powerful. The thick wings weren't beautiful, but they could carry heavy loads and survive battle damage. The heavy fuselage wasn't streamlined, but it protected the pilot and vital systems. Second, tactics matter more than raw performance. The P-47 couldn't outturn German fighters. That was a physical limitation that couldn't be overcome. But American pilots developed tactics that made that limitation irrelevant. They fought vertically instead of horizontally. They used power instead of agility. They turned a disadvantage into an advantage through creative thinking. Every weapon system has weaknesses. Success comes from developing tactics that minimize those weaknesses while exploiting strengths. The P-47 proved this principle definitively. Third, survivability is a combat multiplier. A pilot who believes his aircraft can bring him home will fight more aggressively. A pilot worried about his aircraft falling apart will be cautious. Caution in fighter combat often leads to defeat. The P-47's legendary toughness gave American pilots confidence. That confidence translated into aggressive tactics. Those aggressive tactics led to victories. The psychological impact of knowing your aircraft can survive hits is impossible to quantify, but absolutely real. Fourth, experience accumulates. Early P-47 operations were costly. Pilots died learning how to fight effectively. But the survivors learned. They taught new pilots. Knowledge accumulated. Tactics improved. The learning curve was steep, but the Americans climbed it faster than the Germans could adapt. Organizations that foster learning, that encourage pilots to share lessons, that reward innovation, that treat failures as opportunities to improve, will outperform organizations with superior equipment but inferior learning culture. Hub Zemke understood this. He created an environment where pilots could experiment, share lessons, and develop better tactics. That cultural difference was more valuable than any technical advantage. Fifth, Logistics win wars. The P-47 could be maintained in the field. Spare parts were available. Damaged aircraft could be repaired. Shot-down pilots could be returned to their units. The American logistics system kept Thunderbolts flying even under intense operational tempo. The Germans had superior fighters in many respects, but their logistics were collapsing. They couldn't replace losses. They couldn't maintain aircraft properly. They couldn't train replacement pilots adequately. The side with better logistics usually wins, regardless of weapon performance. The men who flew the P-47 Thunderbolt in combat are nearly all gone now. Robert Johnson died in 1998. Hub Zemke died in 1994. Francis Gabreski died in 2002. David Schilling died in 1956 in a car accident. The last combat pilots from World War II are in their late 90s or beyond. Within a few years, there will be no one left who flew a P-47 in combat. No one who experienced the gut-wrenching fear of being attacked by German fighters. No one who felt the Thunderbolt absorb hits and keep flying. No one who brought home an aircraft full of holes and lived to tell about it. Their stories remain. Their lessons endure. Their aircraft sits in museums, preserved for future generations. But something will be lost when the last pilot dies. The intangible knowledge, the feel of the controls, the sound of the engine, the smell of cordite and hydraulic fluid, the absolute certainty that comes from experience, the knowledge that the P-47 Thunderbolt was a fighter that could be trusted. That knowledge can't be fully captured in books or documentaries. It existed in the memories of men who flew into combat and survived because their aircraft was tough enough to bring them home. Robert Johnson knew. On June 26, 1943, trapped in a crippled fighter with a German pilot systematically shooting him to pieces, Johnson learned something that can't be taught in a classroom. He learned that the P-47 Thunderbolt would not quit. No matter how many hits it took, no matter how much damage it sustained, it would keep flying. It would bring him home. That knowledge kept him alive through 90 more combat missions. It allowed him to press attacks when caution would have been safer. It gave him confidence to stay in fights longer than doctrine recommended. And it brought him home to Barbara, to Oklahoma, to a long life that he never expected to have. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt deserves to be remembered alongside the Spitfire, the Mustang, and the Messerschmitt as one of the great fighters of World War II. Not because it was the fastest or the most maneuverable or the most elegant. Because it was faithful. It did its job. It protected bombers. It shot down enemy fighters. It destroyed enemy ground targets. It survived damage that would destroy any other aircraft. It brought its pilots home. The men who flew it didn't ask for fame. They didn't need recognition. They had something more valuable than either. They had trust. They trusted the Thunderbolt. And the Thunderbolt never betrayed that trust. On June 26, 1943, over occupied France, Robert Johnson's P-47 took 21 20mm cannon hits and more than 200 machine gun strikes. The aircraft should have disintegrated. It should have exploded. It should have fallen from the sky in pieces. Instead, it flew home. That's the story of the P-47 Thunderbolt. Not the most famous fighter of World War II. Not the most celebrated. Not the most beautiful. But perhaps the most faithful. It brought its pilots home. If you found this story compelling, please like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from World War II. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans the globe, from Texas to Tasmania, from veterans to history enthusiasts. You're part of something special here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping these stories alive. Darkness enveloped Vela Gulf on the night of August 6, 1943. Aboard the USS Dunlap, radar screens flickered with green phosphorescence as operators monitored the surrounding waters. At precisely 2,333 hours, four distinct contacts appeared on the SG radar display, 29,500 yards distant, bearing 312 degrees. Commander Frederick Moosbrugger, leading Task Group 31.2 from Dunlap's command bridge, had anticipated this moment. 17 minutes from now, 3 enemy warships would lie at the bottom of the Pacific, victims of a revolution in naval combat they never saw coming. The Japanese convoy consisted of 4 destroyers transporting 900 troops to reinforce Vila on Kalambangura Island. Captain Kaji Sugiura directed operations from the destroyer Hajikes, accompanied by Arashir and Kawakaze, both vessels packed with soldiers, plus Shigeru serving as escort without troops aboard. Sugiura had successfully navigated this exact passage through Vela Gulf on 3 prior occasions. During mission planning, Commander Hara of Shigeru had voiced concerns about route repetition, warning it invited catastrophe. Sugiura dismissed these objections. The Tokyo Express resupply missions had operated successfully for months, and Japanese commanders maintained confidence in their legendary night fighting prowess. Moosbrugger commanded 6 American destroyers organized into 2 divisions. Division A1 comprised Dunlap, Craven, and Maury, each carrying complete torpedo complements. Division A2 included Lang, Starrett, and Stack, vessels with reduced torpedo capacity but enhanced anti-aircraft armament. Every ship mounted SG surface search radar systems. This marked a historic moment. For the first time in the Pacific theater, American destroyers would engage independently, without cruiser support. The decision represented a fundamental transformation in naval strategy. American forces had suffered devastating losses in nearly every nocturnal surface engagement throughout the Solomons campaign from August 1942 through July 1943. The catastrophic defeat at Savo Island on August 9, 1942, exemplified these failures. 4 Allied cruisers went down in just 37 minutes. USS Storia lost 219 crewmen. USS Quincy counted 370 dead. USS Vincennes suffered 322 casualties. HMAS Canberra added 84 Australian sailors to the toll. Japanese forces achieved total surprise despite American vessels carrying SC air search radar. The radar returns proved confusing amid the surrounding landmasses. Guadalcanal, Savo Island, and Florida Island created a labyrinth of echoes on the scopes. SC radar operated at 1.5-meter wavelength, capable of detecting large vessels at 20,000 yards, yet resolution remained inadequate. Near islands, operators couldn't differentiate between ships and terrain. Everything appeared as indistinct blips on the display. Visual confirmation became mandatory before opening fire. By the time American lookouts spotted Japanese vessels, torpedoes were already streaking through the water. This pattern repeated through multiple battles. Cape Esperance in October 1942, first Guadalcanal in November 1942, Tassafaronga in November 1942, Kalambangura in July 1943. American ships possessed radar technology, but radar alone couldn't secure victories. The equipment existed. The tactical doctrine to exploit it effectively did not. The SG radar transformed everything. Developed in 1941 by MIT's Radiation Laboratory utilizing British cavity magnetron technology, the SG operated at 10-centimeter wavelength, microwave frequency. This shorter wavelength delivered dramatically superior resolution compared to SC radar. The SG could distinguish ships from islands. It presented contacts on a planned position indicator, a circular scope displaying range and bearing simultaneously. Operators could monitor multiple targets while their vessel maneuvered. USS Augusta received the first operational SG radar installation in April 1942. Production accelerated gradually. By August 1943, most American destroyers in the South Pacific had SG systems installed, though possessing radar and using it effectively remained separate challenges. American naval doctrine in early 1943 still prioritized cruiser-led formations for night engagements. Destroyers functioned as escorts while cruisers provided firepower. Visual targeting determined firing decisions. Radar offered warning, but the ultimate engagement decision required visual enemy confirmation. Japanese forces exploited this hesitation repeatedly. Their lookouts trained extensively for night operations, spotting ships at ranges where American lookouts saw nothing. Japanese torpedoes possessed twice the range of American weapons. The Type 93 Long Lance could reach 40,000 yards, while American Mark 15 torpedoes managed only 15,000 yards. Japanese forces could fire first, withdraw before American response, and escape into darkness. Commodore Arleigh Burke had analyzed these defeats and formulated new destroyer tactics. Burke commanded Destroyer Squadron 23, known as the Little Beavers. He emphasized aggressive radar employment for offensive operations. Use radar to detect enemies first, close to torpedo range undetected. Launch torpedoes silently. Use radar to guide attacks, and only open gunfire after torpedoes were running toward targets. Burke's concepts challenged conventional naval doctrine, and many senior officers resisted. They lacked sufficient confidence in radar to base attacks solely on electronic contacts. Yet Burke's results spoke for themselves. His destroyer squadron achieved multiple victories using radar-guided tactics. Rear Admiral Theodore Wilkinson, commanding amphibious forces in the South Pacific, recognized the effectiveness of Burke's approach. When intelligence revealed another Tokyo Express run scheduled for August 6 to Vila, Wilkinson assigned the intercept mission to a pure destroyer force, no cruisers involved. Moose Brugger would command the operation. Moose Brugger had served under Burke and thoroughly understood the innovative tactics. More significantly, Wilkinson granted Moose Brugger authority to disregard standard tactical recommendations. Wilkinson's staff advised Moose Brugger to avoid torpedo attacks and depend on long-range gunfire instead. Moose Brugger expressed confidence in his destroyer's ability to employ their primary weapon, torpedoes guided by radar. On the morning of August 6th, Moose Brugger's task group departed Purvis Bay near Guadalcanal. The 6 destroyers sailed independently. No cruisers, no battleships, just destroyers equipped with radar and torpedoes. Moose Brugger convened a conference with all 6 destroyer captains before departure, reviewing the battle plan thoroughly. Division A1 would locate enemies with radar and execute a silent torpedo attack. Division A2 would position to cross the Japanese line and deliver gunfire support after torpedo impacts. Radio silence except for essential tactical communications. No searchlights, no gun flashes until torpedoes were running. Use islands as background to screen American movements. Trust the radar. Lieutenant Commander Clifton Iverson commanded Dunlap. Lieutenant Commander Frank Gould commanded Sterrett. Both would later receive Navy Crosses for their actions that night. The planning conference emphasized that success depended on flawless radar operation and precise execution. Every ship needed to track identical targets and calculate matching firing solutions. The combat information centers aboard each destroyer would coordinate the attack. The CIC represented a relatively new concept, a dedicated space where radar operators, plotters, and communicators collaborated to process tactical information. Most destroyers in 1943 had CICs that were cramped afterthoughts, spaces carved from existing compartments during refits, but they functioned effectively. That evening, the task group entered Vela Gulf from Kula Gulf to the south. The night was dark, overcast skies, no moon, visibility under 1,000 yards. Perfect conditions for radar, terrible conditions for visual lookouts. Moose Brugger's force formed 2 columns 500 yards apart, Division A1 to port, Division A2 to starboard. At 2,300 hours, both divisions turned north and accelerated to 25 knots. The SG radars aboard all 6 ships swept continuously. Kolombangara Island displayed clearly on the scopes to the east, Vela La Vela Island to the west. The gulf between them appeared empty. At 23:33, Dunlap's SG radar detected 4 contacts bearing 312 degrees, range 29,500 yards, almost due north. Craven confirmed the contact seconds later, then Mori. The Japanese destroyers appeared exactly where intelligence predicted, for ships in column formation heading south at approximately 30 knots, closing range. Moose Brugger ordered Division A1 to prepare for torpedo attack. Division A2 began maneuvering to cross the Japanese formation. All ships maintained radio silence. The CICs tracked targets continuously. Range decreased, 27,000 yards, 25,000, 20,000. The Japanese showed no indication of detecting American ships. Their radar, if operational, wasn't detecting Moosbrugger's destroyers. Kolombangara Island's mountainous bulk might be screening the American formation, or Japanese radar was simply inferior to American SG systems. At 15,000 yards, Moosbrugger ordered his division to close to torpedo range. The three destroyers accelerated to 30 knots. The target solution updated continuously. Enemy speed 30 knots, course 180 degrees, range decreasing, 10,000 yards, 9,000, 8,000. At 23:41, range reached 7,500 yards. Moosbrugger ordered torpedo launch. Dunlap fired 8 Mark 15 torpedoes. Craven fired 8. Maury fired 8. 24 torpedoes entered the water in 63 seconds. All three destroyers immediately turned hard to starboard and increased to flank speed, using Kolombangara Island's dark coastline as a screen while withdrawing at maximum speed. The torpedoes ran toward the Japanese formation at 46 knots. Estimated time to impact, approximately 4 minutes. Division A2 had positioned to starboard of the Japanese formation. Lang, Starrett, and Stack held fire, waiting. The torpedo tracks remained invisible to everyone except the CIC plotters, who calculated impact times based on launch data. At 23:46, the torpedoes struck home. Multiple explosions erupted across the Japanese formation. Hajikes, Erasure, and Kawakaze were hit simultaneously. Fires erupted across all three destroyers, followed by secondary explosions as magazines detonated. Division A2 immediately opened fire, concentrating 5-inch guns from 3 destroyers on the burning Japanese ships. Muzzle flashes illuminated the Gulf. Now the Japanese could finally see their attackers, but the moment had passed. Kawakaze had taken a magazine hit. She rolled over and disappeared beneath the waves within minutes. Hajikes and Erasure burned fiercely, dead in the water. Shigure, the 4th Japanese destroyer, had escaped the torpedo barrage. Commander Hara witnessed his 3 companions explode. He saw no American ships until Division A2 opened fire. The gun flashes revealed American positions, but Hara's lookouts had detected nothing before that moment. Hara fired 8 torpedoes toward the American destroyers. All missed. He ordered full speed and withdrew to the northwest. Moosbrugger's 6 destroyers reformed and swept the area. By midnight, Hajikes and Erasure had both sunk. Shigure had escaped, fleeing north. The engagement from initial radar contact to final sinkings had lasted 26 minutes. American casualties. 1 sailor suffered a crushed hand in a non-combat accident during the battle. No American ships were hit. No American ships sustained damage. 3 Japanese destroyers sunk. 685 Japanese soldiers lost, most by drowning. 525 Japanese sailors killed. Total Japanese casualties, approximately 1,210 men. This lopsided victory was unprecedented. American destroyers had never achieved such complete success in a night engagement. Moosbrugger's after-action report emphasized SG radar's role. He wrote that the new SG radar made the operation success possible, noting that radar allowed the American force to track the enemy from extreme range, position for optimal attack, and launch torpedoes before the Japanese realized they were present. The report also praised the combat information centers aboard each destroyer for processing radar data and coordinating the attack. However, Moosbrugger couldn't fully explain why the Japanese hadn't detected his ships. Surely Japanese radar should have provided some warning. What nobody on the American side knew, none of the 4 Japanese destroyers at Vela Gulf carried operational radar. Japanese destroyer radar in 1943 remained primitive. Most Japanese destroyers lacked radar installations entirely. Those that did carried Type 22 surface search sets operating at 10 centimeters like American SG radar, but with far less capable displays and processing. More critically, Japanese doctrine didn't emphasize radar use. Even when radar detected contacts, Japanese commanders waited for visual confirmation before acting. Japanese training emphasized superior night optics. Their lookouts genuinely exceeded American lookouts at visual detection. But lookouts cannot see through darkness at 30,000 yards. Radar could. Commander Hara filed his after-action report upon returning to Rabaul. He described the engagement as an ambush by unknown forces, reporting that his destroyers came under torpedo attack without warning. His lookouts saw nothing until American ships opened gunfire. Hara speculated that submarines might have been involved, or aircraft, or possibly coastal defense installations on Kolombangara. The possibility that 6 American destroyers had used radar to track his force from beyond visual range, calculate a perfect firing solution, and launch torpedoes silently didn't appear in his report. The concept existed outside the framework of how Japanese commanders understood night surface combat. Japanese naval intelligence analyzed reports from Vela Gulf and other recent engagements. A pattern emerged. American forces were achieving surprise more frequently, American torpedo attacks were more accurate, and Japanese lookouts reported that American ships seemed to know Japanese positions before visual contact. The logical conclusion was that American radar had improved dramatically. Japanese intelligence had examined captured American radar equipment and knew Americans possessed microwave radar similar to Japanese systems. If both sides had comparable technology, why were Americans suddenly winning? What Japanese intelligence failed to understand was doctrine. Technology alone didn't determine outcomes. How the technology was used mattered more. Japanese commanders used radar as a supplement to visual lookouts. Americans were learning to use radar as the primary detection and targeting system, with visual confirmation secondary. This doctrinal shift, more than any technical advantage, explained American success. Within days of Vela Gulf, Moose Brugger's tactics spread through the Pacific Fleet. Rear Admiral Wilkinson distributed the action report to every destroyer squadron commander. The message was clear: SG radar worked, radar-guided torpedo attacks worked, and independent destroyer operations worked. Other commanders began implementing similar tactics. On August 17, 1943, destroyers using radar-guided attacks sank 2 more Japanese destroyers near Bougainville. On September 6, another engagement resulted in 3 Japanese destroyers sunk with 0 American losses. The pattern continued. American destroyers with SG radar were winning night battles decisively. The kill ratio reversed completely. Before Vela Gulf, American forces typically lost 2 ships for every Japanese ship destroyed in night actions. After Vela Gulf, Americans were destroying 2 or 3 Japanese ships for every American loss. In many engagements, American forces took no losses whatsoever. Japanese Naval Command recognized the shift. By late September 1943, Japanese doctrine changed. Destroyers were ordered to avoid night engagements with American forces unless they held significant numerical superiority. The Tokyo Express supply runs to Guadalcanal and the Central Solomons became increasingly rare. When they did occur, Japanese forces used submarines and small craft instead of destroyers. The American destroyer force, once considered inferior to Japanese night fighting capability, had become the dominant force in nocturnal surface combat. Radar technology remained classified throughout the war. The Navy's Public Information Office never explained how American destroyers achieved their victories. Official press releases attributed success to superior tactics, improved training, and better torpedoes. All those factors were accurate. American torpedoes had been terrible in 1942, magnetic exploders failed, depth settings were wrong, and many torpedoes ran beneath targets without exploding. By July 1943, most of these problems were resolved. American destroyers also had better training. By mid-1943, officers like Burke and Moose Brugger understood night surface tactics better than their predecessors. But none of these improvements would have mattered without radar. SG radar provided the information necessary to execute the tactics. Radar operators in the combat information centers processed that information and provided targeting data to the bridge. The technology enabled everything else. Yet the radar operators remained anonymous. No names in action reports, no commendations for individual radar men. The technology was classified. Discussing SG radar capabilities outside cleared personnel was prohibited. Even after the war, when radar became common knowledge, the specific contributions of individual operators weren't documented. Official histories credited commanders. Moosbrugger received the Navy Cross for Vela Gulf. Iverson and Gould received Navy Crosses. The captains and admirals got recognition. The enlisted men who operated the radar equipment that made the victory possible got nothing. Moosbrugger himself recognized this imbalance. After the war, when he became a rear admiral and later a vice admiral, he made a point of telling junior officers about the importance of enlisted technical specialists. He told them that mechanics, radar men, and technicians often understood their equipment better than officers did. He emphasized that good commanders listened to their enlisted experts. Moosbrugger specifically mentioned Vela Gulf in these talks. He said the victory was possible because radar operators performed their jobs perfectly under intense pressure. He said combat information center crews processed information faster than anyone thought possible. He said torpedo crews executed flawless launches based on radar data they had never used operationally before. But he couldn't name individuals. The men who actually operated the equipment, who maintained it, who made it work when it mattered most, remained anonymous. Moosbrugger continued in destroyer command through 1944. He led Destroyer Division 12 through the Philippines campaign. His destroyers participated in the Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944, the largest naval battle in history. American forces at Leyte used the same radar-guided tactics Moosbrugger had pioneered at Vela Gulf. The results were devastating for the Japanese. American destroyers sank multiple Japanese cruisers and destroyers in night actions. The Imperial Japanese Navy lost effective control of the Philippines. By early 1945, Japanese surface forces avoided night engagements entirely. American destroyer forces dominated the night. After the war, Moosbrugger was promoted steadily. Commodore in 1945, captain commanding positions through the late 1940s, rear admiral in 1951. He commanded Military Sea Transportation Service, Pacific, from 1952 to 1955, a critical logistics role during the Korean War. He retired as a vice admiral in 1956 and died on October 1, 1974, at age 73. USS Moosbrugger, a Spruance-class destroyer, was commissioned in 1978 and named in his honor. Commander Hara survived the war. Shiger, the destroyer he commanded at Vela Gulf, survived until January 1945 when she was sunk by the submarine USS Blackfin in the Gulf of Siam. Hara transferred to other commands and witnessed the steady decline of Japanese naval power. After the war, Hara wrote a memoir titled Japanese Destroyer Captain, published in 1958. In it, he described Vela Gulf as a perfect American victory. Hara acknowledged that American radar superiority had been decisive. He noted that Japanese forces had no counter to radar-guided attacks. Hara specifically mentioned that Japanese lookouts, despite their superior training, couldn't compete with electronic detection. He died in 1980. Captain Kaju Sugiura, who commanded the Japanese force at Vela Gulf, survived Hajake's sinking. He was rescued and returned to Rabaul, emaciated and in disgrace. He was later appointed captain of the heavy cruiser Haguro. He was killed when Haguro was sunk by British destroyers off Malaya in May 1945. The Royal Navy destroyers used radar to track Haguro in darkness and launch torpedoes from beyond visual range. The same tactics that destroyed Sugiura's destroyers at Vela Gulf destroyed his cruiser 22 months later. The SG radar remained in service aboard American destroyers through the war's end. Approximately 1,000 SG units were produced during the war years. The system proved reliable under combat conditions. Operators learned to trust the displays. Commanders learned to base tactical decisions on radar information. By 1945, American naval doctrine had completely incorporated radar as the primary detection and targeting system for surface combat. Visual lookouts remained important, but they were secondary to electronic detection. After the war, radar technology advanced rapidly. The SG radar became obsolete by the 1950s. Newer systems with better resolution, longer range, and more sophisticated displays replaced it. The SG systems were removed from ships and either scrapped or sent to training facilities. Few examples survived. The National Museum of the United States Navy has some SG components in storage, but no complete system is on public display. The combat information centers, where radar operators work, were torn out during ship modernizations or destroyed when ships were scrapped. USS Dunlap, Moose Brugger's flagship at Vela Gulf, survived the war. She participated in operations through 1945, including Iwo Jima and Okinawa. She was decommissioned in January 1946 and sold for scrap in 1947. Her SG radar was removed during decommissioning. No museum requested it. The equipment was either destroyed or sent to a training facility where it was eventually discarded. Nothing physical remains from the destroyer that made first radar contact at Vela Gulf. At the Naval History and Heritage Command in Washington, there is a small exhibit about the Battle of Vela Gulf. It includes a photograph showing 6 destroyers in column formation. The caption identifies them as Moose Brugger's task group. It mentions the battle as the first successful independent destroyer action in the Pacific Campaign. It notes that the engagement marked a turning point in night surface warfare. It doesn't mention SG radar. It doesn't mention the combat information centers. It doesn't mention the radar operators who detected the Japanese force at 29,500 yards and tracked them to torpedo range. Their contribution remains invisible. This is how technological change occurs in warfare, not through deliberate programs or high-level decisions alone, but through the intersection of new tools, new doctrine, and individuals willing to trust unfamiliar technology. The SG radar existed in 1942. It took until August 1943 for commanders to trust it enough to base attacks on radar contacts alone. That trust came from officers like Moose Brugger, who understood that the old doctrine was killing American sailors. It came from radar operators who maintained their equipment perfectly and provided accurate information under combat stress. It came from enlisted men whose names were never recorded, but whose work changed the course of the Pacific War. The Battle of Vela Gulf demonstrated that radar-guided night attacks could achieve decisive results with minimal American casualties. That lesson spread rapidly. Within months, every American destroyer commander in the Pacific understood the new tactics. Within a year, Japanese surface forces had effectively ceded control of the night to American radar-equipped ships. The technological advantage that Japanese forces had held since 1941 disappeared. The innovation didn't come from a laboratory or a planning conference. It came from putting the right technology in the hands of skilled operators and trusting them to use it. The unnamed radar men who stared at green screens in darkened combat information centers, tracking contacts through the night, made this victory possible. Their story deserves to be remembered alongside the commanders who received medals and the ships that bore famous names. Technology alone never wins wars. People win wars. People who understand how to use technology. People who maintain it. People who trust it when their lives depend on it. The Battle of Vela Gulf proved that lesson in the most dramatic way possible. On a dark night in August 1943, 6 American destroyers used electronic eyes to see what human eyes could not, and in doing so, changed naval warfare forever. Each story from the Second World War matters. Each one deserves to be told and remembered, not just the famous battles and celebrated heroes, but also the technical specialists, the radar operators, the anonymous sailors who made victory possible through their skill and dedication. Dawn broke over Cape Gloucester Airfield on December 26, 1943. Captain Shogo Takeuchi, just 25 years old, faced a problem that no amount of skill could solve. His Kawasaki Ki-61, construction number 263, simply wouldn't start. For 8 months, this aircraft had been his constant companion. White bands around the fuselage identified him as Second Chutai Commander. An eagle painted near the cockpit served as his personal emblem. Red stars on the wing gun ports marked successful kills. Together, they had survived countless missions over New Guinea's hostile skies. Now, at 0615 hours, the Kawasaki Ha-40 engine refused to come to life. Takeuchi had accumulated 19 confirmed victories. He'd been flying Ki-61 since April, when his unit, the 68th Sentai, became the first Imperial Japanese Army Air Force Squadron to operate this new fighter. They'd previously flown the nimble Nakajima Ki-27. The transition hadn't been easy. The Ki-61 was heavier, less agile, but it offered advantages in speed and firepower. The 68th Sentai deployed to Wewak, New Guinea in June. Since then, they'd been constantly on the move, operating from various forward bases as the campaign intensified. Cape Gloucester Airfield, situated on New Britain's northwestern tip about 230 miles west of Rabaul, served as their current home. It was a forward position, exposed and vulnerable. By late December, that vulnerability had become critical. American forces were assembling for an amphibious assault. Intelligence reports spoke of Marine divisions preparing to invade Cape Gloucester. Japanese command issued urgent orders. Withdraw all operational aircraft to Rabaul immediately. Takeuchi's Ki-61 didn't qualify as operational. The Ha-40 engine had been deteriorating for weeks. Oil consumption had increased noticeably. Cylinder head temperatures ran dangerously high, even during idle. The previous day, during a routine patrol, the engine developed a rough running condition at altitude. Takeuchi landed safely and reported the malfunction. The ground crew worked through the night. They methodically checked spark plugs, adjusted valve clearances, tested the magnetos. Everything appeared normal on inspection. Yet when they attempted to start the engine at first light, nothing happened. The starter motor engaged. The propeller rotated. Compression seemed adequate, but combustion never initiated. Either the ignition system had completely failed, or fuel wasn't reaching the cylinders. Without proper diagnostic equipment and replacement parts, both in desperately short supply, the mechanics couldn't repair it under field conditions. At 0640 hours, Takeuchi made his decision. He would fly a different aircraft back to Rabaul. His personal Ki-61, manufacturer number 263, would have to be left behind. The ground crew would try to hide it near the runway, preserving the possibility of later recovery. Everyone understood the reality. When the Americans landed, they would almost certainly capture the aircraft. At 0700 hours, Takeuchi climbed into another Ki-61 and took off for Rabaul. Behind him, mechanics pushed manufacturer number 263 off the runway. They concealed it in a palm grove at the airfield's edge, covering it with cut vegetation. Then they evacuated with the remaining ground personnel. The aircraft remained hidden for 4 days. On December 30th, Marines from the 1st Marine Division stormed Cape Gloucester Airfield as part of Operation Backhander's opening phase. That afternoon, a patrol discovered the camouflaged Ki-61. The aircraft was intact. Beneath the vegetation, the fuselage bands were still visible. The eagle marking identified it as a commander's mount. Intelligence Section Marines examined it immediately. This Ki-61 was unlike any Japanese fighter previously captured by American forces. Most captured aircraft showed extensive combat damage. This one had none. The engine remained complete. Instruments were intact. The armament was still installed, two 12.7 mm Ho. 103 machine guns in the forward fuselage, two 7.7 mm Type 89 machine guns in the wings. The aircraft was a Type 61-1 Co, the earliest production variant, built at Kawasaki's Kagamigahara factory in April 1943. Construction number 263. Unit serial number 163. Marines reported the discovery to the Technical Air Intelligence Unit. TIU officers arrived at Cape Gloucester on January 2, 1944. They documented every detail methodically. Measurements were recorded. Photographs captured every angle. The engine underwent examination. Flight controls were tested. The fuel system was traced. The electrical system was mapped. Everything was documented. This represented the first intact key, 61 captured by Allied forces. For 18 months, American pilots had been encountering this aircraft in combat over New Guinea. Intelligence reports designated it the Tony. Early combat reports suggested it might be a German Messerschmitt Bf 109 or Italian Macchi C.202 operating in Japanese markings. The actual identity had remained uncertain until now. Technical examination revealed the truth. The Key 61 was entirely Japanese in design. The engine was a license-built Kawasaki Ha-40, derived from the German Daimler-Benz DB601, but the airframe represented original Kawasaki engineering. The fuselage featured a semi-triangular cross-section, narrow and deep. The wings were relatively small for a fighter of this weight, resulting in high wing loading. The landing gear was conventional, with fixed slots in the wing leading edges. The cooling system employed wing-mounted radiators, unusual for Japanese fighters, which typically used radial engines. This discovery answered questions that had troubled American intelligence since the Key 61 first appeared. Pilots reported that the Tony could dive faster than any other Japanese fighter. It maintained high speeds in level flight. It could absorb more battle damage than the lighter Zero. But it couldn't turn as tightly as other Japanese types. The airframe explained why. High wing loading meant higher stall speeds and larger turning radii. The liquid-cooled engine was heavier than comparable radial engines, shifting the center of gravity forward. These factors combined to produce an aircraft optimized for speed and firepower rather than maneuverability. The story of this aircraft and the men who flew it was just beginning. The captured Key 61 arrived at Eagle Farm Airfield near Brisbane, Australia, in March 1944. TIU technicians immediately set to work making the engine operational. The original problem that had grounded the aircraft at Cape Gloucester turned out to be surprisingly simple: a failed magneto. Once replaced, the Ha-40 engine started normally. The aircraft underwent extensive flight testing. American test pilots evaluated its performance against captured examples of other Japanese fighters. The results confirmed what combat reports had suggested. The Key 61 proved faster than the Zero in level flight and dives. It had better acceleration. The armament was heavier and more effective. But in sustained turning engagements, the Zero could outturn it easily. American pilots reported that the Key 61 required careful energy management. It excelled in slashing attacks from altitude. It could extend away from pursuing fighters using its speed advantage. But once drawn into a low-speed turning fight, it became vulnerable. These characteristics precisely matched combat reports from New Guinea. The intelligence value of manufacturer number 263 exceeded the technical data it provided. The aircraft represented a snapshot of Japanese fighter capability in late 1943. The airframe's condition revealed maintenance practices and supply constraints. The engine showed signs of wear suggesting quality control issues in production. The markings indicated unit organization and command structures. Every detail contributed to the larger intelligence picture. In May 1944, the Key 61 was stripped of its Japanese markings and repainted in American insignia. It received test serial number XJ00003. Further flight testing was conducted to evaluate tactics for American fighters engaging Tonys in combat. The data collected influenced training programs and tactical doctrines across the Pacific Theater. In June 1944, TIU received orders to return to the United States. The captured Key 61 was disassembled and shipped to Naval Air Station Anacostia near Washington, D.C. There it was reassembled and underwent additional testing. In December 1944, the aircraft was repainted in pseudo-Japanese markings and evaluated against American naval fighters. Test pilots flew it against the F-6F Hellcat, F-4U Corsair, and other types to establish comparative performance data. The tests revealed that American naval fighters held significant advantages in most combat scenarios. The F-6F could outturn the Ki-61 and had superior high-altitude performance. The F-4U was faster at all altitudes and could outclimb the Tony. Both American types had better acceleration and more effective armament. The testing program at Anacostia continued through early 1945. Then, on July 2, 1945, manufacturer number 263 crashed at Yadkinville, North Carolina, during a test flight. The cause was engine failure. Metal particles were found in the oil system, indicating bearing deterioration, the same problem that had plagued the Ha-40 engine throughout its service life. The aircraft that Captain Shogo Takeuchi had abandoned at Cape Gloucester 18 months earlier was destroyed. The wreckage was written off. But the intelligence gathered from that single aircraft had already served its purpose. The data collected from manufacturer number 263 contributed significantly to American understanding of Japanese fighter design and capability during a critical phase of the Pacific War. Captain Takeuchi never learned the fate of his personal aircraft. He flew back to Rabaul on December 26th and continued flying combat missions. But his time was running out. On December 21, 1943, 5 days before abandoning his Ki-61 at Cape Gloucester, Takeuchi took off from Borum Airfield near Wewak on an escort mission. His unit was assigned to protect Ki-48 light bombers attacking American positions at Araw. The mission encountered heavy fighter opposition. American P-38 Lightnings intercepted the formation. In the engagement that followed, Takeuchi's Ki-61 was hit multiple times. The aircraft caught fire. Takeuchi did not bail out. His aircraft crashed into the jungle near Hansa Bay. He was 25 years old. 19 confirmed victories. One of the top Ki-61 pilots in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. His body was never recovered. The 68th Sentai continued operations in New Guinea through early 1944. They fought a losing battle against overwhelming American air superiority. Engine failures, lack of spare parts, inadequate maintenance facilities, and constant combat attrition steadily reduced their strength. By March 1944, the unit had been effectively destroyed. Survivors were reassigned to other units or relegated to ground combat roles as the Japanese position in New Guinea collapsed completely. Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui was the other pilot from the 68th Sentai who achieved significant success flying the Ki-61. He and Takeuchi were considered the top two Tony pilots in the unit. Both men began their combat careers flying the nimble Ki-27. Both struggled initially with the heavier, less maneuverable Ki-61. But both learned to exploit the Tony strengths in speed and firepower. Tarui survived longer than Takeuchi. He continued flying Ki-61s after the 68th Sentai was withdrawn from New Guinea. He later flew in the Philippines campaign. His final victory total was recorded as 23 confirmed kills, making him one of the most successful Ki-61 pilots of the war. The combat record of the 68th Sentai illustrated both the potential and the problems of the Ki-61 in operational service. When properly maintained and flown by experienced pilots who understood its characteristics, the Tony was a formidable opponent. It could engage American fighters on relatively equal terms. But the aircraft required constant maintenance. The Ha-40 engine was temperamental and prone to failure. Spare parts were scarce. Properly trained mechanics were in short supply. These logistical constraints limited the Ki-61's effectiveness more than any tactical deficiency. By late 1943, when manufacturer number 263 was abandoned at Cape Gloucester, the tide of the Pacific War had turned decisively against Japan. American industrial production was overwhelming Japanese capacity to replace losses. Better aircraft were entering service on the American side. Japanese pilots were being killed faster than new pilots could be trained. The Ki-61, once considered modern and capable, was already being overtaken by events. But the aircraft still had one more role to play. As American B-29 Superfortress bombers began attacking the Japanese home islands in late 1944, the Ki-61 proved to be one of the few Japanese fighters capable of intercepting them at high altitude. The 244th Sentai was formed specifically for the defense of Tokyo. Established in April 1942 and stationed at Chofu Air Base just west of the capital, the unit's mission was to intercept enemy bombers threatening the city. Initially equipped with obsolescent Ki-27 fighters, the unit received Ki-61s in early 1944. By October, the 244th Sentai had approximately 40 Ki-61s and had spent months training specifically to counter B-29 raids. The B-29 was unlike anything Japanese fighters had encountered. It flew at altitudes above 30,000 feet. It was heavily armed with remote-controlled gun turrets. It could absorb tremendous battle damage and continue flying. Conventional fighter attacks often proved ineffective. The Ki-61 was one of the few Japanese fighters that could reach B-29 operating altitude with sufficient performance margin to conduct attacks. But even at extreme altitude, downing a B-29 required exceptional skill and often suicidal courage. On November 7, 1944, the commanding officer of the 10th Air Division issued a directive that changed the nature of air combat over Japan. He authorized the formation of specialized ramming attack units. Pilots would deliberately collide their fighters with B-29s to destroy both aircraft. The attacks were not strictly kamikaze missions. Pilots were expected to collide with the bomber's tail or wingtip, shearing off control surfaces, then bail out before their own aircraft disintegrated. Many pilots survived these attacks. Some conducted multiple ramming attacks during their combat careers. But the casualty rate was extremely high. The 244th Sentai formed a special ramming attack flight called the Hagakure-tai. The unit was composed of volunteers from the Sentai's 3 squadrons. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya was selected to lead the ramming flight. Shinomiya was 24 years old, an experienced pilot with multiple combat missions. He understood the mission would likely be fatal. He accepted the assignment without hesitation. On December 3, 1944, a formation of B-29s approached Tokyo. The 244th Sentai scrambled every available fighter. Shinomiya led the Hagakure-tai toward the bomber stream at maximum climb rate. The Ki-61s had been stripped of fuselage armament and armor plate to reduce weight and improve high-altitude performance. They carried minimal fuel and no ammunition beyond the wing guns. Everything was sacrificed for altitude capability. At 32,000 feet, Shinomiya positioned his Ki-61 above and behind a B-29 designated long distance from the 498th Bombardment Group. He dove toward the bomber, aiming for the vertical stabilizer. At the last moment, he rolled slightly to impact the tail with his left wing. The collision tore the vertical stabilizer completely off the B-29. The bomber immediately entered an uncontrollable spin. Shinomiya's Ki-61 lost most of its left outer wing panel. The aircraft rolled violently. Shinomiya fought to maintain control long enough to slow the aircraft and reduce altitude. At 12,000 feet, he managed to bring the crippled fighter to a near-level attitude. He jettisoned the canopy and bailed out. His parachute opened successfully. He landed in a rice paddy near Chofu Air Base. Rescue crews retrieved him within an hour. He suffered minor injuries from the bailout, but was otherwise unharmed. 2 other pilots from the Hagakure-tai also conducted ramming attacks that day. Sergeant Masao Itaki collided with a different B-29, but his aircraft was too badly damaged to control. He bailed out successfully. Sergeant Atsumi Nakano rammed a 3rd bomber and managed to crash land his stripped Ki-61 in a field. All 3 pilots survived. The ramming attacks of December 3, 1944 were celebrated throughout Japan. The damaged Ki-61s were displayed publicly in Tokyo. Shinomiya's aircraft, missing most of its left wing, was exhibited inside the Matsuya department store. Nakano's crash fighter was displayed outside. A life-size cutaway drawing of a B-29 fuselage was placed beside them to illustrate the target the pilots had attacked. The three pilots became the first recipients of the Bukosho, an award established on December 7, 1944, by Emperor Hirohito to recognize exceptional valor in combat. The award was roughly equivalent to the American Medal of Honor or the British Victoria Cross. Of the 89 known recipients of the Bukosho during World War II, most were pilots who fought against B-29s. The success of the December 3rd ramming attacks encouraged the 244th Sentai to continue the tactic. Throughout December 1944 and into early 1945, the unit conducted dozens of ramming attacks against B-29 formations. The Sentai claimed 73 B-29s destroyed by all methods and 92 damaged. These claims were certainly inflated, as were most air combat claims by all sides during World War II, but even accounting for overclaiming, the 244th Sentai inflicted significant losses on American bomber formations. The unit was commanded by Captain Terahiko Kobayashi starting in November 1944. Kobayashi was 24 years old when he assumed command, making him the youngest Sentai commander in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. He had previously served as a bomber pilot, participating in the Battle of Hong Kong in December 1941. He transitioned to fighters in November 1943 and completed training at the Aquino Army Air Service School. Despite his relative inexperience in fighters, Kobayashi proved to be an exceptional leader. He flew combat missions alongside his pilots rather than directing from the ground. He led by example. His personal courage and aggressive tactics inspired intense loyalty among the men under his command. Kobayashi himself conducted at least one ramming attack. On January 27, 1945, he deliberately collided with a B-29 at high altitude while flying Ki 61 manufacturer number 3295. The impact destroyed the bomber's vertical stabilizer. Kobayashi's Ki 61 lost significant portions of both wings. He bailed out successfully and parachuted safely to the ground. He flew combat the next day in a different aircraft. His final victory total was recorded as 3 B-29s and 2 F-6F Hellcats destroyed. Other pilots in the 244th Sentai achieved higher scores. Captain Naoyuki Ogata was credited with 11 B-29s and 2 F-6FS destroyed, 6 other aircraft damaged. He was considered the leading B-29 killer in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. Captain Chuchi Ichikawa was credited with 9 B-29s and 1 F-6F destroyed, 6 B-29s damaged. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya, the ramming attack leader, survived multiple combat missions and continued flying until he was killed in action during the battle for Okinawa. He died as a taco pilot conducting a conventional kamikaze attack against American naval forces. The 244th Sentai continued operating Ki 61s through the spring of 1945. In April, the unit began receiving Ki 100 fighters, an improved version of the Tony that replaced the troublesome Ha-40 engine with a reliable Mitsubishi Ha-112 radial engine. The Ki 100 proved to be an excellent fighter, significantly better than the Ki 61 in most respects. On July 25, 1945, Major Kobayashi and his pilots took off in their Ki 100s to engage F-6F Hellcats that were attacking Yokkaichi Airfield. The unit had been ordered to stand down and wait for incoming bombers. Kobayashi ignored the order and engaged the American fighters at extremely low altitude. The engagement became a swirling dogfight at hangar top height. The 244th Sentai claimed 10 Hellcats destroyed. Actual American losses were 2 aircraft. The Japanese lost 2 fighters. Japanese newspapers celebrated the action. But Kobayashi faced court-martial for disobeying orders. The charges were serious and could result in severe punishment. However, when Emperor Hirohito learned of Kobayashi's actions, he expressed approval. The court-martial was dropped immediately. Major Kobayashi survived the war. He worked in civilian industries until 1954, when he joined the newly formed Japan Air Self-Defense Force. He became a fighter pilot again, flying F-86 Sabres. He studied in the United States for 6 months in 1955 and 1956, receiving training on jet aircraft operations. He continued serving until his death in 1957 at age 36. The combat record of the 244th Sentai demonstrated what Japanese pilots could accomplish even in the final desperate months of the war. The unit operated under impossible conditions. Fuel was scarce. Spare parts were nearly non-existent. Replacement aircraft arrived slowly, if at all. Trained pilots were increasingly rare. Yet the unit continued fighting effectively until the end. The ramming attacks conducted by the Hagakurtai represented both the courage and the desperation of Japan's air defense effort. These were not senseless suicide attacks. They were calculated tactical decisions made by skilled pilots who understood their aircraft's capabilities and limitations. The Ki-61, stripped of excess weight, could just barely reach B-29 altitude. Once there, conventional attacks often failed because the fighters lacked the performance margin to position effectively. Ramming attacks succeeded where guns failed. But the cost was horrific. Pilots who survived one ramming attack were expected to conduct more until they were killed or too badly injured to fly. They were treated as dead men even before their first mission. The psychological burden was crushing. Many pilots accepted their fate with stoic resignation. Some found meaning in the sacrifice. Others simply did their duty because no alternative existed. The use of ramming attacks illustrated how thoroughly Japan's strategic position had deteriorated by late 1944. No nation resorts to such tactics unless all better options have been exhausted. The appearance of the B-29 over Japan in November 1944 marked the beginning of the end. The Japanese home islands were now within range of American heavy bombers operating from the Mariana Islands. The bombing campaign would intensify throughout 1945. Japanese air defenses would be gradually overwhelmed. Cities would burn. The civilian population would suffer catastrophically. And Japanese fighter pilots flying aircraft like the Ki-61, already obsolescent, would continue fighting a battle they could not win. The Kawasaki Ki-61 Hien was never the best fighter of World War II. It was not as maneuverable as the Zero. It was not as fast as late-war American fighters. It was not as well-armed as German fighters. It was plagued throughout its service life by engine problems that limited its effectiveness. But the Ki-61 represented Japan's attempt to build a modern fighter that could compete on equal terms with Allied aircraft. The design incorporated self-sealing fuel tanks, a feature absent from earlier Japanese fighters. It included pilot armor. It mounted heavy armament by Japanese standards. It was fast and could sustain damage that would destroy lighter aircraft. In the hands of skilled pilots like Captain Shogo Takeuchi, Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui, and Major Terahiko Kobayashi, the Ki-61 proved it could be deadly. These men learned to exploit the aircraft's strengths while minimizing its weaknesses. They achieved victory totals that demonstrated the Tony's potential when properly employed. But individual skill could not overcome systemic problems. Japan's industrial base could not produce enough Ki-61s to meet demand. The Kawasaki Ha-40 engine suffered chronic reliability issues that were never fully resolved. Logistics and supply chains broke down under Allied attacks. Pilot training programs could not replace losses. By mid-1945, Japanese air power was effectively destroyed. The story of the Ki-61 is the story of Japan's air war in microcosm. Initial success gave way to attrition and eventual defeat. Technological capability was undermined by industrial limitations. Pilot skill was diluted by unsustainable losses. Tactical innovation could not compensate for strategic overreach. The aircraft that Captain Takeuchi abandoned at Cape Gloucester in December 1943, manufacturer number 263, became a symbol of that larger story. Captured intact by American forces, it provided intelligence that helped the Allies understand and counter Japanese fighter capabilities. Tested extensively, it revealed strengths and weaknesses that influenced American tactics and training. ultimately destroyed in a crash caused by the same engine problems that had plagued it throughout its service life. It ended as it had begun, a victim of technical issues that Japanese industry could never fully solve. Today, only a handful of Ki 61 survive. Several are displayed in museums in Japan and the United States. None are airworthy. The aircraft exists now primarily in photographs, technical documents, and the memories of the men who flew and maintained them. The pilots who achieved renown flying the Tony are nearly all gone. Takeuchi died in combat in 1943. Terui survived the war, but passed away decades later. Kobayashi lived until 1957. The mechanics and ground crews who kept the troublesome Ha-40 engines running have faded into history. But the record of what they accomplished remains. Captain Takeuchi's 19 victories. Lieutenant Terui's 23 confirmed kills. Major Kobayashi's 3 B-29s destroyed and his leadership of the most famous home defense unit in Japan. The 244th Sentai's 73 B-29 claims and 9 Bukosho recipients. These numbers tell a story of skill, courage, and sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds. The Kawasaki Ki 61 was Japan's answer to a question the nation could not ultimately answer. How do you defeat an enemy with vastly superior industrial capacity, technological advancement, and strategic resources? The Ki 61 was well designed. It was competently built. It was flown by brave and skilled pilots. But it was not enough. Nothing Japan could build would have been enough. The Pacific War was decided by factors far beyond the capabilities of any individual aircraft. Yet the men who flew the Ki 61 deserve to be remembered. They fought for a cause that history judged harshly. They served a regime that committed terrible atrocities. But they were also human beings who showed remarkable courage in combat. They faced death repeatedly and did not flinch. They continued fighting when the war was clearly lost. They demonstrated the best qualities of the warrior tradition even while serving a fundamentally unjust cause. Their story is complicated. It resists simple narratives of heroism or villainy. It requires acknowledging both the skill they displayed and the context in which that skill was employed. But it deserves to be told. The Ki 61 deserves to be remembered not as the best fighter of the war, but as a capable aircraft that served with distinction in impossible circumstances. Not as a war-winning weapon, but as a machine that in the right hands could be formidable. Not as a symbol of Japanese air superiority, but as evidence of what Japanese engineers and pilots could accomplish, even as their nation's strategic position collapsed. The captured Ki 61 at Cape Gloucester, manufacturer number 263, serves as a reminder of these complexities. It was a well-designed fighter plagued by mechanical problems. It was flown by skilled pilots trapped in an unwinnable war. It was captured by enemy forces and used against the nation that built it. It was ultimately destroyed by the very engine defects that had defined its service life. In its brief existence, this single aircraft witnessed both the capability and the futility of Japan's air war. It saw combat over New Guinea's jungles. It was abandoned by a pilot who would die in combat days later. It was captured and studied by enemy intelligence. It influenced tactics and training across the Pacific theater. And it crashed in North Carolina, destroyed by the same mechanical failures that had grounded it at Cape Gloucester. The story of manufacturer number 263 is more than the story of one aircraft. It's a window into the larger narrative of the Pacific War, of courage and tragedy, of technological ambition and industrial reality, of individual skill and strategic impossibility. If you found this story compelling, please take a moment to like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from the Second World War. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. We'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans the globe, from veterans to history enthusiasts, and you're part of something special here. Mount Suribachi loomed above the volcanic wasteland of Iwo Jima on February 23, 1945. Inside a reinforced concrete bunker, Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's hands shook as he committed treason to paper. His words, if discovered by his superiors, would earn him a firing squad. Yet he wrote them anyway, compelled by a truth too overwhelming to contain. These Americans, these Marines, they don't behave like men. They refuse to die as others do. Every word we heard about their weakness was propaganda. Nothing but lies. Through the narrow firing slit, Yamamoto had witnessed something that shattered every assumption his training had drilled into him. 6 Marines had charged his position while machine gun fire tore through the air. 3 collapsed immediately. The remaining 3 kept advancing. When his comrades unleashed grenades, one Marine threw himself onto the blast, absorbing it with his own flesh to protect his squad. Then, impossibly, he continued fighting, catastrophic wounds and all, until his body simply refused to hold his weapon any longer. The survivors overran the position in minutes. 21,000 Japanese defenders occupied Iwo Jima, fortified within 18 kilometers of interconnected tunnels and reinforced positions. Tokyo had promised them they would face soft American troops, men who would crack under sustained pressure. What materialized instead would demolish every military calculation the Imperial Japanese Army had formulated about their adversaries. The mathematics of this catastrophic miscalculation weren't being recorded in strategic documents. They were being written in the savage reality of close-quarters combat that would consume 26,000 Marines as casualties across just 36 days. The first cracks, Guadalcanal, August 1942. Japanese confidence had begun crumbling long before Iwo Jima. On August 7, 1942, Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands became the testing ground. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, a veteran of the China campaign, where Japanese forces had seemed unstoppable, recorded his observations after the first week of combat. These Americans who came ashore are unlike any adversary we've encountered. They refuse to retreat when encircled. They won't surrender when their situation becomes hopeless. Most disturbing, they fight at night as though darkness strengthens rather than frightens them. Guadalcanal marked Japan's first defensive engagement in the Pacific. The Imperial Army anticipated easy victory over inexperienced American forces. The 1st Marine Division that stormed the beaches numbered slightly over 16,000 men. Japanese intelligence had classified Marines as elite troops certainly, but still Americans, products of a weak, democratic society that prioritized individual comfort over collective sacrifice. Within days, every single assumption proved catastrophically incorrect. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome commanded a reinforced company ordered to recapture Henderson Field on the night of August 20th. His unit of 200 men had previously defeated Chinese divisions 3 times their size. They advanced using textbook tactics, confident that Americans would panic in darkness. The Marines were positioned in meticulously prepared defensive positions with overlapping fields of fire. Fukudome's company walked directly into a killing zone. What followed defied everything in Japanese tactical doctrine. Rather than fortifying their positions and defending, the Marines immediately launched a counterattack into the darkness, wielding automatic weapons with devastating precision. Fukudome's diary, recovered 3 days after his death, recorded his disbelief. They attacked us during the night. We are supposed to be the ones who attack at night. They maneuvered through jungle we considered impassable. They killed silently, then vanished like ghosts. By sunrise, only 90 men remained for my company. The Americans had suffered 12 casualties. This pattern replicated itself across Guadalcanal. Japanese forces, accustomed to enemies who crumbled under banzai charges, discovered Marines who held their positions until physically overwhelmed, then fought hand-to-hand with bayonets, knives, and bare fists. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, who survived 4 months on Guadalcanal before evacuation, wrote in a letter later intercepted by American intelligence. We were instructed that Americans are individualistic, that they won't sacrifice themselves for their comrades. This is completely false. I witnessed a Marine machine gunner continue firing with both legs shattered until Japanese infantry killed him at arm's length. His assistant immediately seized the weapon and resumed firing. We lost 40 men to that single position. Training that created warriors. The Marine Training Regimen that produced such soldiers baffled Japanese military analysts. Private Yamamoto, who would later face Marines on Iwo Jima, first learned about them during intelligence briefings in 1943. The instructor, a staff officer who had interrogated captured Marines, seemed genuinely disturbed. American Marines undergo training that would be classified as criminal abuse in any civilized military. They are systematically broken down mentally and physically, then reconstructed into something barely resembling the soft civilians who entered. They're taught to view death in combat as honorable, to never surrender, to fight until physically incapable. A pause. Then, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? They've copied our Bushido, but they've added something we failed to anticipate: American industrial capacity. The combination proved devastating. Japanese soldiers trained in the code of Bushido expected death before dishonor, but they fought with equipment increasingly inferior to American weaponry. Marines underwent training nearly as harsh as Japanese soldiers endured, creating warriors equally willing to die. But those Marines landed with overwhelming firepower that rendered Japanese positions untenable. November 20th, 1943, Tarawa Atoll. Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki commanded 4,500 defenders within fortifications deemed impregnable. The 2nd Marine Division dismantled that assumption in 76 hours. Private First Class Tadashi Ogawa, one of merely 17 Japanese survivors, described to interrogators what he witnessed. The first wave was slaughtered in the water. We killed hundreds. More landing craft arrived. The second wave died on the beach. Still more came. The third wave reached our positions carrying flamethrowers. They didn't stop until either we were dead or they were. The mathematics were merciless. Nearly 6,400 men died on Tarawa in 76 hours. The Marines who survived had demonstrated they would seize any objective regardless of the price demanded. Documents captured on Saipan in 1944 revealed Japanese intelligence assessments describing Marines as shock troops displaying fanatical devotion to objectives. Marines refuse orders to retreat and will counterattack even when tactically disadvantaged. Casualties inflicted on Marines do not degrade unit effectiveness until the unit is completely annihilated. This classification emerged from systematic study. Captain Yoshio Kobayashi, a Guadalcanal survivor, provided detailed comparative analysis. American Army infantry tactics are competent and conventional. The Marines operate differently. They advance aggressively regardless of casualties. They accept casualty rates that would force any rational commander to halt operations. This is unprecedented in modern warfare. The speed of death, Paliliu. The velocity of Marine operations proved as devastating as their firepower. Lieutenant Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, who commanded on Paliliu, constructed defenses based on previous campaigns where American forces paused after amphibious landings. The Marines never paused. They landed September 15th at 8:30 hours and controlled half the airfield by nightfall. Nakagawa's diary recorded his shock. My defensive plan collapsed because it assumed the enemy would act rationally. The Marines do not act rationally. They act with total commitment regardless of circumstances. This total commitment manifested in ways that appeared suicidal to Japanese observers, but proved devastatingly effective. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, captured on Bougainville, described witnessing a Marine platoon assault a fortified hilltop position. The approach required crossing open ground swept by machine gun fire from 3 bunkers. Japanese doctrine would have mandated extensive artillery preparation, followed by infantry assault under smoke cover. The Marine lieutenant assessed the position for perhaps 30 seconds, then ordered the assault with zero preparation. The platoon charged directly into the fire. 7 men fell in the first 20 seconds. The survivors reached the first bunker and destroyed it with grenades and demolition charges. 3 more men fell assaulting the second bunker. The remaining Marines captured it. The third bunker fell to the last 5 men standing. The platoon suffered 12 casualties from 37 men to take a position we considered impregnable. The entire action consumed 4 minutes, from order to completion. This wasn't courage. This was systematic application of acceptable casualties to achieve objectives faster than we could respond. The psychology of acceptable losses. The concept of acceptable casualties horrified Japanese officers trained to value their soldiers' lives within the context of achieving objectives. Marines calculated casualties as the cost of victory and paid that cost without hesitation when the objective warranted it. This created a psychological advantage beyond material superiority. Japanese commanders, knowing Marines would accept 50% casualties to take a position, faced impossible decisions: defend with insufficient force, and lose the position defend with adequate force, but weaken other positions, abandon the position, and cede terrain. Every option led to defeat. The only variable was timing. Major Yoshitaka Takahara, senior staff officer on Iwo Jima, who survived the battle, analyzed this dilemma in post-war interrogations. General Kurabayashi understood we could not stop the Marines. Our defenses were designed to delay them and inflict maximum casualties. We succeeded brilliantly at inflicting casualties. Over 20,000 Marines were killed or wounded in 36 days. This would have destroyed any other military force's ability to continue offensive operations. The Marines reinforced and continued attacking without any reduction in intensity. We calculated that inflicting 10,000 casualties would halt their advance for at least a week. They suffered 10,000 casualties in the first week, and their advance never slowed. This revealed the fundamental imbalance. They could replace casualties faster than we could kill them. They had 50 Marine divisions in the Pacific Theater or training in the United States. We had finite defenders on each island. Mathematics dictated our defeat. The logistics of inevitability. The mathematics extended beyond simple manpower. Marines landed with logistical support that enabled sustained operations at intensities Japanese forces could not match. Second Lieutenant Toshio Yamamoto, captured on Saipan, witnessed the contrast firsthand during a nighttime infiltration. I led a patrol to observe American positions 3 days after their landing. We expected to find exhausted troops with limited supplies, as Japanese forces would have been after 3 days of intense combat on a contested beachhead. Instead, we found Marines eating hot food, receiving ammunition resupply by truck, with medical tents treating wounded and rest areas where units rotated off the line. Their supply dumps contained more ammunition than my entire regiment possessed. They had mobile kitchens preparing fresh meals. They had portable showers and laundry facilities. They were fighting the most intense battle of the Pacific War and living better than we did in garrison. This demonstrated that defeating them was impossible. They would never exhaust their food, ammunition, medicine, or replacements. We would. The relentless American logistics created a form of attrition warfare that favored Marines despite higher initial casualties. Japanese defenders fought from fixed positions with limited supplies and zero reinforcement. Every casualty was permanent. Every round of ammunition expended could not be replaced. Marines fought from an expanding beachhead with supplies arriving daily by ship and air. Casualties were evacuated and replaced. Ammunition was unlimited. The longer a battle lasted, the weaker Japanese defenders became while Marines grew stronger. This dynamic proved decisive on Peleliu, where Colonel Nakagawa's defense lasted from September 15th to November 27th. The 1st Marine Division suffered such heavy casualties it was withdrawn and replaced by elements of the 81st Infantry Division in October. A 2nd Marine Division continued operations until Army units relieved them. The battle that Japanese planners expected to last 1 week consumed 11 weeks. Japanese defenders inflicted over 10,000 American casualties, but the Americans could afford those losses and continue attacking. Japan could not afford to defend every island at such cost. The arithmetic was unsustainable. The grim calculus of defeat. The unsustainability became apparent to Japanese military leadership by mid-1944. Intelligence summaries distributed to garrison commanders acknowledged that Marines could not be stopped, only delayed. One document captured on Tinian provided guidance that revealed complete abandonment of any hope for victory. When defending against Marine assault, do not expect to hold positions indefinitely. The objective is to delay the American advance sufficiently to enable other strategic objectives. Each day of resistance is valuable. Each Marine killed or wounded is valuable. But understand that the position will fall. Prepare accordingly. Stock positions with maximum ammunition. Create redundant, defensive positions. Plan to fall back in stages. Accept that you will likely die in the defense. Your sacrifice buys time for the empire. There is honor in this sacrifice, even without victory. This grim calculus defined Japanese defensive strategy for the final year of the Pacific War. Defenders no longer fought to win battles. They fought to make those battles so costly that Americans might negotiate rather than invade Japan itself. Marines, by accepting casualties that would have forced other armies to halt, negated this strategy. They paid the price demanded and continued advancing. No cost was too high. No position was too strong. The offensive never stopped. Private Tadashi Ogawa, one of the few survivors from Tarawa, later described the psychological impact of facing such an enemy. After the first day of battle, we knew we would lose. The Marines had landed in overwhelming force. They had naval gunfire that destroyed our positions. They had air support that bombed us continuously. But we still believed we could make them pay such a terrible price they would reconsider future invasions. Then we watched them continue attacking despite horrific casualties. They walked through machine gun fire that killed dozens. More Marines came behind them. We killed them too. More came. We fought for 3 days with absolute commitment. We inflicted thousands of casualties. We died almost to the last man, and the Marines took Tarawa on schedule. They paid the price we demanded and continued their advance across the Pacific. That was when we understood the war was lost. An enemy who will pay any price to win cannot be defeated by making victory expensive. The spread of realization. This realization spread through the Japanese military as survivors from each battle carried their experiences to the next. By the time Marines landed on Iwo Jima in February 1945, every Japanese defender knew they faced the most implacable enemy in the Pacific. They knew they would die. They knew the Marines would take the island. The only question was how many Marines would die with them. General Kurabayashi's defensive plan accepted these realities and built strategy around them. His orders to troops acknowledged what official propaganda denied. We cannot win this battle. We can only make the Americans bleed for every meter of ground. That is our mission. Accept death. Inflict casualties. Delay their advance. This is how we serve the empire in its darkest hour. This assessment proved accurate in battle after battle. The Raiders, terror in the darkness. Before Kurabayashi's theories were tested on Iwo Jima, Marine Raiders had demonstrated capabilities beyond standard excellence. These elite units conducted deep penetration operations that created terror disproportionate to their small numbers. Japanese forces discovered that Raiders operated in darkness with devastating effectiveness. Colonel Kayaneo Ichiki learned this fatally on Guadalcanal in August 1942. His 900 men had defeated Chinese forces through aggressive night attacks. Japanese doctrine held that Americans feared darkness. Ichiki planned a textbook night assault against Marine positions on the Tenere River. Raiders from the 1st Marine Raider Battalion waited in prepared positions. Ichiki's force waded into the river at 1:30 hours on August 21st. Raiders opened fire at point-blank range with automatic weapons supported by pre-registered artillery. The battle lasted 20 minutes. Japanese casualties exceeded 700 killed. Marine casualties numbered 35. The Raiders were eventually disbanded and integrated into regular Marine divisions in 1944, but their tactics spread throughout the Corps. By then, standard Marine infantry employed techniques raiders had pioneered. Night patrols probed continuously. Small units made independent decisions. Communications allowed unprecedented coordination. The result was an enemy that fought 24 hours per day with intensity Japanese forces could not sustain. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, summarized the experience. The Marines never stopped. Day attacks with overwhelming firepower. Night attacks by small units infiltrating our positions. Constant artillery harassment preventing rest. Air attacks throughout daylight hours. We were under pressure continuously from landing to defeat. Japanese forces traditionally controlled the night and could rest and regroup after daylight battles. Against the Marines, there was no rest. There was no safe time. There was only continuous combat until we were dead or captured. This was industrial warfare applied without mercy. The industrial aspect. The industrial nature of Marine operations fascinated and terrified Japanese military analysts. Unlike Japanese forces that relied on spirit and individual sacrifice to overcome material limitations, Marines systematically applied maximum force to every problem. When faced with a fortified position, they did not rely on courage or clever tactics. They identified the position, called an artillery that fired hundreds of shells to destroy it, brought forward tanks with flamethrowers to burn out survivors, then sent infantry to secure the position. If resistance continued, naval gunfire from destroyers or battleships would obliterate the entire area. This methodical destruction was horrifying in its efficiency. Second Lieutenant Saburo Endo, an artillery forward observer on Saipan, watched Marine combined arms tactics during the June 1944 invasion. His diary recorded detailed observations. The Marines landed under covering fire from warships that fired continuously for 3 hours before the first landing craft touched the beach. Aircraft bombed our positions for 2 hours before the landing. When Marines came ashore, every movement was supported by tanks, artillery, naval gunfire, and airstrikes. They advanced slowly and carefully, destroying everything in their path. When we stopped them at prepared positions, they called in battleship fire that literally erased hills from the landscape. They did not try to overcome our positions through courage or clever tactics. They used overwhelming force to eliminate the positions, then advanced. This is not warfare as we understand it. This is industrial destruction applied systematically until resistance becomes impossible. We fought with rifles and light machine guns. They fought with an entire industrial nation's resources. Endo's observations captured what many Japanese soldiers realized too late. The Pacific War was not a test of warrior spirit or tactical excellence. It was a contest between Imperial Japan's limited industrial base and America's overwhelming production capacity. Marines were the cutting edge of that production capacity. Warriors trained to exploit American advantages ruthlessly while accepting casualties that leveraged superior numbers and replacements. Against such an enemy, Japanese courage and tactical skill meant nothing. The outcome was mathematically determined from the start. Only the duration and cost remained variable. Iwo Jima, Kuribayashi's defense. General Kuribayashi banned the banzai charges that had wasted Japanese lives in previous battles. He created a defense in depth that channeled Marines into killing zones covered by multiple bunkers. He positioned artillery to deliver devastating fire on landing beaches. He built 11 miles of tunnels, connecting 1,500 cave positions. Every approach was registered for mortar and artillery fire. The beach was a death trap. 3 Marine divisions, 70,000 men, landed on Iwo Jima on February 19th. Kuribayashi's defenses worked exactly as planned. Naval bombardment barely scratched the fortifications. Marines landed in neat waves and immediately took catastrophic casualties. Within minutes, the black volcanic sand was covered with dead and wounded. Japanese artillery observers called down perfectly coordinated fire. The assault seemed to be failing. Then something happened that Kuribayashi had not anticipated, though he should have from previous battles. The Marines did not withdraw to regroup. They advanced into the artillery fire. They found the gaps between Japanese positions and exploited them. When bunkers stopped the advance, demolition teams crawled forward under fire to destroy them. When those teams died, other Marines took their place. The attack never stopped. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto watched from his bunker as Marines assaulted the position to his right. His diary records the incomprehension Japanese defenders felt. A Marine flamethrower team approached the bunker. We killed the operator. His assistant picked up the weapon and continued. We killed him. A third Marine took the weapon. We wounded him severely. He continued firing until the weapon was empty, then threw grenades into the firing ports until we killed him. By then, demolition engineers had reached the bunker entrance. The position was lost. This happened 30 times in the first hour. How do you defeat men who will not stop? The brutal arithmetic. The answer, as Japanese defenders discovered, was that you could not. The brutal arithmetic of Iwo Jima demonstrated Marine doctrine in its purest form. 70,000 Marines landed. 26,000 became casualties, including nearly 7,000 killed. But all 21,000 Japanese defenders died except for 1,600 who were captured, most because they were unconscious or too wounded to resist. The Marines paid an almost unimaginable price, but they took every objective. Kurabayashi himself, who survived until late March 1945, wrote his final assessment in a message smuggled to Tokyo before the position collapsed. The Marines are the most effective fighting force I have encountered. They possess several attributes that make them uniquely dangerous. First, their training creates soldiers willing to accept casualties that would break other units. Second, their firepower exceeds ours by a factor of 5:1 in artillery and 10:1 in air support. Third, their junior leaders make decisions at squad level that our officers make at company level, allowing them to exploit opportunities faster than we can react. Fourth, and most critical, they never stop attacking. There is no defense that can survive this combination indefinitely. This final point terrified Japanese defenders across the Pacific. Soldiers could accept defeat in battle. They could understand being outgunned or outmaneuvered. What they could not comprehend was an enemy that simply would not stop regardless of losses. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, explained in a post-war interview, "You must understand the difference between Marines and other American forces. Army units would attack, take casualties, and pull back to reorganize. This is sensible military doctrine. Marines would attack, take casualties, and continue attacking over the bodies of their own dead. This is not military doctrine. This is something else entirely. The transformation of boot camp. The quality that made Marines so feared was deliberately created through training that broke recruits down to nothing, then rebuilt them into warriors whose identity was inseparable from the Corps itself. Documents captured on Saipan included interrogation reports of a Marine prisoner who explained the transformation to bewildered Japanese intelligence officers. Boot camp lasts 8 weeks. For the first 4 weeks, drill instructors destroy everything civilian in the recruit. You are told you are worthless, that you will never be a Marine, that you should quit and join the Army. The abuse is psychological and physical. You are pushed until you think you cannot continue, then pushed further. Those who quit are publicly shamed. Those who remain learn that surrender is not an option." The interrogation report noted the Japanese officer's response. "This resembles our own training, but more systematic." However, the Marine prisoner then described something that had no parallel in Japanese military training. The second 4 weeks, the instructors build you into a Marine. You learn that you are part of something greater than yourself, that every Marine who ever lived is your brother. This created something unique. Marines fought because to fail was to betray every Marine who had ever lived. The psychological pressure created fighters who would advance when rational calculation said to stop, when banzai charges failed. Japanese forces encountered this mentality in its most concentrated form during banzai charges that should have succeeded but failed catastrophically. October 24th to 25th, 1944. Saipan. Colonel Takuya Takashina led approximately 3,000 Japanese soldiers in a final banzai charge against Marine positions. Japanese doctrine held that such an assault, conducted with absolute commitment, would shatter any defense through sheer ferocity and the defender's fear of being overrun. The Marines of the 27th Infantry Division, positioned in the attack's path, were mostly sleeping when the charge began at 3 o'clock hours. Japanese soldiers poured into the Marine lines screaming, bayonets fixed, overwhelming forward positions through sheer numbers. Traditional doctrine would call for a fighting retreat to regroup. The Marines counterattacked immediately. Officers and sergeants organized desperate defensive stands at key positions. Marines used every weapon available, from artillery firing at point-blank range to trench knives in hand-to-hand combat. The fighting lasted 4 hours. When dawn broke, Japanese bodies covered an area 500 meters deep. American casualties numbered 90 killed and 247 wounded. 3,000 Japanese soldiers died. Private First Class Issei Yoshida survived the charge with severe wounds. His interrogation report, filed 3 days later, captured the shocked Japanese soldiers felt. We were told that Americans fear close combat, that they rely on firepower because they are cowards at heart. We charged into their positions, expecting them to break. They fought us hand-to-hand and defeated us. I saw a Marine sergeant kill 7 men with a bayonet and a pistol before he fell. This is not cowardice. We were lied to. The material contrast. The lies extended to every aspect of Marine capabilities. Japanese propaganda had spent years describing Americans as soft, individualistic people who could not withstand hardship. Marines sleeping in foxholes filled with water, eating cold rations for weeks, fighting in 100-degree heat with 80% humidity, contradicted those claims. Japanese soldiers supposedly trained for hardship watched Marines thrive in conditions that taxed Japanese endurance to its limits. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, who survived Guadalcanal before being transferred to Bougainville, where he was captured in February 1944, described the contrast in conditions. We were on reduced rations by September 1942, rice twice per day, sometimes less. We supplemented with anything edible we could find in the jungle. We watched the Marines eat 3 full meals daily, sometimes more. They received regular resupply by air and sea. They had fresh water, medical supplies, ammunition without limit. We realized we were fighting an enemy who would never run out of resources. That understanding broke something in us. Combined arms superiority. The material superiority Marines enjoyed was devastating. When faced with fortified bunkers, Marines called in artillery that delivered hundreds of shells in minutes, brought forward Sherman tanks with flamethrowers, and used naval gunfire that could level hills. If that failed, demolition teams would pack hundreds of pounds of explosives against positions. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome, before his death on Guadalcanal, wrote the most comprehensive analysis of Marine combined arms tactics captured during the war. The Marines do not fight like individual soldiers. They fight like parts of a single machine. Riflemen fix our position. Machine gunners suppress our fire. Mortars deliver smoke to blind our observers. Artillery destroys our bunkers. Tanks advance with infantry following. Aircraft bomb any position artillery cannot reach. This happens within minutes of contact, coordinated by junior officers using radios we do not possess. We cannot counter this because we cannot coordinate at the same speed. By the time our commander understands the situation and issues orders, the Marines have already moved to exploit our weakness. Decentralized decision-making. This speed of execution was possible because Marines delegated authority to the lowest possible level. Sergeants made decisions that Japanese doctrine reserved for captains. Corporals led assaults that required a lieutenant's authority in the Imperial Japanese Army. The result was an enemy that adapted faster than Japanese forces could react. When a bunker stopped a Marine advance, a sergeant would immediately redirect the attack through a different approach while calling in supporting fire, all without waiting for orders from above. Japanese defenders often found themselves fighting enemies who appeared in unexpected directions because Marines had identified and exploited weaknesses before Japanese commanders recognized they existed. The most feared weapon. The most feared Marine weapon was not rifles or artillery. It was the flamethrower. Japanese soldiers trained to die honorably in combat discovered that flamethrowers offered no honorable death. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, captured on Okinawa with burns covering 40% of his body, described the psychological impact. We were taught to accept death in battle as glorious. Death by bullets, bayonets, artillery, these are warriors' deaths. Fire is something different. You watch flames approach your position. You smell comrades burning alive. You hear the screaming. There is no glory in this death. It is industrial slaughter. This is what the Marines understood that we did not. Modern war has no place for glory. It is about killing the enemy as efficiently as possible using the best tools available. The intelligence assessment. This realization came too late for most Japanese defenders. By 1944, every Japanese soldier in the Pacific knew that facing Marines meant facing the most lethal combination of training, equipment, and doctrine the Americans possessed. Intelligence reports distributed to garrison forces described Marines with a mixture of respect and dread that bordered on superstition. One document captured on Tinian in July 1944 provided detailed guidance on defending against Marine assaults. The report acknowledged several facts that contradicted years of Japanese propaganda. First, Marines are physically larger and stronger than Japanese soldiers on average due to superior nutrition since childhood. Second, Marines receive more ammunition, better weapons, and more reliable equipment than Imperial Japanese Army troops. Third, Marine training emphasizes marksmanship to a degree unmatched by Japanese forces. The average Marine rifleman can hit targets at ranges where our soldiers cannot. Fourth, Marines operate with air and naval support that we cannot match or counter. Fifth, and most critically, Marines are trained to believe surrender is unacceptable. They will fight to death or victory. There is no third option. The report then provided tactical guidance that revealed how thoroughly Japanese confidence had collapsed. When facing Marines, do not expect them to retreat. Do not assume casualties will degrade their morale. Do not believe superiority in numbers provides an advantage, as their firepower negates numerical superiority. Do not attempt banzai charges unless no other option exists, as Marines will slaughter charging troops with automatic weapons and artillery. Do not expect them to fear nighttime attacks, as they fight effectively in darkness. The only effective defense is prepared positions protected by interlocking fields of fire, with multiple fallback positions prepared in advance, and with the understanding that the position will eventually fall. The goal is not to stop the Marines, but to exact maximum casualties before the position is overrun. Kuribayashi's clear-eyed assessment. This defensive doctrine acknowledged reality, but offered no path to victory. General Tadamaki Kuribayashi, preparing Iwo Jima's defenses in early 1945, understood this perfectly. He wrote to his wife in January, 1 month before the invasion, "I am asked to defend Iwo Jima against American Marines. This is a mathematical problem with only one solution. The Marines will land with 70,000 men. They will have complete control of sea and air. They will bring unlimited ammunition and supplies. They will attack until Iwo Jima falls. My mission is not to defeat them. That is impossible. My mission is to make them pay such a terrible price that the Americans will reconsider invading the home islands. Every day I keep them fighting is a day the Empire has to prepare. Every Marine killed is one less enemy in the final battle." Kuribayashi's strategy reflected the evolution of Japanese defensive doctrine from confident aggression to desperate attrition. The flaw in the strategy. The Marines who landed on Iwo Jima on February 19th faced defenses designed not to repel them, but to bleed them in ways that would destroy American resolve. Every bunker was positioned to require direct assault. Every cave entrance was covered by multiple firing positions. Every meter of ground cost lives to take. The strategy failed because it misunderstood Marine culture. High casualties did not break Marine morale. They reinforced it. Every fallen Marine demanded vengeance. Every day of brutal combat strengthened survivors' determination to win. The worse the fighting became, the harder Marines fought. This was incomprehensible to Japanese military thinking, which assumed that even fanatical troops had a breaking point. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto, who survived until March 10th before dying in his bunker, wrote his final diary entry the night before. "Tomorrow the Marines will reach this position. We have killed hundreds of them in the past 3 weeks. More arrive every day. They do not weaken. They do not slow down. They do not stop. I thought our spirit was stronger than American materialism. I was wrong. The Marines have both spirit and material. They have courage equal to ours combined with weapons and supplies we cannot match. They are what we claim to be. We are what we claimed they were. This is the truth we die knowing." His bunker was destroyed the next morning by a Marine demolition team after a 6-hour battle that killed all 11 defenders and wounded 3 Marines. The position delayed the Marine advance by exactly 40 minutes before being bypassed by other units that continued advancing while combat engineers reduced the bunker. The pattern of futility. This pattern repeated across Iwo Jima thousands of times. Japanese defenders fought with desperate courage, inflicting terrible casualties, achieving nothing except their own deaths. The campaign ended on March 26th. The final statistics told the story of what happened when Marines fought the best defenses Japan could create. 21,000 Japanese defenders died, 600 surrendered, most because they were unconscious or physically incapable of resistance. The Marines suffered 26,000 casualties from 70,000 men committed, nearly 40% casualties. Any other military force would have required months to recover. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions were back in action within 6 weeks. The defining characteristic. This ability to absorb casualties and continue fighting became the defining characteristic that most terrified Japanese defenders. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, imprisoned in Hawaii after his capture, explained in a 1946 interview what Japanese soldiers felt facing Marines. "The worst part was knowing they would never stop. You could kill half a Marine unit, and the survivors would continue attacking. You could wound their leaders, and sergeants would take command. You could fight them to exhaustion, and they would attack again the next day. There was no way to win. You could only kill them until they killed you. That is not war. That is mutual annihilation. And the Marines had more men than we did." American industrial regeneration. The American industrial capacity that produced waves of replacement Marines astonished Japanese military planners. Intelligence reports from late 1944 noted that Marine divisions suffered 75% casualties on Peleliu in September 1944, then returned to full strength within 3 months. Those replacements landed on Iwo Jima in February and fought with the same effectiveness as veterans. This ability to regenerate defeated units was beyond Japanese capability. The Imperial Japanese Army had no comparable training system, no replacement pipeline that could maintain unit quality while absorbing catastrophic losses. American efficiency extended to every aspect of Marine operations. Wounded Marines received medical treatment within minutes of being hit. Casualty evacuation by air and sea moved wounded men from battlefield to hospital ship in hours. Blood plasma, antibiotics. Surgical care saved lives at rates unprecedented in military history. Japanese wounded often died from lack of medical supplies, from infected wounds, from injuries that American medicine routinely treated. Captured Japanese soldiers watched Marines who should have died from wounds that would have killed Japanese soldiers instead survive to fight again. After surrender, the final humiliation. The final humiliation came after Japanese surrender in August 1945. Marines occupied Japanese home islands expecting resistance from a population indoctrinated to die rather than submit. Instead, they found exhausted people grateful the war had ended. Private First Class Issei Yoshida, repatriated in 1946 after recovering from wounds received on Saipan, described his return home. Everything we were told was lies. The Marines did not torture prisoners. They provided food, medical care, shelter. They treated us better than our own officers had. The Americans were not barbarians. We were the barbarians. This knowledge destroyed what remained of our faith in the Empire. Common themes in defeat. Thousands of former Japanese soldiers reached similar conclusions. The post-war interrogation reports revealed common themes. Respect for Marine fighting qualities, bitterness toward Japanese leadership that had lied about American capabilities, recognition that the war had been hopeless from the start because Japan could not match American industrial capacity or the fighting quality of troops like the Marines. The most comprehensive assessment came from General Tadamaki Kuribayashi's final message from Iwo Jima, delivered through desperate radio transmission on March 21st, 5 days before the island fell. I have fought the Marines for 31 days. They are the finest soldiers I have encountered. Their training is superior. Their equipment is overwhelming. Their courage equals ours. And their numbers are endless. Japan cannot defeat such an enemy. We can only die fighting them and hope that our sacrifice buys time for peace negotiations that preserve something of our nation. To my fellow officers preparing to defend the home islands, know this: the Marines will come. You cannot stop them. You can only make them pay in blood for every meter of ground. Perhaps if the price is high enough, they will negotiate rather than destroy everything. That is our only hope. The hope that died. That hope died with the atomic bombs in August. But Kuribayashi's assessment of Marines proved accurate. They were the tip of the spear that broke Japanese defensive lines across the Pacific. They paid a terrible price, with casualty rates that would have destroyed lesser organizations. But they never broke, never retreated, never surrendered an objective. They were exactly what Japanese propaganda had claimed the Imperial Japanese Army was: invincible warriors who would fight to death before accepting defeat. The final irony. The final irony was that Marines achieved this through systematic training and overwhelming material support, not through mystical warrior spirit or racial superiority. They proved that modern warfare required both courage and industrial capacity, both training and technology, both individual sacrifice and national resources. Japan had courage and training. America had everything. The Marines embodied that totality in a way no other American unit matched. Japanese veterans recognized this distinction. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, interviewed in 1975 as an old man, summarized what his generation learned fighting Marines. We were taught that spirit conquers material, that our will to die made us invincible. The Marines taught us that spirit plus material conquers spirit alone. They were as willing to die as we were, but they had Sherman tanks and naval gunfire and unlimited ammunition and air supremacy and medical care and food and all the resources of America behind them. We had our rifles and our courage and promises of victory. That was not enough. It was never going to be enough. The Marines proved that on every island they took. The statistical record supports this conclusion. Marines fought in every major Pacific campaign from Guadalcanal in August 1942 to Okinawa in June 1945. They suffered 86,000 casualties, including 19,500 killed. But they never failed to take an objective, never abandoned a position once captured, never gave Japanese forces reason to believe Marines could be defeated through superior tactics or fighting spirit. The price was terrible. The results were absolute. Post-war analysis. Japanese military analysts studying Marine operations after the war reached unanimous conclusions. The Marines represented the ultimate expression of American military power. They combined warrior ethos matching Japanese Bushido with industrial resources matching American production capacity. They trained soldiers willing to die for victory while providing those soldiers with weapons and support that made victory possible. This combination was unbeatable. Lessons learned too late. The lessons learned came too late for the 21,000 Japanese soldiers who faced Marines on Iwo Jima, or the 30,000 who fought them on Okinawa, or the hundreds of thousands who prepared to fight them on the home islands before surrender ended the war. Those men knew only that Marines were the enemy they feared most, the enemy their officers could not stop, the enemy who would keep coming regardless of casualties until every Japanese defender was dead. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's final diary entry, written hours before his death in a bunker on Iwo Jima, captured this knowledge. The Marines will win not because they are braver than we are, not because they want victory more than we do. They will win because their nation gives them everything they need to win, and they will use those resources without mercy until we are all dead. This is the truth our leaders should have told us. We are samurai, fighting with swords against men with machine guns who also have the spirit of samurai. There was never any hope. There was only death. His bunker fell the next day. The Marines who cleared it found his diary and forwarded it to intelligence officers who translated it and filed it among thousands of similar documents. A truth written in blood. The words captured a truth that Japanese soldiers across the Pacific had learned through brutal experience. Fighting the Marines was not like fighting other American forces. It was not like fighting British or Chinese or any other enemy. It was fighting an opponent who combined everything Japan claimed to possess with everything Japan lacked. That combination made the Marines the most feared enemy Japanese soldiers would face. Statistics and stories. The statistics tell part of the story. The battles tell more. But the words of Japanese soldiers who survived to tell of it reveal the complete picture. They fought men who would not stop, who would not surrender, who would die before accepting defeat, and who had the weapons and support to make that spirit devastating. Against such an enemy, courage was not enough. Training was not enough. Determination was not enough. Nothing was enough except surrender or death. The Japanese military chose death. The Marines delivered it with systematic efficiency. Why they were feared. That was why Japanese soldiers feared fighting the Marines more than any other unit. The Marines said they would take the objective, and they took it. They said they would accept any cost, and they paid it. They never stopped. Japanese defenders discovered that courage meant nothing when facing an enemy who matched their determination and exceeded their firepower by factors that made resistance futile. That was the lesson learned in blood from Guadalcanal to Okinawa. The post-war admission. After the war ended and propaganda dissolved, Japanese veterans acknowledged the truth their leaders had hidden. The Marines were everything Japan claimed its soldiers were, backed by everything Japan could never provide. Against such an enemy, the war was lost before it began. The Marines proved it completely, one island at a time, at a cost measured in thousands of lives on both sides. Reflections on spirit and material. The Marine Corps demonstrated that the dichotomy between spirit and material was false. Modern warfare required both in equal measure. A warrior willing to die meant nothing if he lacked the tools to fight effectively. Superior weapons meant nothing if the soldiers using them lacked the will to press forward under fire. The Marines possessed both qualities in abundance, supported by a nation capable of sustaining both qualities indefinitely. Japan possessed one quality, the willingness to die, but lacked the industrial capacity to sustain it. As the war progressed, this imbalance became not just apparent, but overwhelming. The voice of survivors. Every Japanese survivor interviewed after the war spoke of this realization, though they described it in different ways. Some focused on the weapons disparity. Others emphasized Marine training and tactics. Still others pointed to American logistics and medical care. But all reached the same conclusion. The Marines represented a form of warfare Japan could not match or counter. They were the synthesis of everything modern war demanded, delivered with relentless efficiency and supported by inexhaustible resources. The final assessment. In the end, Private Yamamoto's assessment proved most accurate. The Marines won not through superior spirit. Japanese soldiers possessed equal courage, but through the combination of that spirit with overwhelming material advantage. They were samurai with machine guns, fighting samurai with swords. The outcome was never in doubt. Only the cost remained to be calculated, and that cost was measured in tens of thousands of lives on both sides. Lives spent proving what mathematics had determined from the war's beginning. The human cost. The human cost extended beyond casualty figures. It included the destruction of Japanese military confidence, the collapse of faith in leadership that had promised victory, and the bitter realization that courage alone could not overcome material disadvantage. For the Marines, the cost included physical wounds that would never fully heal, psychological trauma that would last lifetimes, and the burden of having been the instrument of such comprehensive destruction. Both sides paid prices that transcended statistics. Both sides learned lessons written in blood and sacrifice. The evolution of understanding. In the decades following the war, as the propaganda faded and honest reflection became possible, Japanese veterans began to articulate what they had learned with greater clarity. The Marines had not been demons or supermen. They had been extraordinarily well-trained soldiers, supported by a system that maximized their effectiveness. They had been men willing to die, backed by a nation capable of ensuring that willingness translated into victory. The systematic approach to war. What most impressed Japanese analysts in retrospect was not individual Marine heroism. Japanese soldiers had demonstrated equal heroism, but the systematic approach to warfare the Marines embodied. Every aspect of Marine operations was designed for maximum efficiency. Training that created psychological resilience tactics, that leveraged firepower superiority logistics, that enabled sustained operations medical care, that preserved fighting strength command structure, that enabled rapid decision-making combined arms coordination, that overwhelmed defenses. This systematic approach to warfare represented modern military thinking at its most developed. It was warfare as industrial process rather than warrior contest. The contrast in philosophy. Japanese military philosophy had emphasized spirit, sacrifice, and individual warrior excellence. These remained important in modern warfare, but they were insufficient without the supporting infrastructure the Americans provided. The Marines proved that modern warfare required industrial capacity to produce weapons logistical systems, to deliver supplies medical infrastructure, to preserve manpower training systems, to create skilled soldiers command philosophy, that empowered junior leaders' national will to sustain operations despite casualties. Japan possessed some of these elements. America possessed all of them. The Marines were the sharp edge of that comprehensive system. Recognition without bitterness. By the 1970s and 1980s, as aging Japanese veterans reflected on their experiences, a curious quality emerged in their assessments. They spoke of the Marines with respect rather than bitterness. They recognized that they had faced not monsters, but fellow warriors, men who had simply been better supported by their nation's industrial and logistical capacity. Corporal Matsumoto, in his final interview before his death in 1983, expressed this perspective. We fought bravely. The Marines fought bravely. The difference was not in courage, but in support. They had everything they needed to win. We had only our determination. In modern warfare, determination alone is insufficient. The broader lesson. The broader lesson extended beyond military tactics to questions of national strategy. Japan had initiated war against an opponent with 10 times its industrial capacity, then fought that war as though spirit could overcome material disadvantage. The Marines demonstrated, island by island, that this assumption was catastrophically wrong. Modern warfare required both spiritual and material elements. Neglecting either guaranteed defeat. This lesson, purchased at terrible cost, influenced Japanese strategic thinking in the post-war era. The human element. Yet even as Japanese veterans acknowledged the systemic advantages Marines possessed, they never forgot the human element, the individual Marines who had advanced under fire, who had fought until physically unable to continue, who had matched Japanese determination with their own unwavering commitment. These were not faceless representatives of American industrial might. They were individual warriors who had earned respect through their actions under fire. Private Yoshida. In a 1987 interview, captured this dual recognition. The Marines were men like us, men who feared death but advanced anyway, men who suffered but continued fighting, men who demonstrated courage equal to any samurai. But unlike us, they were supported by a nation that gave them the tools to make their courage effective. That was the difference that mattered. The final word. In the end, the Japanese perspective on fighting the Marines came down to a simple recognition. They had faced the most effective fighting force the Americans could field, supported by the full industrial and logistical capacity of a continental nation. Against such opposition, Japanese defenders had fought with desperate courage, inflicting casualties that would have stopped any other adversary. But the Marines were not like any other adversary. They absorbed those casualties, reinforced, and continued advancing until every objective was secured. The pattern repeated from Guadalcanal to Okinawa, proving with mathematical certainty what Japanese commanders should have recognized from the beginning. Modern warfare could not be won through spirit alone. Private Yamamoto's epitaph. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto died in his bunker on Iwo Jima on March 11, 1945. His diary survived him, recovered by Marines who cleared the position. His final entry served as epitaph not just for himself, but for all Japanese soldiers who faced the Marines. We were told we were invincible. We were told our spirit made us superior. We were told the Americans were weak. All lies. The Marines have proven themselves everything we claim to be, with resources we could never match. They are the future of warfare, warriors supported by industry, courage backed by material, spirit combined with system. We are the past, samurai facing machine guns, believing willpower alone could achieve victory. The past cannot defeat the future. This is the lesson we die learning. The legacy. 70 years later, that lesson remains relevant. The Pacific War demonstrated conclusively that modern warfare requires the synthesis of human courage and industrial capacity, tactical skill and technological superiority, individual sacrifice and systemic support. The Marines embodied that synthesis. They were neither the demons Japanese propaganda had described nor the soft Americans that same propaganda had promised. They were warriors equal to Japanese soldiers in courage, superior in training, and overwhelmingly superior in support. Against such an enemy, Japanese defenders learned there could be only one outcome. The only variable was how long it took to reach that inevitable conclusion and how many lives it would cost on both sides. The answer proved to be longer than anyone expected, and more costly than anyone imagined. But the outcome was never truly in doubt. The Marines would advance. The Marines would pay whatever price victory demanded. The Marines would take their objectives. And Japanese defenders, no matter how brave, no matter how determined, could not stop them. That was the truth Japanese soldiers learned, island by island, battle by battle, from August 1942 to August 1945. It was a truth purchased in blood and carved into history through sacrifice on both sides. It was the truth that defined the Pacific War and shaped the world that followed. This narrative is based on translated diary entries, interrogation reports, and post-war interviews with Japanese veterans who fought against U.S. Marines during World War II. Their perspectives, preserved in military archives, provide insight into how Japanese soldiers perceived and understood the enemy they faced across the Pacific Theater. Clark Air Base, Luzon, Philippines, January 31, 1945. Major Frank T. McCoy's camera shutter clicked repeatedly as he documented what lay before him. The aircraft was pristine, a Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber, tail number 763-12, sitting untouched on the tarmac. This defies everything we know about bomber construction, he thought, his hands unsteady with anticipation. The tropical sun illuminated the bomber's cylindrical fuselage, making clear why Allied pilots had nicknamed it the Betty. Stretching nearly 20 meters from nose to tail, the aircraft rested on its tricycle landing gear like some enormous metal cylinder. Wings extending 25 meters across showed zero signs of combat damage. Both 14-cylinder radial engines, each capable of producing 1,500 horsepower, appeared completely operational. This wasn't wreckage salvaged from a crash site. This was a fully functional bomber, abandoned intact as American forces advanced. What captured McCoy's undivided attention, what would fundamentally alter American understanding of Japanese aviation philosophy, came when he accessed the interior through wing inspection panels. The fuel tanks had absolutely no protection. Zero self-sealing rubber. Zero armor plating. Zero fire suppression equipment. Zero protective coatings whatsoever. Just thin aluminum skin, maybe 2 millimeters thick, standing between thousands of liters of highly volatile aviation fuel and incoming enemy fire. Major McCoy commanded the Technical Air Intelligence Unit for the Southwest Pacific Theater. He'd inspected dozens of downed Japanese aircraft throughout the region. Nothing had prepared him for this moment. This bomber, left behind during Clark Field's liberation, would reveal a design philosophy so fundamentally alien to Western military thought that analysts would need months to fully grasp its implications. The mathematical reality behind this discovery would transform American tactical doctrine and aircraft design for the war's duration. Every assumption American aviators held about enemy capabilities, about the performance cost Japanese engineers would accept, about how imperial forces valued aircrew survival, all of it was about to be systematically overturned by the evidence contained within this single, pristine example of Japan's most critical bomber. The path to this revelation had begun 4 years prior, on December 8, 1941. That morning, with smoke still rising from Pearl Harbor's ruins, 82 G-4M bombers, accompanied by 26 G-3M bombers, departed Formosan bases. Their destination, Clark Field itself, the Philippines' primary American air installation. The strike achieved total tactical surprise. Arriving at 12:35 p.m., the Japanese formation maintained 20,000 feet altitude, well beyond American anti-aircraft gun reach. The initial wave's 27 bombers released 636 bombs across Clark Field's runways and facilities. Seconds later, Zero fighters swept through at treetop level, their machine guns obliterating every aircraft that survived the bombing. Of 17 B-17 flying fortresses on the ground, 12 were completely destroyed. Nearly every P-40 Warhawk fighter became burning wreckage. In 45 minutes, American air power throughout the Philippines had been effectively neutralized. Lieutenant James Harrington, among the few surviving American pilots, observed from a bomb shelter as the Japanese formation withdrew northward. What struck me was their approach method, he later documented in his combat report. Perfect formation, high altitude, completely beyond our defensive reach. Then the fighters descended and systematically destroyed us. We couldn't launch a single aircraft. The Betty bombers themselves departed untouched. The handful of American fighters that managed to get airborne arrived too late, finding only empty sky. The Japanese had demonstrated their bombers' exceptional range, striking from bases 460 miles distant, a feat no American bomber could accomplish at that war stage. The Betty's first combat year would prove devastatingly effective. December 10, 1941, just 2 days following the Clark Field raid, 26 G-4M bombers joined older G-3M Nell bombers attacking Fort Z, a British naval task force centered around battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse. The attack commenced approximately 12:20 p.m. Japanese bombers approached in coordinated waves, executing torpedo runs with precision that stunned British observers. Betty bombers carried Type 91 aerial torpedoes, each weighing 840 kilograms with 205 kilogram warheads. These torpedoes were specifically designed for shallow water operations, running at depths enabling ship strikes even in coastal waters. Torpedo attacks focused on both capital ships with devastating accuracy. Prince of Wales, a 43,000-ton battleship representing the newest generation of British naval power, absorbed at least 6 torpedo hits plus damage from level bombers. Underwater explosions tore massive hull breaches, flooding overwhelmed damage control efforts. The battleship began listing severely. Repulse, a World War I-era battle cruiser modernized during the 1930s, absorbed at least 4 torpedo hits while attempting evasive maneuvers. The ship's anti-aircraft fire claimed several Japanese aircraft, but couldn't prevent coordinated torpedo runs from finding their marks. The cumulative damage proved fatal. Both capital ships capsized and sank within hours. Prince of Wales went down approximately 1320 hours. Repulse followed approximately 1333 hours. 841 British sailors perished. Survivors were rescued by escorting destroyers. The entire engagement lasted under 2 hours from initial contact to final sinking. For the first time in naval history, capital ships actively defending themselves had been sunk exclusively by air power while in open ocean. The G4M Betty bomber had achieved what naval theorists had debated for decades. British naval superiority throughout Asian waters had been shattered in 90 minutes. Throughout the Pacific theater during early 1942, American and Allied aviators encountered Betty bombers in virtually every major engagement. The aircraft appeared to operate with complete impunity, striking targets at ranges that defied conventional understanding. They hit Darwin, Australia from bases 1,500 miles away, demonstrating reach exceeding any Allied bomber's capability. They attacked Port Moresby from airfields across New Guinea's mountain ranges, maintaining constant pressure on Allied positions throughout the Southwest Pacific. They struck Guadalcanal from Rabaul, a distance exceeding 600 miles, projecting Japanese air power across vast ocean expanses. The Betty's operational range gave Japanese forces strategic flexibility that Allied commanders struggled to counter. American fighters stationed at forward positions lacked the range to intercept Betty bombers departing from distant bases. Allied airfields came under attack from Japanese bases that were themselves beyond Allied striking range. The asymmetry in bomber capability meant Japanese forces could attack at will while Allied forces struggled to retaliate effectively. This advantage persisted through the war's first 6 months. Betty bombers participated in virtually every Japanese offensive operation across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. They struck targets in the Philippines, Malaya, Netherlands, East Indies, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. They supported naval operations throughout the theater. They performed reconnaissance missions, exceeding any Allied aircraft's range. The Betty became the symbol of Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness. However, this advantage depended entirely on limited Allied fighter opposition. When Betty formations could strike without interception, when they could approach targets at high altitude beyond anti-aircraft range, when they could deliver weapons and depart before fighters arrived, the aircraft was devastatingly effective. These conditions characterized operations during early 1942, when Allied air strength remained limited and dispersed. By mid-1942, the tactical picture began shifting dramatically. As American fighter strength increased, as Wildcats gave way to more capable Hellcats and Corsairs, as pilot training improved and tactical doctrine evolved, Betty crews began reporting disturbing losses. The shift became undeniable on August 8, 1942. 23 G4M bombers from the 4th Air Group departed Rabaul to attack American positions at Guadalcanal. American fighters intercepted the formation over Tsavo Island. In the engagement that followed, 18 of the 23 Betty bombers were shot down. Approximately 120 aviators died in what would become the single worst G4M loss during the entire campaign. Fighter pilots reported identical observations across every engagement. The Betty exploded into flames with minimal hits. 2 or 3 rounds anywhere along the fuselage or wings produced catastrophic results. The aircraft earned grim nicknames that spread rapidly through American squadrons: Flying Cigar, One-Shot Lighter, Flying Zippo, all references to the Betty's terrifying tendency to burst into flames from battle damage. By October 1942, when Lieutenant Commander John Thomas Blackburn arrived at Guadalcanal commanding VF-17 Flying F-4U Corsairs, the Betty's reputation had transformed completely. First time we caught a Betty formation, we couldn't believe how easily they went down, Blackburn later reported. Hit them anywhere along the fuselage or wings, and they'd explode. We actively hunted them, recognizing them as among the most vulnerable targets in Pacific skies. The true extent of the Betty's vulnerability, the engineering decisions that made such catastrophic losses inevitable, wouldn't be fully understood until American forces began capturing intact examples for detailed examination. The first significant intelligence breakthrough came November 1942, when Australian forces overran Japanese airfields at Buna in Papua New Guinea. Among the abandoned aircraft, technical air intelligence units discovered Betty bombers with varying damage levels. Initial examinations confirmed what pilots had reported. The fuel tanks had no protection whatsoever. Aeronautical engineers with the Allied Technical Air Intelligence Unit, Southwest Pacific, conducted the first detailed analysis. Wing access panels revealed fuel cells with no protective measures. Thin aluminum construction, no rubber sealant layer, no protective coating, no fire suppression systems. Multiple Betty bombers examined at Buna showed identical characteristics. This wasn't battle damage or field modification. This was standard Japanese design. The implications were staggering. American bombers by 1942 universally featured self-sealing fuel tanks. The B-17 Flying Fortress had incorporated them from the B-17C model onward. The B-24 Liberator featured them from the XB-24B prototype. Even fighter aircraft like the P-38 and P-47 featured protected fuel systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks used layered rubber compound that swelled on contact with fuel when punctured by bullets or shell fragments, sealing holes and preventing fuel loss and fire. The technology added substantial weight to aircraft, but dramatically improved crew survival rates. American military doctrine considered this weight penalty essential and non-negotiable. Yet here was Japan's primary land-based bomber, produced in thousands, operating across the entire Pacific theater, with fuel tanks offering zero protection. The weight saved by eliminating self-sealing systems, armor plating, and fire suppression equipment was immediately apparent. But the cost in crew lives was becoming equally obvious in lost statistics that mounted with every engagement. The captured Betty at Clark Field in January 1945 would provide the most complete technical analysis. Major McCoy and his team spent 3 weeks dismantling and documenting every system. Their report, classified secret and distributed to all Allied air forces, detailed specifications explaining both the Betty's extraordinary capabilities and its catastrophic vulnerabilities. The G4M Model 1 specifications revealed an aircraft ruthlessly optimized for range and speed. Empty weight, 6,741 kilograms, remarkably light for a bomber of its size. Maximum takeoff weight, 9,500 kilograms. Fuel capacity, 4,780 liters, distributed across 8 unprotected tanks, 4 in each wing, positioned in the wing center section where they were most vulnerable to combat damage. Top speed, 428 kilometers per hour, approximately 265 miles per hour. Maximum range, 6,034 kilometers, exceeding 3,700 miles. Service ceiling, 8,500 meters. Crew complement, 7 members including pilot, co-pilot, navigator, bombardier, radio operator, and 2 gunners. The fuel system design was particularly revealing. The 8 tanks were arranged in 4 groups of 2, positioned along the wing's longitudinal axis, where the wing joined the fuselage. This placement maximized fuel capacity by utilizing the thickest portion of the wing structure, but it also positioned tanks directly in the path of enemy fire during combat. Any attack from the side or below would inevitably strike fuel tanks. The aluminum construction provided no protection. The absence of self-sealing compounds meant even small punctures would leak fuel continuously. American engineers calculated that the weight saved by eliminating protection systems exceeded 500 kilograms per aircraft. This weight savings translated directly into additional fuel capacity and extended range. But the cost in vulnerability was equally calculable. Combat reports showed that Betty bombers hit anywhere in the wing area exploded with near certainty. The unprotected tanks created what engineers termed a critical failure point, a single system whose destruction guaranteed loss of the entire aircraft. These numbers told the story of design choices made in September 1937 when the Japanese Navy issued requirements that would define the G4M's entire existence. Top speed, 398 kilometers per hour cruising altitude, 3,000 meters range, 4,722 kilometers unloaded, or 3,700 kilometers carrying 800 kilograms of bombs or torpedoes. The requirements reflected Japanese naval strategy in the late 1930s. Japan's empire stretched across vast Pacific distances. Naval bases were separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. The Navy needed bombers capable of striking enemy positions far beyond carrier aircraft range. Bombers that could operate from land bases to support naval operations across the entire theater. Existing Japanese bombers fell far short of these requirements. The G3M Nell bomber, then in service, had a maximum range of approximately 3,000 kilometers. American bombers, like the B-17, had even more limited range in their early variants. No bomber in service anywhere in the world in 1937 could strike targets at the distances Japanese planners envisioned. The Navy's requirements weren't arbitrary. They were calculated based on distances Japanese forces would need to cover in any future Pacific conflict. From Formosa to the Philippines, 460 miles. From Rabaul to Guadalcanal, 600 miles. From Japanese home islands to potential targets across the Pacific, thousands of miles. The bomber meeting these requirements would give Japan strategic reach that no other nation possessed. However, the requirements also reflected assumptions about future warfare that would prove catastrophically wrong. Japanese planners assumed that surprise and initiative would provide protection for long-range bombers. They assumed enemy fighter opposition would be limited by range and numbers. They assumed the war would be decided quickly before enemy industrial capacity could generate overwhelming force. Every assumption would prove false. The man tasked with achieving the impossible was Kiro Honjo, who led the Mitsubishi design team after taking over from Joji Hattori. Honjo had studied bomber design at Junkers in Germany during the early 1930s, absorbing European aeronautical engineering principles and manufacturing techniques before returning to Japan. He understood immediately that meeting the Navy's requirements would demand compromises that Western air forces would never accept. Honjo assembled a team of engineers at Mitsubishi's Nagoya facilities to tackle the design challenges. The team analyzed every aspect of bomber design, calculating weight budgets for every component and system. They studied existing bombers from multiple nations, identifying where weight could be reduced without compromising structural integrity. They experimented with new construction techniques and materials that might offer weight savings. The mathematics were brutally simple. To achieve the required range, the aircraft needed massive fuel capacity. Each liter of aviation fuel weighed approximately 0.8 kilograms. 4,780 liters of fuel meant approximately 3,800 kilograms of fuel weight at full load. To achieve the required speed with this fuel load, the aircraft needed minimal weight. Every kilogram added to empty weight reduced either range or payload capacity. These two requirements existed in direct opposition. Fuel was heavy. Protection systems were heavy. Armor plating weighing hundreds of kilograms would be required to protect crew positions and vital systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks added substantial weight through the rubber compounds and additional structure required. Fire suppression systems added weight. Redundant safety measures added weight. The cumulative weight of adequate protection would prevent achieving the required performance. Honjo made the decision that would define the G4M throughout its service life. Protection would be sacrificed for performance. The fuel tanks would be unprotected aluminum construction. No self-sealing compounds. No armor plating around fuel cells. No fire suppression systems beyond basic fire extinguishers. No redundant safety measures. Every kilogram saved would be invested in fuel capacity, range, and achieving the Navy's performance specifications. The decision wasn't made lightly. Honjo understood the risks. His team calculated the vulnerabilities that unprotected fuel tanks would create. They knew that combat damage to the wings would likely prove catastrophic. But they also knew that the Navy's requirements couldn't be met any other way with available technology. The choice was between an aircraft that met performance specifications with known vulnerabilities, or an aircraft that failed to meet requirements but offered better protection. The Navy had demanded performance. Hangzhou delivered performance. The first G4M prototype flew on October 23, 1939. The aircraft met every performance requirement the Navy had specified. Speed exceeded expectations. Range surpassed projections. Payload capacity satisfied operational needs. The bomber entered production as the Navy Type 1 attack bomber, with Mitsubishi building the aircraft at plants in Nagoya. Initial production models, designated G4M Model 1, began reaching operational units in April 1941. By December 1941, approximately 180 G4MS were in service with the Japanese Navy. These aircraft would form the backbone of Japanese land-based air power throughout the Pacific War. The Betty's combat debut at Clark Field and against Force Z demonstrated the wisdom of Hangzhou's design priorities in the specific conditions of early 1942. When facing limited opposition, when achieving surprise, when operating beyond enemy fighter range, the Betty was devastatingly effective. Its range allowed strikes from bases that enemies considered safe. Its speed permitted rapid penetration of target areas. Its payload delivered meaningful damage. But these advantages depended entirely on the assumption that Betty formations would face minimal opposition. The moment American fighter strength increased, the moment interception became routine, the moment sustained combat became inevitable. Every design choice that prioritized range over protection became a death sentence for crews. The Guadalcanal campaign exposed the fundamental flaw in the Betty's design philosophy. From August through October 1942, more than 100 G4M bombers were lost with their crews in what became sustained bloodletting that Japanese air forces couldn't sustain. The single mission on August 8 alone destroyed 18 of 23 aircraft, with approximately 120 aviators killed. The pattern repeated with brutal consistency throughout the campaign. Betty formations would depart from Rabaul, fly 600 miles to Guadalcanal, engage American fighters, and suffer catastrophic losses. August 9th saw additional bombers lost. August 10th brought more losses. By the end of August, the 4th Air Group had been effectively destroyed as an operational unit. September brought no respite. Betty formations continued striking American positions at Guadalcanal, and American fighters continued destroying them in overwhelming numbers. The mathematics were inexorable. Japanese forces needed to strike American positions to contest control of the island. Betty bombers provided the only means of delivering meaningful strike capability from Rabaul. But every mission resulted in losses that couldn't be replaced. October saw the pattern continue. American fighter strength increased as more squadrons arrived at Henderson Field. Pilot quality improved as combat experience accumulated. Tactical doctrine evolved to exploit Betty vulnerabilities more effectively. Japanese losses accelerated even as the number of bombers available for missions declined. By November, when the Guadalcanal campaign effectively ended with Japanese withdrawal, Betty losses exceeded 100 aircraft. Crew casualties approached 700 men dead. The exchange rate was unsustainable. Japan's most capable land-based bomber had been rendered obsolete by its own vulnerabilities, transformed from a feared weapon into what American pilots called easy meat. Japanese planners had expected losses. All military operations involved casualties. But the scale of Betty losses exceeded every projection. The unprotected fuel tanks that permitted 6,000-kilometer range also guaranteed that any hit to wings or fuselage would likely prove fatal. There was no middle ground, no wounded bombers limping home, no damaged but survivable aircraft. Betty bombers either returned untouched or exploded in flames. By mid-1943, Japanese engineers recognized that modifications were essential. Starting with the 663rd aircraft produced in March 1943, 30mm rubber sheets were installed beneath wing surfaces where fuel tanks were located. These sheets weren't true self-sealing tanks. They were a compromised measure, adding minimal weight while providing limited protection against fuel leakage. The modification reduced top speed by 9 kilometers per hour. Maximum range decreased by 315 kilometers. But crew survival rates showed no significant improvement. The rubber sheets could slow fuel leakage from small caliber hits. They couldn't prevent fires from larger caliber rounds or cannon shells. They couldn't stop explosions when tracers ignited fuel vapor. The fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. Japanese designers attempted more comprehensive protection with the G4M Model 3, introduced in October 1944. This variant featured actual self-sealing fuel tanks, with capacity reduced to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. The modification reduced maximum range to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the original G4M Model 1. Approximately 60 G4M Model 3 aircraft were produced by war's end. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect the Betty's combat record. By late 1944, American air superiority was so complete that no level of fuel tank protection would have permitted Betty bombers to operate effectively. The war's outcome had already been determined. The Betty's vulnerability became so notorious that American forces began using the aircraft in ways that highlighted the dangers Japanese crews faced. On April 18, 1943, the Betty bomber became the instrument of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto's death in an engagement that demonstrated both American signals intelligence capabilities and the aircraft's fatal weaknesses. American codebreakers intercepted Japanese communications indicating that Yamamoto would fly from Rabaul to Bougainville on April 18th. The admiral would travel aboard a G4M bomber with fighter escort. 18 P-38 Lightnings from the 339th Fighter Squadron were assigned to intercept the flight, though only 16 actually flew the mission after one aircraft blew a tire on takeoff and another suffered drop tank failures. The mission required extraordinary precision. The P-38s would fly over 400 miles at wavetop height to avoid radar detection, navigate across open ocean without landmarks, and arrive at exactly the calculated intercept point at exactly the calculated time. Any error in navigation, any deviation in timing, would result in mission failure. The intercept had to occur within a narrow window when Yamamoto's aircraft would be vulnerable. The P-38s departed Guadalcanal at 7:25 hours. They flew at 50 feet above the ocean for over 400 miles, maintaining strict radio silence. Navigation was by dead reckoning and timing. The formation arrived at the calculated intercept point with precision that would become legendary in aviation history. At 9:34 hours, exactly on schedule and exactly 1 minute ahead of the calculated intercept time, the P-38 spotted Yamamoto's formation. 2 Betty bombers flying at low altitude with 6 Zero fighters as escort. Captain Thomas Lanphier and First Lieutenant Rex Barber broke from the formation to engage the bombers, while other P-38s held off the Zero fighters. Barber engaged the lead Betty bomber, which carried Admiral Yamamoto. The bomber took hits to the wing area where the unprotected fuel tanks were located. The aircraft exploded in flames and crashed in the jungle. Yamamoto's body was recovered the following day. He had been killed by injuries sustained during the crash. The second Betty bomber also crashed, killing all aboard. The operation demonstrated multiple aspects of Allied superiority. American signals intelligence had intercepted and decoded Japanese communications. American planning had calculated intercept timing with 1 minute precision over 400 miles of ocean. American fighters had executed the mission flawlessly despite extraordinary navigation challenges. And the Betty bombers' vulnerabilities had guaranteed that successful interception would be fatal. There was no possibility of Yamamoto's bomber surviving once it came under attack. The unprotected fuel tanks ensured that any damage would be catastrophic. The Betty's vulnerability reached its most dramatic demonstration on March 21, 1945. 18 G4M bombers took off from Kanoya Air Base, each carrying an MXY-7 Oka rocket bomb beneath its fuselage. The Oka was a piloted rocket-powered aircraft with a 1,200-kilogram warhead designed for kamikaze attacks against American ships. The mission required the Betty bombers to fly within 20 kilometers of their targets before releasing the Oka aircraft. The Oka pilot would then ignite the rocket motor and dive at speeds exceeding 650 kilometers per hour toward American ships. The warhead's 1,200 kilograms of explosives would destroy any vessel it struck. But the mission depended entirely on the Betty bombers surviving long enough to reach release range. The formation departed Kanoya at approximately 14:30 hours. The 18G-4M bombers flew in tight formation with fighter escort, heading toward American naval forces off Okinawa. Each bomber carried an Oka weapon beneath its fuselage, adding substantial weight and drag that reduced speed and maneuverability. The bombers were even more vulnerable than usual, unable to evade or maneuver effectively while carrying the Oka loads. American radar detected the formation at approximately 100 miles distance. F-6F Hellcat fighters from USS Hornet were scrambled to intercept. The Hellcats reached the Japanese formation well before it approached release range for the Oka weapons. In the engagement that followed, American fighters systematically destroyed the entire formation. The Betty bombers, already vulnerable under normal circumstances, proved completely helpless while carrying Oka weapons. The additional weight prevented evasive maneuvers. The external weapon created drag that reduced speed. The unprotected fuel tanks guaranteed that any hit would be fatal. One by one, the bombers exploded and fell into the ocean. Not a single Betty bomber survived to reach release range. Not a single Oka weapon was launched against American ships. 137 bomber crew members and 15 Oka pilots died in the attack. The mission represented the ultimate expression of the Betty's fundamental flaw. An aircraft designed to deliver weapons to distant targets couldn't survive to deliver those weapons when facing prepared opposition. The extraordinary range that made the mission theoretically possible meant nothing when the aircraft exploded before reaching weapon release range. The final mission flown by Betty bombers came on August 19, 1945, 4 days after Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender. 2 white-painted G-4M bombers with green crosses departed at Tsuji Airfield carrying Japanese representatives to discuss surrender terms with Allied forces. The aircraft, given call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2, flew to Aishima, where the Japanese delegation transferred to an American C-54 for transport to Manila. The symbolism was profound and deliberate. The white paint and green crosses indicated peaceful intent, transforming the bombers from weapons of war into vehicles of diplomacy. The call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2 referenced the location where American forces had surrendered to Japan in April 1942, one of the most devastating defeats in American military history. Now, 3 years later, aircraft bearing those call signs carried Japan's surrender delegation. Lieutenant Denichiro Sudo piloted one of the surrender aircraft, a G-6M Model 1 transport variant converted from the bomber airframe. The transport variants retained the Betty's distinctive cylindrical fuselage and wing configuration, but carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons. The crew wore dress uniforms rather than flight suits. The aircraft carried no weapons, no ammunition, no military equipment of any kind beyond what was necessary for flight. The flight from Atsugi to Aishima covered approximately 1,000 kilometers, well within the Betty's range, even in transport configuration. American fighters escorted the white Betty bombers throughout their flight, ensuring they remained on the prescribed course. The escort was both protective and supervisory, guaranteeing safe passage while preventing any deviation from planned routes. The white Betty bombers with green crosses became the final image of the aircraft that had opened the Pacific War at Clark Field in December 1941. The circle was complete. The bomber that had destroyed American air power in the Philippines in the war's first hours now carried Japan's surrender delegation in the war's final days. The aircraft that had symbolized Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness now symbolized Japan's defeat and submission to Allied terms. The Betty's production statistics reflect both the aircraft's importance to Japanese operations and the terrible cost of its design philosophy. Total production reached approximately 2,414 aircraft across all variants, though some sources cite figures as high as 2,435 when including all prototypes and subtypes. The variation in total numbers reflects different methods of counting prototypes, subtypes, and transport variants. The G4M Model 1 comprised approximately 1,172 aircraft produced from 1941 through early 1943. This variant featured the original unprotected fuel tank design with capacity of 4,780 liters. Top speed reached 428 kilometers per hour. Maximum range of 6,034 kilometers made it the longest-ranged bomber in service anywhere in the world. But the complete absence of protection systems made it catastrophically vulnerable once American fighter strength increased. The G4M Model 2, with increased fuel capacity and slightly higher speed, accounted for approximately 1,142 examples produced from 1943 through 1945. This variant increased fuel capacity to 6,490 liters, extending maximum range even further. Top speed increased slightly to 437 kilometers per hour. But the Model 2 retained the fundamental vulnerability of unprotected fuel tanks. The modifications improved performance without addressing survivability. The G4M Model 3, designated Model 34, represented the only variant with actual self-sealing fuel tanks. Production began in October 1944, but only 60 to 91 aircraft were completed by war's end, depending on source. The self-sealing tanks reduced fuel capacity to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. Maximum range decreased to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the Model 1. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect combat outcomes. The G6M transport variant, converted from bomber airframes, added another 30 aircraft. These transport versions carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons, serving in liaison and communications roles. The G6M Model 1, used for one of the surrender aircraft in August 1945, represented this variant. Production continued through August 1945, with final aircraft completed just days before Japan's surrender. Mitsubishi factories produced Betty bombers at peak rates of approximately 100 aircraft per month during 1943. Production decreased in 1944 and 1945 as Allied bombing disrupted Japanese industry and as resources were diverted to fighter production for homeland defense. These production numbers made the Betty one of Japan's most numerous bombers, exceeded only by some fighter types in total production. Over 4 years of war, Mitsubishi delivered approximately 2,400 aircraft to Japanese Navy units across the Pacific Theater. The bombers served in every major campaign, participated in every significant naval engagement, and struck targets across distances spanning thousands of kilometers. But production statistics tell only part of the story. Loss rates tell the rest. Few Betty bombers survived to war's end. The overwhelming majority were destroyed in combat, consumed by the fires that the unprotected fuel tanks made inevitable. By August 1945, when Japan surrendered, only a handful of operational Betty bombers remained in service. The aircraft that had numbered in the hundreds in 1942 had been reduced to dozens by attrition that no amount of production could replace. The casualty statistics among Betty crews were similarly devastating, though exact numbers remain difficult to verify from available records. What is certain is that thousands of Japanese aircrew died in Betty bombers, their deaths made nearly inevitable by the aircraft's fundamental vulnerabilities. The unprotected fuel tanks created conditions where survival depended entirely on avoiding combat damage. Once hit, Betty bombers rarely survived. Once on fire, they never survived. The crews understood these odds and flew anyway, because military discipline and cultural values demanded that they accept the risks regardless of consequences. Surviving Betty crews were unanimous in their assessment. The aircraft's unprotected fuel tanks made survival a matter of pure chance. No amount of skill, no tactical innovation, no courage could compensate for the fundamental vulnerability built into every G4M. Former Flight Petty Officer Masate Okimiya, who completed 28 combat missions before transfer to training duties, offered the most direct summary. The Betty was a magnificent aircraft that asked us to die for its range. We flew it because we were ordered to fly it. We died in it because that was what it was designed to make us do. The comparison with Allied bomber protection systems highlights the stark difference in design philosophy. The B-17 Flying Fortress featured armor plating protecting pilot and co-pilot seats, with steel plates ranging from 0.3 to 0.31 inches thick. Armored bulkheads protected crew positions throughout the fuselage. The Bombardier position featured armored glass. Waist gunner positions included protective shields. Self-sealing fuel tanks were standard from the B-17C model onward, introduced in 1941. The B-25 Mitchell incorporated similar comprehensive protection. Pilot and co-pilot seats featured armor backing. Fuel tanks included self-sealing compounds from early production. The B-25's empty weight of approximately 9,100 kilograms reflected the substantial weight penalty of protection systems, roughly 2,000 kilograms, heavier than the Betty despite similar size and role. The weight penalty for Allied protection systems was substantial and accepted as necessary. American studies during the war demonstrated the effectiveness of crew protection measures with statistical precision. Body armor reduced thoracic wound fatalities from 36% to 8%, a reduction of more than 75% in deaths from chest wounds. Self-sealing fuel tanks reduced fire-related casualties by similar margins. Aircraft equipped with protected fuel systems showed survival rates 3 to 4 times higher than unprotected aircraft when damaged in combat. Protected crew positions increased survival rates in damaged aircraft by providing shielding from shell fragments and small arms fire. Armored glass prevented pilot casualties from head-on attacks. Bulkheads compartmentalized the fuselage, preventing fire or damage in one section from spreading throughout the aircraft. The comprehensive approach to crew protection reflected American doctrine that trained crews represented assets more valuable than aircraft, which could be replaced more easily than experienced combat veterans. The weight cost for this protection exceeded 1,000 pounds in most American bombers, but American industrial capacity permitted this weight penalty without sacrificing production numbers. American factories produced over 12,000 B-17 bombers and nearly 10,000 B-24 Liberators during the war. The production capacity meant that American forces could field large numbers of protected bombers without compromising capability. Japanese doctrine reached different conclusions. The Betty's design reflected a calculation that range and striking power outweighed crew survival. This philosophy assumed that achieving surprise and maintaining initiative would provide sufficient protection. It assumed that enemy opposition would remain limited. It assumed that the war would be short and decisive. All these assumptions proved catastrophically wrong. By mid-1942, American fighter strength increased to levels that made Betty interception routine. By late 1942, American pilots had learned to exploit every Betty vulnerability. By 1943, Betty formations suffered such devastating losses that missions became suicide operations. By 1944, Betty bombers could barely operate in daylight against American opposition. The mathematics of the Betty's war were written in fire and loss. Every advantage that made the aircraft formidable in early 1942 became irrelevant once sustained combat began. Range meant nothing when bombers exploded before reaching targets. Speed meant nothing when fighters could intercept from distant bases. Payload meant nothing when formations were destroyed before weapon release. The examination of tail number 763-12 at Clark Field in January 1945 revealed the complete story. The unprotected fuel tanks that shocked Major McCoy weren't an oversight, not a temporary expedient, not a design failure. They were the deliberate choice of engineers who believed range mattered more than survival. Japanese designers had created exactly what their specifications demanded: an aircraft with extraordinary range and speed, built with minimal weight, optimized for the mission requirements they received. The tanks were unprotected because protection would have prevented achieving the required performance. The decision made perfect sense within the constraints of 1937 technology and 1937 assumptions about future warfare. But those assumptions collapsed under the reality of sustained combat against an opponent with unlimited industrial capacity and growing technological advantage. The Betty bomber became a symbol of Japanese willingness to accept catastrophic casualties in pursuit of tactical advantage. It became evidence of a military culture that valued mission accomplishment over crew survival. When American engineers examined the intact Betty at Clark Field, they weren't just analyzing an enemy aircraft. They were witnessing the physical manifestation of choices made years earlier, choices that prioritize capability over survival, choices that would cost thousands of Japanese aircrew their lives. The unprotected fuel tanks weren't an accident. They were a decision. The Betty bomber served from the first day of the Pacific War to the last. It sank capital ships and devastated air bases. It ranged across distances no other bomber could match. But its ultimate legacy is written in lost statistics that exceeded all projections. The aircraft that opened the war by destroying American air power at Clark Field ended the war carrying Japan's surrender delegation in white-painted aircraft marked with green crosses. The crew of tail numbers 763-12 had abandoned their aircraft during the American advance on Clark Field. They had survived by walking away from an aircraft whose design made survival in combat nearly impossible. Most Betty crews weren't so fortunate. They flew missions knowing the danger. They climbed into unprotected bombers and crossed vast Pacific distances. And they died in overwhelming numbers, consumed by fires that the aircraft's design made inevitable. The Betty bomber story is ultimately about the price of capability without protection. It demonstrates that performance alone can't guarantee success when that performance is purchased at the cost of crew survival. The extraordinary range of 6,000 kilometers meant nothing when aircraft couldn't survive the final 100 kilometers to target. The impressive speed of 428 kilometers per hour provided no advantage when American fighters could intercept from distant bases with warning from radar systems. The payload capacity of 1 ton became irrelevant when formations were destroyed before weapon release. Most importantly, the Betty reveals that military technology divorced from realistic assessment of combat conditions produces weapons that kill their own crews as efficiently as they strike enemy targets. The assumptions underlying the Betty's design, assumptions about limited opposition and short warfare duration, proved catastrophically wrong within months of the Pacific War start. By the time these assumptions were proven false, thousands of Betty bombers were already in service or production, and Japanese industry lacked the capacity to replace them with better protected designs. Japanese designers understood the risks when they made their choices in 1937 and 1938. They calculated the weight penalties. They knew the vulnerabilities. They accepted the trade-offs because they believed the performance advantages would prove decisive. They were wrong, and thousands of men paid the price for that miscalculation with their lives. The Betty's legacy extends beyond aviation history into fundamental questions about aircraft design philosophy, military ethics, acceptable risk, and the value of human life in warfare. American designers answered those questions by prioritizing protection even at the cost of performance. Japanese designers answered differently. The Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber stands as evidence of what happens when capability is prioritized over survivability, when range is purchased with crew lives, when performance requirements override protection considerations. The thousands of burning Betty bombers across Pacific skies mark the consequences of that philosophical difference, revealing the fundamental difference between how different nations approached warfare in the Pacific. American forces designed aircraft to bring crews home. Japanese forces designed aircraft to reach targets regardless of cost. In the end, the nation that valued crew survival built an air force that could sustain operations indefinitely. The nation that accepted catastrophic casualties for performance advantages built an air force that destroyed itself through attrition. The examination of tail numbers 763 to 12 at Clark Field provided the final proof of what Allied forces had suspected for years. The Betty bomber wasn't poorly designed. It was brilliantly designed to achieve specific goals. Those goals simply didn't include bringing Japanese crews home alive. And in that single fact lies the entire story of why Japan lost the Pacific War. The unprotected fuel tanks that Major McCoy discovered through those wing inspection panels in January 1945 represented more than just an engineering choice. They represented a worldview, a calculation about acceptable losses, a philosophy that measured success in miles reached rather than lives preserved. Every G4M that exploded in flames over Guadalcanal, every Betty that fell burning into the Pacific, every crew that died in aircraft designed without adequate protection. They all testified to the consequences of that philosophy. The mathematics were inescapable. An aircraft that couldn't bring its crew home alive was ultimately an aircraft that couldn't accomplish its mission, regardless of how far it could theoretically fly. The Betty bomber achieved extraordinary range. It demonstrated impressive speed. It carried meaningful payloads across vast distances. But it consumed its crews with relentless efficiency, transforming the aircraft that should have been Japan's strategic advantage into a weapon that devastated Japanese air power through unsustainable losses. The final accounting is stark. Of approximately 2,400 Betty bombers produced, few survived to war's end. The vast majority were destroyed in combat, most exploding in flames from damage that protected aircraft would have survived. Thousands of trained aircrew died, navigators, pilots, bombardiers, radio operators, gunners, all victims of design choices made years before the war began. The white-painted Betty bombers, carrying Japan's surrender delegation in August 1945, closed the circle that began at Clark Field in December 1941. The aircraft that symbolized Japanese offensive capability in the war's opening became the vehicle of surrender in its closing. The bomber that had demonstrated Japan's ability to strike across vast distances became the messenger of Japan's ultimate defeat. Major Frank T. McCoy's photographs of tail number 763 to 12 captured more than just an abandoned aircraft. They captured evidence of a fundamental miscalculation, a design philosophy that proved catastrophically wrong when tested against reality. The intact Betty bomber at Clark Field, with its unprotected fuel tanks and brilliant engineering optimized for range over survival, stands as the ultimate monument to the price of capability without protection. The lesson remains relevant. Military technology must balance performance with survivability. Capability without protection produces impressive specifications, but poor combat results. The nation that values its personnel and designs equipment to bring them home will ultimately prevail over the nation that accepts catastrophic losses in pursuit of performance advantages. The Betty bomber's legacy is written in fire across Pacific skies. Thousands of burning aircraft, thousands of lost crews, all testimony to what happens when brilliant engineering serves flawed assumptions. The aircraft achieved exactly what it was designed to achieve: extraordinary range and impressive performance. But it failed to achieve what ultimately mattered most: bringing its crews home alive to fight another day. That failure, more than any other factor, explains the Betty's tragic story and its place in aviation history as a cautionary tale about the true cost of performance without protection. December 17, 1944. Bullingen, Belgium. 8 a.m. SS Obersturmführer Joachim Paper watched American POWs pump American gasoline into German panzers. The irony wasn't lost on him. Everything about this scene was backwards: captured enemy refueling the conqueror's machines at gunpoint. Paper commanded Kampfgruppe Paper, spearhead of 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard Adolf Hitler. 4,800 men. 117 tanks and assault guns. His orders were straightforward. Smash through American defenses, race west, grab the Meuse River bridges, cut the Allied armies in half. The offensive started 30 hours ago. Hitler named it Operation Watch on the Rhine. Biggest German attack in the West since 1940. 3 armies, 250,000 men, 1,400 armored vehicles. Target, Antwerp. Goal, separate British and Canadian forces, force Americans to negotiate, flip the war's momentum. One problem, fuel. German High Command allocated 5 million gallons for the entire operation. Basic math said the panzers needed double that to reach Antwerp. The planners knew. Their solution was elegant in its desperation. Capture American fuel depots. Take what you need. Keep rolling. Paper's intelligence officer handed him a map before the attack. Showed American supply installations, fuel dumps, ammo depots, supply points. Intelligence was solid. Americans had supplies everywhere. Question was whether Germans could grab them before Americans torched them. Bullingen was the first test. Paper's Kampfgruppe took the town at 7:30 that morning. Americans retreated so fast they left everything. Fuel depot intact. 50,000 gallons. Enough to refuel Paper's entire spearhead and push west. American prisoners handled the pumps. Paper ordered it. His men were exhausted, fighting 36 hours straight. Let the enemy pump their own fuel into German machines. Efficient. Also humiliating, which Paper considered useful psychological warfare. Fuel flowed. Paper watched jerry cans passed hand to hand. 5 gallons per can. 10 cans per tank. 100 tanks times 50 gallons equals 5,000. Would take hours. Hours Paper didn't have. Every minute stopped gave Americans time to organize defense. But without fuel, panzers were useless. Steel boxes on tracks. Paper learned that lesson on the Eastern Front. Best tank in the world meant nothing with empty gas tank. Wehrmacht lost more vehicles to fuel shortages than Soviet action in 1943. Entire divisions immobilized. Tanks abandoned. Positions overrun because panzers couldn't move. Now, in Belgium, same problem. German logistics had collapsed. Fuel allocated for offensive was stuck behind lines. Traffic jams. Bombed roads. American fighter bombers attacking anything moving during daylight. Supply trucks weren't coming. Meant Paper had to capture American fuel or stop advancing. One of his officers approached. Obersturmführer Werner Sternbeck, Paper's adjutant. Been with him since France. Reliable officer. Sternbeck reported fuel situation worse than expected. The 50,000 gallons at Bullingen would get them to Stavelot. Maybe. After that, they'd need more. Paper already knew. His intelligence map showed another depot at Stavelot, larger than Bullingen. Americans would probably defend it or destroy it. Either way, Paper had to reach it fast. Refueling continued. Paper walked through captured depot. American supplies stacked everywhere. Ammunition crates. Medical supplies. Rations. Winter clothing. Everything organized. Everything labeled. Everything abundant. He picked up a ration box. Small cardboard container. Brown waterproof coating. Label said, K-Ration, Meal, Combat, Individual, Breakfast Unit. Paper opened it. Inside, can of chopped ham and eggs, hard biscuits, chocolate bar, for cigarettes, instant coffee, sugar tablets, chewing gum, wooden spoon, matches, toilet paper, can opener. Everything a soldier needed for one meal. Packaged in book-size box. Weighed less than a pound. No cooking required. No field kitchen needed. Just open eat. Paper commanded combat units since 1940. Knew what German soldiers got as rations. Standard German field ration, when it arrived, required cooking. Came in bulk, containers needing field kitchens to prepare. Bread was hard. Meat was mostly fat. Quality declining since 1943. By late 1944, frontline units were lucky to receive anything. Paper's own Kampfgruppe left Germany with 3 days' rations. Gone now. His men ate whatever they found. Captured American food. Food taken from Belgian civilians. Some units slaughtered horses. He looked at the K ration. Manufacture date stamped on bottom. October 1944. 2 months old. Americans producing these rations so recently that supplies manufactured weeks ago were already at the front. Sternbeck came over. Paper handed him the K ration box. Sternbeck opened the ham and eggs can, ate it cold. His face showed surprise. Food was good, better than anything German soldiers had eaten in months. Sternbeck examined other items. Real coffee, real chocolate, American cigarettes, even small luxuries, matches, toilet paper, gum. Paper said nothing. He was calculating. If every American soldier received 3 boxes daily, that's 3 meals. If there were 10 million American soldiers worldwide, that meant 30 million individual meal boxes every day. 900 million monthly. Industrial capacity required to produce that number was staggering. Germany never produced anything on that scale. Entire German armaments industry mobilized for total war since 1939. They produced tanks, aircraft, ammunition, but couldn't produce enough food to feed their own soldiers properly. And here Americans were packaging individual meals in waterproof boxes with luxuries like chewing gum. Sternbeck pointed out something else. Depot had hundreds of these boxes, maybe thousands. This was one supply point in one small town. How many depots did Americans have? How much food? How much of everything? Paper fought Soviets in the East. Seen Soviet logistics, mass production, crude but effective, endless truck columns, factories in the Urals beyond German reach. Soviets replaced losses faster than Germany could inflict them. But Soviet logistics looked primitive compared to this. Soviets moved supplies in bulk. Americans packaged everything individually. Soviets used quantity. Americans used quantity and quality. Every item paper examined showed careful engineering, waterproof packaging, compact design, long shelf life. This wasn't emergency improvisation. This was industrial planning. An SS Sturmbannführer arrived. Werner Pochk commanded what remained of 1st SS Panzer Battalion. Lost tanks during advance, needed resupply. Battalion running low on fuel and ammunition. Paper told him fuel was being distributed now. Ammunition would come from captured American stocks. They'd found crates of American 75mm shells fitting German guns. Take what you need. Keep moving. Pochk asked about food. His men hadn't eaten since yesterday. Paper pointed to rations. American care rations. Take as many as needed. Men should eat now, carry more. No telling when next supply opportunity would come. Pochk grabbed several boxes, distributed them to tank crews. Men opened boxes, ate. Paper watched them. Experienced soldiers, veterans of France and Russia, eating American emergency field rations, treating them like feast because compared to what they normally received, it was. Refueling. Paper's intelligence map showed major fuel depot at Stavelot, larger than Boulingen. Map indicated depot was near town but didn't show exact location. Paper assumed it'd be obvious. Supply depots were large installations. Vehicles. Storage tanks. You couldn't hide something that big. Kampfgruppe reached Stavelot at noon. Town sat on both sides of Amblev River. Stone bridge in center. American forces defending bridge. Paper's lead tanks engaged. Americans had anti-tank guns, fought hard. Battle for Stavelot lasted 3 hours. Paper's forces eventually pushed Americans back across river. German engineers checked bridge. Not demolished. Intact. Americans tried to blow it, but charges failed to detonate. Lucky. Without that bridge, entire advance would stop. Paper's units crossed bridge, entered western part of Stavelot. They searched for fuel depot. Intelligence said it was here, near town. Large quantities. Enough fuel to keep offensive moving for days. They found nothing. Paper sent reconnaissance teams in all directions. Check outskirts. Check roads. Check every building. Fuel depot had to be somewhere. Americans wouldn't abandon 3 million gallons of gasoline. They'd either defend it or destroy it. Paper's men found no evidence of either. At 3 p.m., one of his reconnaissance officers reported finding American supply dumps north of town. Small amounts. Jerry cans scattered along roads. Maybe few thousand gallons total. Not the major depot. Not what intelligence promised. Paper made decision. Fuel depot either didn't exist or Americans already evacuated it. Either way, he couldn't wait. His Kampfgruppe had enough fuel to continue advance. Not much, but enough. Mission was reach Meuse River. Every hour stopped was hour wasted. Move on. Kampfgruppe departed Stavelot at 4 p.m., continued west. Behind them, American engineers moved back into position. They'd been watching from hills. Once Germans passed, they secured bridge approaches. Stavelot wouldn't fall completely. Americans would hold positions south of river. What Paper didn't know, fuel depot existed. It was there. 3.2 million gallons of gasoline stored in 5-gallon jerry cans stacked along a 5-mile stretch of road. Depot number 2 and depot number 3. Located 800 feet north of the road Paper used to approach Stavelot. 300 yards away. Paper drove past 3 million gallons of fuel and never saw it. Americans hadn't hidden depot. Hadn't camouflaged it. Jerry cans were stacked in plain sight along roadside. Thousands of them. Millions of gallons. Right there. But Paper expected fuel depot to look like German depots looked. Storage tanks. Buildings. Vehicles. Infrastructure. American depot was just jerry cans. Stacked. Waiting. No guards. No vehicles. No buildings. Just fuel in portable containers ready to be distributed wherever needed. Paper rolled past, looking for something that looked like a depot. Never found it, because he was looking for wrong thing. After war, American historian Major Kenneth Heckler interviewed Paper. Heckler told Paper about depot. 3 million gallons. 300 yards from your route. Paper shrugged. Said he expected fuel to be piled in town squares like at Boolingen. When he didn't find it in Stavelot, he assumed Americans moved it. That missed depot changed everything. With 3 million gallons, Paper could have refueled entire Kampfgruppe multiple times. Could have refueled other German units. Could have kept offensive moving. Fuel crisis that eventually stopped German advance wouldn't have existed. But Paper never found it. Without fuel, his advance was doomed. December 21, 1944. Stilmont, Belgium. Major Hal McCown crouched in cellar, listening to German tanks surrounding his position. McCown commanded 2nd Battalion, 119th Infantry Regiment, 30th Infantry Division. His battalion fought Kampfgruppe Paper for 3 days. Now they were cut off. Situation deteriorating fast. German armor everywhere. American defensive positions collapsing. McCown's radio operator reported German forces broke through to south. Battalion surrounded. At 2:30 p.m., German infantry stormed McCown's command post. Short firefight. 1 American killed. McCown and several staff captured. Germans searched them for weapons and intelligence documents. Took their personal items, watches, cigarettes, anything valuable. McCown was taken to Stone House on edge of Stilmont. Paper's command post. House was damaged. Windows broken. Walls pockmarked with bullet holes. Inside, German officers studied maps, coordinated defensive positions. Because by December 21st, Paper's offensive had stopped. His Kampfgruppe was surrounded. No fuel. No ammunition. No supplies. No way forward. No way back. Paper stood near map table. Tall. Thin. 30 years old. Aristocratic features. Spoke perfect English. Saw McCown walked over. They were same rank. 2 battalion commanders. 1 German, 1 American. Both professional soldiers. Paper introduced himself. Asked McCown's name, unit, position. McCown gave required information under Geneva Convention. Name, rank, serial number. Paper didn't press for more. Seemed more interested in talking than interrogating. That night, Paper and McCown talked for 7 hours. From 11 p.m. until 5 a.m. next morning. Sat in room with maps talked about war. Paper did most talking. McCown mostly listened. Paper defended Nazism, explained why Germany was fighting, justified German actions. McCown later said he'd met few men who impressed him in so short a time. Paper was intelligent, educated, articulate, completely confident Germany would win, even surrounded, even out of fuel, even with his Kampfgruppe disintegrating. Paper believed Germany would win. McCown spent 3 days with Kampfgruppe Paper, observed everything, German supply conditions, morale, equipment, food, medical care. Made mental notes because he knew this information would be valuable. What McCown saw contradicted what Paper said. Paper claimed Germany was winning, but evidence showed Germany was losing. German soldiers looked exhausted, fighting 5 days straight with minimal rest. Many wore parts of American uniforms, knit caps, gloves, sweaters, overshoes, even overcoats, wearing enemy clothing because their own logistics couldn't provide adequate winter gear. Physical condition of men was generally good. No starvation, no obvious malnutrition, but they weren't eating well. German rations were scarce. Most men ate captured American food. K rations, C rations, 10-in-1 rations, whatever they'd taken from overrun American positions. McCown watched German soldiers open American ration boxes. They examined contents like children examining presents. Chocolate bars, real coffee, cigarettes. Small luxuries American soldiers took for granted were precious to German troops who hadn't seen such things in months. One German soldier showed McCown a can of ham from K ration. Soldier said it was better than anything Wehrmacht issued. German army's canned meat was mostly fat and gristle, required cooking, tasted bad. This American ham was real meat, preserved properly, edible cold. Soldier said if Germany could produce rations like this, war would be different. McCown said nothing. He was prisoner. Arguing was pointless. But he understood what soldier meant. If Germany could produce rations like American rations, they would. Fact they couldn't meant they lacked industrial capacity. And if they lacked capacity to produce food, they lacked capacity to produce everything else sustaining modern warfare. German medical supplies were critically short. Aid station at Stillmont had no morphine, no sulfa drugs, bandages being reused. Wounded German soldiers screamed during treatment because there was nothing for pain. McCown saw amputations performed with minimal anesthesia. Men biting leather straps, held down by comrades, sawing through bone while patient was conscious. American medical practice would consider that medieval. American aid stations had morphine, sulfa drugs, proper bandages, sterile instruments. American wounded received pain relief, antibiotics for infection, professional care. Germans were improvising with inadequate supplies, doing their best. But their best was far below American standards. December 22nd, Luftwaffe attempted aerial resupply of Kampfgruppe paper. 6 planes flying low, dropping supply canisters by parachute. Drop zone was supposed to be inside German lines. Most canisters missed, fell outside perimeter. American forces recovered them. German soldiers watched supply canisters land 200 yards away in American positions. Unreachable. Aerial resupply was complete failure. Paper's forces were now completely isolated, surrounded by American units. No fuel, no ammunition, dwindling food, no medical supplies, no way to evacuate wounded. 170 American prisoners, hundreds of German casualties. Situation was unsustainable. December 23rd, Paper held conference with senior officers. McCown was present, listened as German officers discussed options. All options were bad. Couldn't advance, no fuel. Couldn't defend indefinitely, no ammunition. Couldn't retreat with vehicles, no fuel. Could attempt to break out on foot. Abandon everything. Tanks, half-tracks, vehicles. Wounded who couldn't walk. American prisoners. Everything. Paper made decision. Break out on foot. Destroy vehicles. leave wounded with American medical supplies. Release American prisoners. March east through forest. Try to reach German lines. Only option, giving his men any chance of survival. Breakout began at 2 a.m., December 24th. 800 German soldiers moving through darkness, through snow, through forest. No vehicles. No heavy weapons. Just small arms and whatever each man could carry. McCown escaped during confusion. Made it back to American lines December 25th. Filed immediate after-action report. Everything he'd seen. German supply conditions. Equipment status. Morale. Food situation. Medical care. Report was detailed, accurate. McCown later testified at Malmedy trial, June 1946. Appeared as defense witness. Testified papers men treated him correctly under Geneva Convention. Described conditions inside German lines. Supply failures. Desperation. Professionalism of German soldiers fighting with inadequate resources. McCown said one thing clearly. Germans lost at Stumont not because of American tactical superiority. They lost because they ran out of supplies. Fuel. Ammunition. Food. Medical supplies. Everything. Wehrmacht was 80-day army that could no longer sustain itself in combat. No logistics, no chance of victory. Paper abandoned 7 Tiger II tanks at La Gleize. 50 medium tanks. 70 half-tracks. 135 vehicles. Everything immobilized because fuel tanks were empty. Some of most advanced armored vehicles in world left behind. Useless. Tanks were intact. Functional. Loaded with ammunition. But without gasoline, they were just metal sculptures. Belgian civilians later recovered vehicles. Some placed in museums. Visitors ask why Germans left them behind. Answer is always same. No fuel. Tanks couldn't move. Crews couldn't stay. So they were abandoned. January 1945. POW camp, France. General Otto von Manchefeld sat in interrogation room answering questions from American intelligence officers. Manchefeld commanded 5th Panzer Army during Ardennes offensive. Professional soldier. Career officer. Eastern Front veteran. He'd opposed Ardennes plan from beginning. American officers asked detailed questions. What were German objectives? What resources were allocated? What went wrong? Manchefeld answered honestly. War was over for him. No reason to lie. His answers would become foreign military studies manuscripts. Official documents. Historical record. Manchefeld explained he and Field Marshal Model argued against Hitler's plan. They wanted limited offensive. Smaller objectives. Realistic goals. Hitler wanted Antwerp. Cross Meuse River. Split Allied armies. Forced negotiations. Hitler's plan was strategically impossible with available resources. Fuel allocation made success impossible. 5 million gallons for 3 armies. 1,400 tanks. Thousands of vehicles. Basic mathematics showed it was insufficient. Planning assumed capturing American fuel depots. That assumption was gamble. You cannot base military operations on capturing enemy supplies. What if Americans destroy depots? What if you can't find them? What if they defend them successfully? All 3 scenarios happened. Some depots were destroyed. Some were never found. Some were defended. Fuel crisis began immediately, never stopped. Manchefeld said his tank units were crying for fuel as early as December 19th. Second day of offensive. Units already running dry. Supply trucks weren't reaching front. Captured fuel was insufficient. Entire offensive grinding to halt because panzers sat immobilized, waiting for gasoline that never arrived. American interrogators asked about German logistics in general. Manchefeld was frank. German logistics had collapsed. Not just during Ardennes offensive. Entire system. Since 1943, maybe earlier. Eastern Front destroyed German logistics. Distances too great. Roads too poor. Soviet resistance too strong. German trucks broke down faster than they could be repaired. Railways constantly under attack. Wehrmacht became dependent on horses. Hundreds of thousands of horses pulling supply wagons, like in 1870. By late 1944, some German divisions had more horses than German divisions in World War I. Mechanized warfare fought with horse-drawn logistics. Contradiction was fatal. Tanks moved faster than horses. Panzers could advance 20 kilometers an hour. Supply wagons needed full day to cover same distance. Combat units outran their logistics, then stopped. Immobilized. Waiting for supplies that arrived too late or not at all. Horse dependence created additional problems. Horses required food. Approximately 20 pounds of fodder daily per animal. Division with 5,000 horses needed 50 tons of horse feed daily just to sustain its logistics system. That feed had to be transported on roads already congested with military traffic. Horses also died. From exhaustion. From air attacks. From inadequate feed. Dead horses blocked roads, required burial or disposal. American logistics used trucks exclusively. Trucks didn't require daily feeding. Sat idle when not needed without consuming resources. Moved faster. Carried more. Required less maintenance personnel than horse-drawn wagons. American truck fleet numbered in hundreds of thousands. All standardized designs. All using interchangeable parts. All supported by massive spare parts supply system. Allied strategic bombing made everything worse. Every rail junction was target. Every bridge destroyed. Every road strafed by fighter bombers. German logistics units could only move at night. Daylight movement meant certain death from air. American P-47s and P-51s attacked anything that moved. Supply columns burned. Fuel trucks destroyed. Food convoys shot up. German production couldn't replace losses. Factories were bombed. Raw materials scarce. Skilled workers conscripted into combat units. Industrial base crumbling. What factories did produce often couldn't reach front because transportation networks were destroyed. Manchufel contrasted this with American logistics. Americans had secure supply lines. Factories in America safe from bombing. 3,000 miles from fighting. Producing war materials at rates Germany could never match. Ships crossed Atlantic constantly, delivering supplies. Port of Antwerp alone handled more tonnage monthly than all German ports combined. American supply depots everywhere. Fuel, ammunition, food, spare parts. Everything organized. Abundant. Redundant. Multiple depots meant losing one didn't matter. Standardized containers meant soldiers could handle supplies without special training. Abundant production meant waste was acceptable if it increased speed of distribution. German logistics had no excess capacity. Every supply dump was critical. Every fuel truck precious. Every ration counted. Wehrmacht operated on edge of collapse constantly. One disruption meant crisis. Two disruptions meant disaster. American officers asked Manchufel when he knew Germany would lose war. Manchufel said he knew in 1943 after Kursk. Wehrmacht could still win battles. But winning battles wasn't enough. Germany needed to win war. That required resources Germany didn't have. Industrial capacity, oil, food, manpower, time. Americans had all those things. Functionally unlimited industrial capacity. Secure oil supplies from Texas and Middle East. Agricultural production that fed both military and civilians. Population of 130 million. Time to mobilize that population and deploy it. Germany lost resource war before shooting war ended. Once America entered conflict, German defeat was inevitable. Not immediate, not easy, but inevitable. Mathematics were simple. America could produce more tanks, more planes, more bullets, more food, more everything than Germany could destroy. Eventually, American material superiority would grind German resistance into dust. Ardennes offensive was final desperate gamble. Use last strategic reserves. Achieve one dramatic victory. Force allies to negotiate. Hitler believed will and courage could overcome material disadvantage. Manchufel knew better. Will and courage matter, but logistics matter more. Army without supplies cannot fight regardless of how brave its soldiers are. Offensive failed. German losses catastrophic. 600 tanks destroyed or abandoned. 34,000 killed. 60,000 wounded or missing. Wehrmacht's last mobile reserves gone. After Ardennes, Germany could only retreat. No more offensives. No more grand strategic plans. Just fighting delaying actions until inevitable end. Manchufel was asked to write detailed reports on Ardennes offensive. 5th Panzer Army operations. Planning. Execution. Lessons learned. He wrote 148 pages. Then another 161 pages. Foreign Military Studies Manuscripts B. 151 and B. 151A. Professional Military Analysis. Balanced Assessments. Credit to American performance. Honest evaluation of German failures. Tone was clinical. Detached. Professional. He faulted German shortcomings. Credited Allied successes. No excuses. No propaganda. Just factual analysis. This is what happened. This is why it happened. These were mistakes. These were consequences. Other German generals were less honest in post-war statements. They blamed Hitler, blamed weather, blamed bad luck, blamed everything except fundamental problem. Germany lacked industrial and logistical capacity to sustain modern warfare against opponents with superior resources. Manchufel didn't make excuses. Stated facts. Germany lost because Germany was outproduced, outsupplied, outsustained. German army in December 1944 was still capable of tactical excellence. But tactical excellence without strategic resources meant eventual defeat. Interrogation concluded. Manchufel returned to prisoner compound. Would spend next year in American custody. Then release. Return to Germany. Long post-war life. He lectured at West Point in 1968. Gave interviews for documentaries. Remained professional soldier providing honest analysis until his death. His legacy was his honesty. Unlike many German generals who rewrote history to excuse failures, Manchufel told truth. Ardennes offensive failed because of logistics. War was lost because of industrial capacity. No amount of tactical skill could overcome material disadvantage. February 1946. Nuremberg, Germany. SS Obergruppenführer Joseph Sepp Dietrich sat in cell waiting for trial. Dietrich commanded 6th SS Panzer Army during Ardennes offensive. Former butcher. Hitler's bodyguard. Promoted far beyond his competence. American psychiatrist named Leon Goldensohn interviewed Dietrich. Goldensohn was documenting psychological state of Nazi war criminals. Talked with Dietrich on February 28th. Conversation ranged across multiple topics. War. National Socialism. Offensive. Defeat. At one point, Dietrich made sardonic comment about his army. Said we call ourselves 6th Panzer Army because we've only got 6 panzers left. Dark humor. Gallows humor. But accurate. Offensive destroyed his army. Losses staggering. Equipment gone. Men dead or captured. What remained barely qualified as functioning military unit. Dietrich wasn't strategic thinker. Hermann Göring later said of him, he is decent but stupid. He had at most the ability to command division. Hitler gave him an army. Results were predictable. 6th Panzer Army was supposed to lead main thrust. Instead, it bogged down immediately. Poor planning. Traffic jams. Fuel shortages. American resistance. Dietrich's army was allocated fuel for 90 to 100 miles of travel. Distance to Antwerp was 140 miles. Even if everything went perfectly, fuel allocation was insufficient. Plan explicitly required capturing American gasoline depots. Without captured fuel, offensive couldn't succeed. Entire operation premised on taking enemy supplies. That dependency revealed German logistical bankruptcy. You cannot plan military operations around capturing enemy resources. It's desperation disguised as strategy. Professional officers like Manchefeld understood this. Political appointees like Dietrich didn't. Goldensohn asked Dietrich about offensive's failure. Dietrich blamed everything except logistics. Blamed American air power. Blamed weather. Blamed terrain. Blamed Hitler for unrealistic objectives. All valid criticisms. But he never mentioned his army ran out of fuel because German logistics couldn't sustain attack. After war, analysis by both American and German military historians reached same conclusion. Ardennes offensive failed primarily due to logistics. Fuel shortages stopped advance. Ammunition shortages limited artillery support. Food shortages degraded soldier effectiveness. Medical supply shortages meant wounded died who could have been saved. German tactical performance was often excellent. Individual units fought well. Officers made good decisions with available resources. Soldiers showed courage and skill. But tactics cannot overcome logistics failures. Army without fuel cannot advance. Army without ammunition cannot attack. Army without food cannot sustain operations. Americans won Battle of Bulge not primarily through superior tactics, but through superior logistics. They moved reinforcements faster than Germans advanced, supplied defensive positions adequately, replaced losses from reserves, sustained operations through winter conditions that degraded German capabilities. American logistics in December 1944 was mature system. 5 years of development, massive infrastructure, dedicated logistics units, specialized vehicles, standardized procedures, supply depots positioned strategically across Europe, transportation networks moving supplies from American factories to frontline foxholes in weeks. April 1945. American Interrogation Center, Germany. Joachim Paper sat across from American interrogators answering questions about Camp Paper's operations. War was ending. Germany collapsing. Paper would soon face war crimes charges for Malmedy massacre. But for now, Americans wanted information about tactical operations. Paper described offensive in detail. Planning. Execution. Problems encountered. Decisions made. He was cooperative. Professional. Answered questions accurately. No defiance. No evasion. Just factual responses from soldier to other soldiers. Americans asked about fuel. When did you run out? Where did you refuel? What depots did you capture? Paper explained fuel crisis. Boulingen provided 50,000 gallons. Enough to reach Stavelot. But at Stavelot, he found no major depot. Small amounts scattered along roads. Not enough. He continued west with minimal fuel. Reached Stamont. Ran completely dry. American officer asked if Paper knew about depot at Stavelot. 3 million gallons. 800 feet from your route. Paper said he didn't know. Interrogator showed a map. Pointed to depot location. Explained thousands of jerry cans were stacked along that road. Right there. Paper passed within 300 yards. Paper looked at map for a long moment. Then shrugged. Smiled slightly. Said in English, "I am sorry." Interrogator asked why he missed it. Paper explained he expected fuel to be concentrated in town, piled and square like at Boulingen. When he didn't find it, he assumed Americans evacuated it. Never thought to look for jerry cans stacked along roadside. Interrogator made notes. Paper continued describing subsequent operations. Advance to Stamont. Encirclement. Decision to break out on foot. Abandonment of all vehicles. Retreat through forest back to German lines. Paper never expressed regret about missed depot. No emotion. No frustration. Just tactical error explained in professional terms. He missed opportunity. That happens in war. Move on. But that missed opportunity changed battle. With 3 million gallons, Camp Paper could have refueled multiple times. Could have continued advancing. Could have reached Meuse River. Could have achieved breakthrough that was offensive's objective. Or maybe not. Even with unlimited fuel, Paper still faced American resistance. American air power once weather cleared. American reinforcements moving faster than he could advance. Logistics was critical, but not everything. Fuel alone wouldn't have won battle, but it would have changed outcome. Germans would have advanced further, caused more casualties, captured more territory. Battle would have lasted longer. Strategic situation would have been different. All because Paper drove past 3 million gallons of gasoline and never saw it. Depot was there, visible, accessible, undefended. He passed within 300 yards, missed it completely because he was looking for something that looked like German depot. Organized infrastructure, buildings, guards. American depot was just fuel stacked, ready, waiting. No infrastructure needed. That was American logistics. Simple, efficient, abundant. No wasted effort on structures that didn't contribute to mission. Just put supplies where they're needed. Soldiers will figure out how to use them. German logistics was more complicated. Formal structures, designated supply points, official procedures. System worked when everything functioned correctly. But it was fragile. Disrupt any part and whole system failed. American logistics was resilient, redundant, flexible. Multiple depots meant losing one didn't matter. Standardized containers meant soldiers could handle supplies without special training. Abundant production meant waste was acceptable if it increased speed of distribution. These were fundamental differences in approach. German logistics emphasized control and efficiency. American logistics emphasized abundance and speed. In long war, American approach won. Interrogation ended. Paper was taken back to confinement. He would face trial, conviction, prison sentence, eventually release. Long post-war life. Death in France 1970.